Oh, oops. I just realized that I've never streamed on YouTube with this starting screen, and YouTube chat is not visible on this starting screen. Oh, there you guys are. I don't have a place for you. I'm sorry. You might have to share a little bit. Is that okay? Is that all right with you guys? God, yeah, return of YouTube chat. Give me a second. Move some stuff around. Where is, there it is. Just slide you up. There you go. There you go. That works. Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing today? I'm doing good. Oh, I keep. Let's not move YouTube chat. Let's move me up a little bit higher so I'm not covering them. Hello, how are you guys doing? I'm doing lovely today. Hi, Inefa. Yeah, hi, Inefa, indeed. Hello, Inefa, indeed. So today, unfortunately, let me see if I can get this popped out. Yeah, there we go. I might be a little less attentive to chat today because the chat feature on OBS is just not the best. Okay, you know what? No, I got it figured out. I got it figured out. Now I can see a lot of chat. I can see a good history of chat. Hello, everybody. How are you guys all doing today? I am doing badly because you took me by surprise when you did the Isaac stream yesterday. Why would you do badly? Why would that be bad? We just added in. I just gave you more free content. You can't be mad about that. Anyways. It exploded a little bit, but perfect. A wonderful way, the perfect way to start the stream. So hi YouTube. Yeah, it's fucking been a while since I've been on YouTube. How are you guys doing? Sorry the streams went away, but I mainly wanted to focus on Twitch streaming. It's kind of hard to focus on two platforms at once, and I'm coming back for big event streams like this, like the retrospective and like the version update. So you can't be too mad at me, right? Hi, hello, how are you guys all doing? Let me start reading. It's the day of days. Wonderful you're here, Watchful. Because I don't think I queued your song. I just saw that in the activity feed 19 hours ago. You had the toy car by Tomohito Nishiura. Let me cue that right now. There we go. I mourn Starshade not being here for this stream. Starshade will be missed. Starshade will indeed be missed. And hi, welcome to chat. Face Napalm. Face Napalm. I get it. It's like facepalm, but with napalm. The Yumiko clip in 10 minutes video is super awesome. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was such good condensed information. So, I actually, oh shit, maximum realm bounty. I have to lock in. There's no stall. There's no fucking stall today. We have to lock in and immediately start doing things because I'm capped out on my realm bounty. I'm a little bit late. I started a little bit late because I was like, it's too late. I waited too long. I played 2 rounds of Isaac when I should have only played 1. And I didn't have time to make food, so I just grabbed some pho. I picked up some pho from a nearby place, and I was fucking devouring that before stream started, and now I'm nice and full, except it's not done because, you know, the best thing about pho is that they give you 2 metric tons of it. So I split it up into multiple meals, and in the middle of the stream, I'm probably going to take a break to finish that because I need to be locked the fuck in for this stream. Can't believe they... Who has to be sent to YouTube hell? Starshade? Starshade... that's not YouTube hell. Starshade just got sent to job hell. Wait, was it actually 10 minutes? That's incredible. Yeah, it was actually 10 minutes long. It was actually 10 minutes long. It was such good condensed information. I'm getting so good at making short videos. Will you do another Isaac stream? Well, the last one wasn't actually just an Isaac stream. I did a few different games. I even ended off with Genshin, but I'm probably going to be playing Isaac in the future on stream. Yeah. Really appreciate content creators like you who focus on the meta but are not constrained by it. Oh my god, thank you so much. Hi, welcome in Kuriolium. Taught me not to be pushed but pull all the mechanics of the Force. Oh, taught me to be pressured not to pull and taught me all the mechanics of the 4 stars. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining for the retrospective stream. Not 30 minutes. No, it's not 30 minutes. It was 10 minutes. The title didn't lie. Why would I lie to you? Why would I lie to you? I'm a good person. I'm a good person and I don't tell lies. Was that? That was the whole song. Sure. Realm Depot. Let's grab... I haven't even done my, we don't have to grab anything right now. We could just save. We could just save our realm currency. I have not actually done all of my ley lines today. I did do one. I did do one boosted ley line, but I did not do all 3 because I wanted to save them for on stream. So everybody who always asks if I did my ley lines, you can actually do it this stream, except I've already answered the question. Are we willing to do a future Mizuki review before the retrospective? No. I'm turning that off right now. We're turning off reviews and song redeems. Thank you for reminding me, though. Yeah, no, we have no time for that. We have no time for anything. It's a big fucking stream today, you guys. You don't understand. 1 million stream. I have a whole journal. I have a whole journal with like fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 topics all written out. And we are going to have a lot of fucking things to talk about with each individual topic. So we're at least going to start off the stream doing the normal chill shit. Wow, that was probably really loud. I'm sorry. We're going to start off stream doing the normal chill shit. We're going to do our farming. We're going to do our stall. And then we are going to lock the fuck in because, goddamn, there's a lot of things to talk about. How long will the stream be? I don't know why you're asking that. I don't know why you're asking that. As if I ever know how long the streams are going to be. Much less this one. At some point, I'm going to put you on my Pebble speaker and carry you to the kitchen while I make dinner. That's lovely. I'm kind of like a toad in that respect. Sitting on a pebble? Can I get my refund then? I queued a song redeem? No, we'll just do that. We'll just do it now.
No problem.
But I don't want to get interrupted with a bunch of fucking stupid song redeems and build reviews. What the hell? Too mellow. There it is. It don't stop mix. It don't stop mix. There it is. I don't want to get distracted with a bunch of song redeems and character reviews in the middle of the retrospective, in the middle of the talk. Hello, Mies. Please don't slander Columbina. Thank you. I have bad news for you. Can we make extra topics? Sure. I don't know. I think I already went over most of the things. I did a little bit of planning for this stream. I thought ahead of time. And I think I have everything covered with the 16 topics that I have. The current topics. When will the Finn join us? This is a good question. I don't fucking know. We haven't planned exactly. But the Yuri, we'll talk about the Yuri, okay? We'll talk about the fucking Yuri. We have character kits. And we have to talk about the fact that we didn't get a Traveler. I don't know how much detail I'll go into there, but we'll talk about each individual character's kit, each new character who got released. We'll go into detail on all of them, my opinions on all of them. We have buffs, which were, number 1, the Hex buffs. Number 2, the Traveler buffs. And number 3, the Stellar buffs. We got 3 fucking waves of buffs this year, and we get to talk about them all. Because they are all wildly different. They all do very different things. We have how Stygian developed over the year. That's number 4. We have how Stygian developed as a mode over the year because, yes, technically Stygian came out last year, but we only got 2 Stygian cycles last year. Your stream still says streaming Binding of Isaac, by the way. No, it doesn't. So we only got 2 rounds of Stygian last year, so I think Stygian really came into its own as a mode this year. So this is the retrospective that we're going to be talking about it for. And hi, Musty. I had something to do with the review for yours, right? You redeemed a review, but I think we refunded you. So that's not a problem. But hi, how are you doing? Number 5 is Temper Thyself, the free constellation event. That should be a shorter point. That should be a shorter point. Oh wait, what the fuck? Can I not think? Character kits, buffs, Stygian. Oh, we have to talk about Lunar Imaginarium. Imaginarium got a new difficulty this year in Lunar mode, and we also have to talk about lunar characters in Imaginarium. So Temper Thyself was point number 5. We have the DPS dummy number 6 with the introduction of Miliastra. We'll be talking about those 2 things together because I don't think Miliastra has a bunch of stuff to talk about on its own. I think it has potential as a mode. We'll get into it. We'll fucking get into it. DPS dummy and Miliastra is number 6. Weapon skins. This is the section number 7 is kind of general accessible weapon options. We have craftables, we have the early event weapons, and we talk about weapon skins and start complaining. We have feathers and elixirs to talk about. Elixirs got added last year, but I think they got buffed at the end of last year. Feathers also got introduced last year with Stygian, but now we've had a whole year with them, so I feel like I have more to talk about with both of them. We have new artifact sets. What is that? Number 8? New artifact sets that we want to talk about. Number 9 is new bosses, new elite enemies, and new local legends. Only notable elite enemies. I don't have to talk about all the elites. Number 10, this is probably also going to be a bit of a shorter point, about the loss of HomDG Cat and how, and information accessibility in the game. How accessible, how easily accessible, especially beta information is. We have the point of exploration and the new compasses. We have the point of 4-star reruns, because I think it kind of got in some ways better, kind of got in some ways worse this past year. We have Chronicle banners to talk about, because I think Chronicle banners also
Combat data updated.
were a little bit, I don't know if they got better this year, but they were a little bit better this year. I know that's a weird thing to say. I know that sounds crazy, but as I said, as I'm going to keep saying throughout the stream over and over and over, we'll get to it. And then we have the World Quests and the Archon Quest, which Dorsal will be joining us, at least for the Archon Quest, maybe for the World Quests. I just punched my microphone. I hope that didn't make a bunch of awful noise. But like also the Archon Quest and the World Quests, I don't know how long the World Quest section will be, because I didn't do a bunch of preparation for that, but I did do a lot of preparation for the Archon Quest. Is Resh on the list too? No, Resh is not on the list. Talk about Dream Solvent, which has very shitty RNG. Talk about Dream Solvent. I don't think Dream Solvent got added this year. I'm sorry. I forgot what World Quest happened. Hello, Dorsalfin1. Did I just miss you? There's a lot of chats going on right now. It's exciting. Hi, hello. Yeah, everybody follow Dorsalfin1. She will be joining us later. We'll be jumping on call on Discord, and we will be talking about the fucking Archon Quest. The World Quest this year, yeah, I don't know. I don't really have much to say about any of the NOD KRAI World Quests, except for the Eat Lua one. That was essentially just his own personal story quest. And then we had Temple of Space, and then we had the Moon.
Snacks, hairbands, socks, and slippery.
We had Bobik quests and a few other things related to what's his name, Reed Miller, in this section of NOD KRAI. We had a few other Reed Miller things up here. We had the Eatloa story quest. We had the Temple of Space, and then we had Columbina's 900th story quest. Talk about the new 4-star character of Bennett. That's a really good point. You know, talk about the meeting point things? Yes. That is included in the exploration and compass section. Meeting points. Shoemaker's Children Go Barefoot was a fun one. Oh yeah, I guess there were some fun ones, but maybe I don't have the most to talk about regarding world quests. Because I admit I did not pay the most attention. I did not pay the most attention. She deserves 900 story quests? Sure. You can think that. I guess I should get that out of the way at the start of this stream. A whole lot of opinions. Whole lot of fucking opinions. These are all going to be my opinions. Nothing that I say is objectively true. Even I'm gonna make suggestions for changes, but my suggestions wouldn't inherently make the game better. They just have the potential to make me personally have a better experience with the game. So let's get that one out of the way. Subjectivity is implied. This is an opinion video. How would you rank the 16 topics in a tier list? I'm sorry. You can't catch me. I would love to make a tier list right now. I would love to make a stupid tier list. If you know me, you know I love stupid tier lists, but we have so much to fucking talk about. I can't. I can't. So, let's just begin. Didn't really notice the world quests this go around. Yeah, I don't think they were exceptionally good or bad. Except for Temple of Space. Temple of Space was, I think, a standout. Eatloa story quest was a standout. I liked Bobik. We'll talk about it. I think skipping the streams improved my enjoyment of a patch. You know what? Probably. I haven't been having a bad time with this patch. Where the fuck are we? Let's go. Let's just do some ley lines. Let's just do some ley lines. I haven't had a terrible time. I've just been doing complaining. This patch was great. This patch was alright. This patch was okay, I guess. Man, that could be kind of fun to do at the end of this. A patch ranking tier list at the end of the whole retrospective. Like, once we've talked about all the characters and all the quests and all the everything that got added, we can consider everything together, and we can do a patch tier list at the end of it. I feel like that'd be fun. Right? Yep, that's a banger. I like that idea. Wonderful. Tad bummed we never got full Flynn's or Llama quests. Ooh, yeah. We'll get into that. We will fucking get into that. Like, for anything but the power creep, the patch was fine. I think I'm putting in the Stygian section, I am also writing down / power creep. Because I think I have a very different opinion to a lot of people on power creep. I think my general opinion of power creep, not a lot of people, but mostly people who care more about combat stuff, creators who engage with the combat side of Genshin, I think that I have a very different opinion of power creep than a lot of other people. Power creep. Power creep. That's going to be a very difficult subject to broach, because power creep is so heavily tied into everything. Like, I can't even talk about character kits without talking about power creep. I can't talk about Stygian without talking about power creep. I can't talk about Imaginary. I can't talk about any sort of combat game mode without talking about power creep, because it did affect everything that came out this year. But frankly, I'm just kind of over it. At this point in the game's lifespan, we've been doing power creep for, this is now our second, arguably third year. And I can't really be fucked to care that much about the specifics of it anymore. That's a little bit too of a nihilistic take on it. I think I'm, like, I care about power creep. I think it does suck that characters that I used to be able to do bullshit in Abyss and clear just fine. And that has changed. Like, I have a video on my channel where I fucking did an Abyss clear. With what? I did an Abyss clear with, like, Dory, Rosaria, Farina, Nahida. Like a Shatterbloom Dory team. And it's sad that I can't do bullshit like that anymore. It's sad that I can't do Shatterbloom Dory into Abyss and it works. Or Hypershat, as some are inclined to call it. The content has just kind of scaled beyond the point where I can do silly things like that. But I feel like most of my sadness about that was gotten out with Natlin. And now I'm kind of like, this is the state of the game. Yeah, the game's been out for 6 years. The, fucking... I feel like power creep has got to come to a gotcha eventually. And I also think that they are... I think that they're slowing down on the power creep. We can talk a little bit about speculative 7.0 stuff, but I would like to keep it mostly to 6.x stuff, even though I am going to be talking about Anefa, because Anefa is far too fucking relevant for this year. I know she came out in 5.8, but come on, you can't do a NOD KRAI retrospective without talking about Anefa. So, yeah, starting opinions on power creep. I just accept it as a part of the game at this point. And I just hope that the characters I like are included in it. That's my take. The stellar things feel too strong. Who are you getting that opinion from? Me? Yourself? As compared to what? Sorry, I know you're a new chatter, but whenever people say things like this, I have to interrogate these takes. I have to interrogate these takes. Because right now, Stellar is not meaningfully stronger than Sibai. Yes, Sibai is the best team in the game, but at the moment, Stellar is not complete, but it is on par with Sibai, and that's just, like, to be expected. That's what they did last year with, like, the incomplete lunar teams without Columbina were around the DPS level of the complete teams from Natlin. And then once Columbina came out, they got a significant upgrade, and then they were significantly ahead. And I imagine that is just what is going to happen. That's sort of what happened. That's what happened in Natlin. That's what happened in NOD KRAI. That, to an extent, is what happened in Fontaine. And I feel like it's just expected at this point. I don't think that things are too strong. I think that is just the state of the game. That is the level of increase that we can expect from every year. The fact that Traveler is doing this much is cool, but that makes me scared for what is coming. I think that's a fallacy. I think we have no idea what's happening. The fact that Traveler... I think a good way to ease your concerns is that Traveler is a very similar power level to Sandrone. A limited unit who just came out is on a very similar power level to Traveler. So it seems like they just want Traveler to be another potential option of the Stellar teams and not necessarily... Which is good. We'll talk about it. We'll fucking talk about it. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Will we talk about it? I don't... I want to keep Stellar stuff out of this. But I also have a lot of opinions about how people conceptualize power creep. Have we seen the poll results yet? We haven't. which we'll probably do that at the end of talking about the character kits. So the character kits will be the first thing that we'll talk about. Is we'll just go through every character's kit and talk about my basic opinions on them. And then the second thing, we'll look at the results of that poll. Oh yeah, we should maybe throw up a pinned message in both chats. Glad they're hyper buffing older characters. Yeah, I think we'll talk about that. Actually, the stellar buffs are the second point on the list. The stellar buffs are the second point on the list, so we'll talk about stellar there. All right? We will talk about stellar there. So this is a retrospective stream. I feel like this should be NOD KRAI focused. It should be, but we got stellar buffs in NOD KRAI, so it's kind of unavoidable. I don't want to talk about stellar a bunch, especially because a lot of it is speculative. Like, we just don't know. We just don't know at this point. Or maybe I get it out of the way now before we even start talking about the stellar stuff. And hex buffs, yes, of course. We have all the buffs listed. What am I doing? I am getting this form. So, for context. I have a form. Come on. I made a form where I asked my audience, and I think Soul also sent it out to his Discord, Selena sent it out to his Discord, where I asked what units you pulled for this year. I listed all of the limited 5 stars, and I asked if you pulled for them, if you did any investment on them, and I think, yeah, the one unit that I kind of missed was Venti, because at the end I asked if you did any pulling on Chronicled banners, if so what, and I figured that included all the buffed characters, because we got what? We got a Mondstadt Chronicled, we got the Stellar Chronicled, but Venti was not on the Mondstadt Chronicled. Venti got his own banner. So... Copy responder link. There we go. Let me just throw this up. Let me pin this in both of the chats. Poll census. Answer if you want. There's YouTube. Pin message. There's that. There's that. Huh? So now that more people are here, I am going to say, I'm going to repeat again. Sorry. We are probably going to not be, or I am probably not going to be looking at chat as much as I normally do. Because we have so many things to talk about. I will be reading chat for takes occasionally. But a lot of my opinions. Poll combining the Chronicles lost a bit of nuance. Yeah, I didn't make the poll perfectly, but I also made it at midnight as a last second idea. So next year I'll do it better. I'll make it, I'll give it a little bit more nuance. I pulled Sino on the Sumera Chronicled, which is very different from pulling him on the Stellar banner. Well, also you could like, it was your discretion to list it, but again, I think I probably underdeveloped the poll a little bit, and next year I can do it a little bit better. There we go. So now the poll has been linked in both chats. If anybody hasn't done it yet, please take a moment to participate and you will be a valuable piece of data. You'll be a very valuable piece of data. We appreciate your contribution to data very, very much. And we're also going to do some comparing. I'm collecting my own dubious data on my viewers, and we will be comparing to more dubious data in on Paimon.moe. Full numbers on Paimon.moe. So yippee, we get to look at some numbers. Boop. Alright, we go down there now. Yay, dubious data. Yippee! Well, the more people that contribute, the less dubious it gets. So this is your duty. This is your responsibility to make my data better. Already did the census. Not going to try again so I don't skew things. Thank you. I don't think that 1 or 2 people doing it twice is going to heavily skew the data. But yeah, I made it so that you didn't have to log in with a Google account, so technically you can submit multiple requests, or you can submit multiple forms. But please just don't. Right now, how many responses do I have? I have 246 responses. I'm sure Misa's viewers are so representative of the general population. Well, that's the point, is we're comparing to more general data. I mean, it still is self-selecting. Paimon.moe is still self-selecting, but we're getting some data and we're comparing to more general data. Oh, yippee. Raw meat. Let's go claim. Where the fuck am I going? Let's go claim dailies. And then we might be able to get right into it. I'll do the Genshindle today. I might not do the Scrandle today. Self-selecting in the opposite direction of Paimon.moe. Actually, the numbers were surprisingly close. I did a little bit of comparison so far, and the numbers have been surprisingly close. Does no but want to get in the poll mean plan on pulling, or would like to pull but X? Means whatever you want.
Thank you for
It means whatever you want. It means I don't have them. It could mean I plan to pull them, or it could mean, sure, I might get them in the future. Again, it probably wasn't the best poll. It wasn't the most thought out poll because I made it kind of last minute at midnight. God damn it. I keep moving my notebook and it's making noise. Any interesting revelations from the chronicled question? I actually haven't really looked at the chronicled answers yet because it's kind of difficult to parse them. You don't get a nice graph. Hold on, let me pull this up for a second. Because for each other question, for the multiple choice, you get a nice little graph. You get a little fucking pie chart. And that's cool and awesome, and you can just look at that at a glance and be like, awesome, great.
Most things in life aren't one and done.
And then...
As soon as you're rested up, let's make a move.
Alright, so I also realized I fucked up by making the investment question required. So there's just a bunch of people that said no, but I eventually changed it and the investment question isn't optional anymore. So we can also generally, this is probably bad information, but we can generally go on the number of responses. So like, what? 195 responses of investment on Durin compared to 174 responses to investment on Nefer, we can generally assume that more people got investment on Durin because people who didn't get investment are more inclined to skip these investment questions. If you meow, I donate. Meow. Is that good enough? I'm sorry. I have the ears. I have the ears. I answered C0R0, sorry. Fucking whatever. I asked the question. I probably should have just made it a yes-no thing and then asked if you did, what was your investment? Again, wasn't the best poll. I'll do it again better next year. Well, this is a learning experience. Why did you make the investment question open? Because I am asking what investment you did. Because weapon is very different from constellation, and C1 is very different from C6. It's not a perfect poll, guys. It's not a perfect poll. Okay. I should probably, hold on. I'm going pill mode. I'm going pill mode today.
Hey, get out! Cuckoo.
Alright. Also, what? I'm not going to be able to see first-time chatters, which kind of sucks because I'm not reading Twitch chat. I am reading OBS chat, and OBS chat doesn't have the same good features that 7TV does.
As soon as you're rested up, let's make a move.
Just submitted my answers. Hope they register. Well, they probably did. I can't imagine a scenario in which they wouldn't. Okay. Do I have anything to do before even getting started? We're only half an hour into the stream, and I feel like I'm almost ready to get going. There's not any sort of event things, right? Nope. When scrandle? I think we might not scrandle. If we scrandle, it's going to be very fast. Oh, when is the scrandle retrospective stream? Alright. Before we get started, we at least have to do this. Do we do scrandle? Do we want to do scrandle today? How does YouTube feel about scrandle? Where's my boy wife prize? I never promised anything. I never promised any of that. You made that up yourself. Chlorant. Scrandle retrospective would actually be great. It wouldn't be a retrospective, it'd just be a ranking. Best and worst foods of scrandle. When we look at the results of the poll, after the first section, which is me going through every character kit and going on my opinions about it, because we can kind of use that as shorthand for community opinion. We can use the poll as a shorthand for how much the general community, or my community, we can use it as shorthand for how much my community liked each character. Okay, after Chlorand, 5.7 or sooner. We like Scrandle? We like Scrandle over here? Okay. We like Scrandle. No hits. Let's go... Nawika. She's just on the brain. She's just on the brain. Now this is what I call a moment of solitude. I don't know, Kazuo? A moment of solitude. Raiden Shogun. Okay, well, that made it easy. That made it a coin flip, but not really. Because it wasn't going to be Bennett. Is this... I'm getting Columbina vibes off of this. I am indeed getting Columbina vibes off of this.
Whenever I get to take a break, I
Water,
always want a
Ayato.
snack. I got some candy, fruit,
Farina.
jerky. You want some?
Awesome. Great. Crab emoji. Crab emoji. That is the first thing that I think about whenever I think of Farina. I think about Mademoiselle Crabaletta. That's the #1 thing that I think about with Farina.
Cool.
Do you stream? I don't, actually. Many people are saying that I do, but it's not true. I don't stream. What's good, aggro? And the people are asking for it, so you know what? Let's just do a fucking blitz round. Let's make this fast, okay? I got poutine. I didn't get poutine. Nothing is good. Not even with poutine in front of you. These actually both look pretty good. My friend got poutine. There was a poutine stand. We went to the state fair. We went to the Jersey State Fair. And there was poutine. And I thought about you guys because you motherfuckers are always trying to tell me what is and isn't poutine. Jockey Whopper Burger or poutine? 3 burgers, 3 bacon, 3 sausage, 3 cheese. Jersey mentioned? Yes. I'm from Jersey. Born and raised. I also, out of the corner of my fucking monitor, you guys can't see it because I'm not showing you the window, but I see I see the little active player icon next to Overwatch on Steam. That's our special guest for later. What the fuck is poutine? It's fries with cheese and gravy.
Huh?
That's it. It's fine. I think it's alright. But I'm looking at this and I'm seeing egg on that burger. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with the burger. Even though it's more expensive, it looks better. Chorizo sandwich with a beer or the full Monty? Oh, we've seen the full Monty before. Same price. This one looks so fucking weird. It's such a blurry picture. But this one, I would love to choose this one because I'm sure it tastes very good. But I feel like I can't. I feel like the general Scrandle audience does not. I don't even know what the fuck this is. I'm just trusting that it tastes good. Yep, there we go. Left one has more things for the same price. I fear you don't understand the Scrandle meta. I've been evolving my understanding of the Scrandle meta for the past, I don't know how long I've been scranning. Both look sad, but Monty looks bad. I don't think you guys understand. Anyways, carne asada taco platter for $26.20 versus bratwurst with mustard for $3.50. This definitely looks like better food. But what the hell is $26.20?
Sounded like an animal call.
And this looks a little bit raw.
Maybe
Just
I'm
a little
hearing
bit.
things.
Just a tiny bit. Everyone is rich here? No, it's just that they only care about price in situations like this. When it's a really big price difference, and I don't know if you can justify carne asada taco platter for $26.20. But I also think it's a bratwurst, it's not a hot dog. Like it looks better than a normal hot dog. Who the fuck does put mustard in a straight line on a hot dog? This is kind of insane. And why are you wearing gloves eating a hot dog? I might go, even though this is overpriced, I might have to go with the carne asada taco platter. Because this doesn't look terrible, but I think it's getting hot dog debuff. I could be wrong about this one.
Whenever I get to take a break, I always want a snack.
That's a really good observation. If the mustard was wavy, it's easy clear, but now I'm not sure. I think you're right. I think you're really right.
Huh?
If you just fucking squiggled on top of that hot dog instead of doing a straight line, that would look like 3 times more appetizing, and then it wins. That is a German or a German sausage. That is a German bratwurst. So it probably is really good, but I still think hot dog debuff fucking loses here. Yeah. Also, everybody in chat saying that sausage looks disgusting. You clearly haven't seen sausages on Scrandle. You clearly haven't seen the average Scrandle hot dog. And now you have. And now you have been provided with your average Scrandle hot dog. And you now know why nobody on Scrandle ever chooses a hot dog. Because what the fuck is this?
Huh?
What is that? No, 43%? No.
Hey, get out! Cuckoo.
Alright, I'm happy we did the Scrandle today. Because what the fuck is that? What in God's name is that? £5 for just like grocery store tortilla chips and melted cheese. It's fucking £2 more. Jackfruit is available. Jackfruit buff. Also just it looks good buff. Is that cheese or ketchup? Girata, you always have the most mystifying questions. Like microwave nachos. Those just looked like worse microwave nachos. I don't understand how you make worse microwave nachos. So this one, pepperoni pizza with a beer for $8.60 or chicken tender basket with crispy potatoes for $11.10. I think this is a situation where price might be a significant factor. Because you get the food, both of them look good. You get a decent amount of food with both of them. But this one is just cheaper. The chicken does look really fucking good, though. I think that's the picture doing some heavy lifting. It might be a little bit tough. It might be a little bit overcooked. Very small pizza. It's $8.60 for this and a beer. Yeah, it's small. Beer buff? I don't think beer buff is a thing. I think you guys are new to the Scrandle meta and you're just saying stuff. I don't think beer buff exists. Every time I see with a beer, Scrandlers, it feels like rarely a factor. But maybe it is a factor here.
Cuckoo.
My inner Scran is telling me to pick the chicken tender basket. I would choose the pepperoni pizza with a beer,
Did you hear
but I feel like
Like an
Scrandlers would choose the chicken
that?
tender
Or
basket.
maybe I'm just hearing things.
I think they value chicken pretty highly. What did I say? What did I say? The staining stack.
Hey, get cuckoo.
Okay, well, it's up against this. It's up against this fucking massacre over here. So frankly, I don't care what the staining stack is. They both look disassembled, but this one actually looks appetizing. Yeah, the holy fuck pork rib pie. The only redeeming feature about this is the fact that it is called the holy fuck pork rib pie. Yeah, let's get the hell out of here. It shouldn't have been that close. 64 versus 47. It should not have been that close. Pulled pork roll with 2 non-alcoholic cocktails. Or stray dogs. Bacon wrapped dog, condiments, banana peppers, onions, Taki crumbles. It does say price for one, but
Most things
let us remember,
one and done.
Scrandlers cannot
As long as you
read.
rest it up,
So they're going to
let's
see
make a move.
475 and they see 2 hot dogs and they say, I get both of them for 475. Still, I think they look better. Even though it's hot dog debuff, this just doesn't look particularly good. This is a really bad picture. I think I see some like peppers in there. I see some sauce in there, but I have to go looking for it. And if I have to go looking for it, that means your average Scrandler did not take a second look at this thing. They saw a sad little gray sandwich and you get 2 non-alcoholic cocktails with it. And they said, yeah, I'm going to go pick the fucking... Actually, now that I look at this, it also doesn't look that appetizing.
Hey, get cuckoo.
It just looks like a bunch of bullshit. Anything with Taki crumbles is a Facebook Marketplace food. Apparently this one is in Canada. Do they have Facebook in Canada? I would rather drink my own piss than eat the stray dog. If I know the average Scrandler, I think that they would pick the stray dogs. Because while this just looks like a little bit too much, I think this is a little bit overkill. We have too many flavors going on. The pieces at least look good, while this is a sad gray sandwich. And sad gray sandwich always loses.
Cuckoo.
Sad gray sandwich always loses. Full Monty's back! Or steak and chips for 2? Oh damn, this actually looks really good. And it's 14 versus 7. It's double the price, but it also just looks really fucking good. So I don't really care. Yeah. Pie and a pint. Big fat fucking thumb debuff. This is supposed to be a Scrandle speedrun. We're going as fast as we can. Yeah, we're going as fast as we can. This is fast Scrandle.
Huh?
A pint is a carry? I'm kind of thinking... This is a beer buff? Because what the fuck else do you have? Because both of these look terrible. Both of these pieces of food look terrible. So I feel like I only have to judge it on the beer. And both are very overpriced. Remember, who fucking said, somebody said that that's a small pizza, like 3 scrans ago? That was $1 more, and you got a full pizza and a beer. The cheese pizza slice does look better, and it is cheaper. It doesn't look good, but it looks better. So is the beer enough to carry the pie and the pint? Or I guess just the pie? I don't think so. 7 for a single slice is literal robbery. I know. But $13.50 for this is also kind of robbery.
Hey, get
It's not easy either way. I don't think the pint carries it. I'll be so real. I think that people are gonna put more value on the food, and in this situation, the pizza doesn't look good, but the pizza looks better.
Did
Yep.
you hear that? Sounded like an animal call.
What the fuck is going on here?
Or maybe I'm just hearing things.
Coxinha? What the fuck? How do you pronounce that? Cochinas? And beers? Shredded chicken and fried batter for $4.50 or ice cream sandwich with no price data. This... Neither of them look very good, I'll be real, but this one probably tastes... They both probably taste alright. Pronounced cochinas. Okay. I thought it was an egg hot dog, so did I.
Huh?
That ice cream actually doesn't look very good.
Hey, get out.
Doesn't look very creamy. Cochinas tastes real good. Oh, okay, then I'm probably just gonna go with the cochinas. Because even though it says no price data, I don't think people take that to be free. I think they'll just assume... Because this looks like a reasonable price for what this is. So I think people will also assume that this comes for a reasonable price what it is. Fuck! It was so close. It was so close. I almost had a perfect scran. That's ridiculous. Why do people choose the ice cream? Like, that doesn't look very good. It doesn't look bad. But maybe they just don't know. Maybe they just don't know.
I always want a snack.
Because I don't think these look good, but I imagine they taste good.
You want some?
The appearance is not very flattering. But I do have faith that they would taste good. Who is eating ice cream in a bun? Fucking Scrandlers, I guess. No price data. They think it's free. Usually they don't pick sweets over, like, full meals. I don't know what happened that time. Alright. Are we ready to get started? Are we already getting started, guys? A mere hour into the stream, we're getting started. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby, ooh, baby, ooh, baby, ooh, baby, ooh, baby. Here we fucking go. 20 minutes of Scran. What the fuck? That was not... That was a bird, if y'all heard that noise. Hey, dude, how you doing? You can't get in here. The window's closed. This is a miraculous moment. It's a miraculous moment. We're actually fucking starting. A bit early in the evening for real content, don't you think? No, that's why I started the stream early. Because I knew I was going to stall. What kind of bird? I don't know. I didn't really get a good look at it. It just hit my window and it flew away. Open the window and let him watch your stream. He can watch. He just has to watch from outside. I don't really feel like getting bird flu very much. Peanut Dove wanting to join the NOD recap. Okay. I think we get started. I think we go to NOD Cry because we have to for the theming. And we get more resin in 3 minutes. For theming purposes, where do we go? Bird flu? Yeah, they do that. I know workshop? Fuck yeah. Let's go I know workshop.
Save me.
Never mind. We are not going here because Inefa is going to be making noise the entire time. Or you go to the column. Yeah, let's go to Columbina statue. I saw people saying Hisi Island, and yeah, Columbina statue good. Columbina statue good. Let's take a drink. Ah. What's your favorite place in NOD Cry? I don't actually know. The moon. We could go. Actually, fuck it. I kind of do want to go to the moon. Is that if you hydrate redeem? No. It was just... I just needed to drink water. We could go to the moon. I kind of would like to go to the moon more than I would like to be at the Columbina statue. So spoilers, guys. If you haven't done the moon quest... Oh, this is actually the perfect thing. This is the perfect idea. I have to go around the long way. But, it'll be worth it. And then by the time that I'm fucking actually at the place that I want to go to, my resin will be... I'll have enough resin to do another claim, and it's gonna take so much self-control to not do it. Is the underground apocalypse bunker? The underground apocalypse bunker was fine. But, come on, guys. I have the opportunity to be in space and looking at Tevat while doing this. I'll do a little bit of teleporting around, especially for the exploration section. But, come on. Come on, guys. We went to the moon. Oh shit, wait, I forgot. I have to do the thing. What's the fucking thing? How do you do it? You swap and you press F at the same time. And then let's check. Am I immune to the stuff? Am I immune to the stuff? It's worth it. The place is incredible. Yeah. We'll get a real nice view. I did not get the thing. You can do a glitch. I'll try it like 2 more times and then I'll fucking give up. But there's a glitch that you can do where if you swap and press enter in one of these portals and then you teleport away, you can become immune to the effects of being on the moon. If you got a first try twice in a row, I was gonna cry. It's okay. It's okay. I'm so good at frame perfect trick, guys. I'm so good at frame perfect tricks. Fucking God. That's the right way to do it, right? I just have to mooning trickery. Hi, Marty. We're trying to do some mooning trickery. There was a patch today, so not anymore. Oh my God, did they remove it? Did they remove it today? I'm gonna be so sad if they removed it today. If they patched it right now. Come on. I was gonna be so good. Oh no. Oh, come on. If they patched it today. Fine, I could probably get a good view of it. Anyways. Where's Tevat? Not the hot patch? They might, let's check the fucking history. That was today. Updates resources related to subsequent events. No. They didn't list that you can get out of bounds on the moon. We'll give it like 2 more tries. And then I swear we'll start this. Can't believe I missed the scrandal. It's, oh fuck, I didn't even attempt it there. Well, you got some time. Oh, wait. Surely that did it. No. That's actually a much better way of testing. That was not... No. That was not it. I switched twice and it did it? Switched twice? This is promising. First time partially and second time commit. I got some weird glitch. This is annoying. Switch one. Do I have to like do it at the same time? I don't know how I fucking got it, because Dorsal explained it to me, and I got it first try. Come on. I said like 2 more tries, and then I keep spamming retries. God damn it, dude. Maybe I have to fucking stay in this a little bit. Because I stayed in a little bit last time. How did it work before? If you swap right before entering one of these circles... There you go. I did it. You become immune to the fucking... the Archeoloon energy stuff. Beautiful. I just had to get it. It was frame perfect. Okay. It's all worth it. Had to do it with Columbina. It only works with Columbina. It doesn't. I don't think I used Columbina the first time I did it. But let's fucking go. Lore accurate. Imagine if they only gave Columbina the power to do that. I'd murder. I'd murder. If you had to pull a 5-star for fucking out of bounds clipping. I don't think you did. I mean, you certainly didn't. You certainly didn't use Columbina. And hi, Yuli. Oh my god, hi. How are you doing? What it do? How it go? We were busy trying to figure out a clip so that we could do this. And have the perfect place for our NOD KRAI retrospective. Look at that. Come on. Was it going to be any other way? Was it going to happen any other way? I had the opportunity to do this. So of course I had to do this. Tired? How are you? I hope you become untired. I hope you... Maybe that just requires a sleep. I'm doing great. I am excited for this fucking stream. Yeah, everybody go give Yuli a follow. Let us... Everybody give Yuli a follow now to watch her clear everything with Kaveh. I think we're ready to start. I think we are ready to start, guys. Maybe I'm going to turn down my music a tiny bit. So it's just a little bit less distracting. There we fucking go. Alright. Let us begin the NOD KRAI retrospective. Fucking start. Oh, wow. Great. Great. I went all the way up here and I got this great view. And as soon as I start, I'm just like, I have to go to the character archive. I pause. Fuck you. I guess we FaceTave that then. So we can have it a little bit in the view. Let's just start. Even though Inefa was not released in NOD KRAI, of course we have to fucking talk about Inefa. Of course we goddamn have to talk about Inefa. Inefa... solidly my second favorite unit this year. Solidly my second favorite unit this year. I don't think it's going to come as a big surprise to anybody that I am a big fan of Inefa. I think Inefa is an awesome unit, but also I do have my fair share of gripes with Inefa. And none of them are really power creep related, because I think I kind of went into my opinions before even starting the official retrospective, where my opinion is that power creep is going to happen at this point of the game. It seems like Hoyo has a decent idea of what they want to be doing with the overall power of the game, how much they want units to be increasing. So whether it was Inefa or whether it was another unit, like, power creep was going to come. It is not Inefa's fault that power creep happened. She was just a part of the power creep. So I don't really have many issues with her on that front, like on the front of actual damage. I think the main issue that I have when it comes to Inefa kind of relating to power creep is role consolidation. I really don't like how many consolidated roles she has. I think she has an overloaded kit between having a shield, having damage, and having significant buffing in EM. I do really like that, and I like the fact that I can leverage a lot of those things and use Anefa in a lot of different teams. Jesus Christ, did we just get ads? Did we just get fucking ads? That's a really unfortunate time. We got ads over on Twitch. I'm probably just gonna have to tank it. I'm probably just gonna have to go through it. I'm probably just gonna have to live with the fact, because I'm gonna be talking about Anefa for a while. So I think the main issue really isn't it's the consolidation of damage, of defense, and of buffing. I don't think that inherently makes for a worse character. I think the way that mainly hurt the game is in how much easier it became to shill Anefa herself. And I think that Linnea has a similar thing going on with Moongecko, because now not only can we shill having high damage teams that do electrocharge stuff, which that's just the way they normally shill things, at least with this past year, because in general, you know, there, outside of Flint and Anefa, there aren't many teams that do electrocharge stuff that deal a lot of damage. So having a character, having a buff that buffs electrocharge damage in Abyss, or having an enemy that requires you to trigger electrocharged, like Knuckle Duckle, something like that. If you just put an enemy like that down and give them a lot of health, then that becomes Flint and Anefa shill, because there really aren't many other characters who can deal with stuff like that. But Anefa also having a shield makes it so that you can shill her by having these big ass stupid AoE attacks. And we saw that a lot. We saw that a fucking lot with Anefa. We saw the Cactus have a bunch of stupid AoE attacks. We saw Knuckle Duckle have a bunch of big stupid electro AoE attacks. I don't think she was intended to be used into this Stygian Night Soul boss, but we have the Stygian Night Soul boss. Even the Wild Hunt enemies are very, very aggressive, and you know, we'll get into all of these as we talk about some of the enemies and the bosses. But I think that the combination of those three things, her being an incredible damaging unit, a decent buffing option, and a very strong defensive unit, made it a lot easier to make content that was hostile for other units and very, very easy for her, which I think is a lot of my main problems with power creep. It's not necessarily that content is becoming harder to clear. I mean, I think that is a problem. I think that it's not great. I also wish that older characters that I enjoyed more still had a decent time clearing, but as a gacha game, as a company who is trying to make a profitable gacha game, it does make sense that they eventually fall into these sort of patterns where they want to be pushing you to pull new units who deal a million more damage than all the older units. And I think that Anefa having a shield was completely unnecessary. I think she would have been a perfectly fine unit without her shield, but she had a shield, and it made it a lot easier to specifically try shilling Anefa, to make Anefa easier and better to play into all of her shield content, and make units that don't have that defensive utility and that don't have that damage all that much worse. Because now, not only are you trying to meet the damage gap, if you're using a unit like Auroron, you are trying to play better to make up for the lack of damage when you're downgrading from Anefa to Auroron, but you are also having to play better to make up for the lack of sustain. And I mean, I've been over this. I'm recently on my taunt rant. I'm on my fucking I'm so unbelievably taunt pilled because Alyosha is getting a taunt. I think Auroron does have real defensive utility in his taunt, but a taunt with what, 9-second uptime? Is that how long his burst is? Right? Yeah, a taunt with 9-second uptime is not a shield with 20-second uptime. Those are they're both defensive utility, but they are two very different things. So that is probably my biggest problem with Anefa, even though it does make her a stronger potential option with a lot of different units, like I do I do enjoy playing like Linny with Inefa. I think Linny is a really fun option. You can run something like Inefa, Yehoda, Linny, Farina, and you have a healer for Linny. He really wants a shielder because he doesn't want to get interrupted. And Inefa having that utility is really nice. But it, of course, has the downside of the content that is meant for Inefa is much harder to play with other units because of Inefa's defensive utility. Other than that, of course, I really, really like Inefa. I also have a lot less of a problem with her consolidating all of these roles because, actually, hold on. Let me step back a little bit. Especially considering Nicole this year, and part of Nicole, like a very big part of Nicole. I just had this conversation last night with a few viewers where I did a surprise stream where I think that a shield is a very important part of Nicole's identity. Nicole does need a shield to be a particularly compelling unit. If she didn't have a shield, she would have to have something else, or she would just not be particularly compelling. I think that that's really important that she has her shield. And I think Inefa doing all the things that she does and also having a shield on top of that really steps on Nicole's toes and steps on the toes of some other units. I think it was entirely unnecessary, especially because I've mentioned over the past year, Flint's is a unit that does particularly well without defensive utility. He doesn't really need to do any particular combos. I'll get into this when I talk a little bit more about Flint specifically. He doesn't have any combos. His normals don't do a lot of damage. Most of his damage comes from his burst, and he is entirely invulnerable while he is doing his burst. So the need for a shielder, like Flint's, can play pretty easily. Not pretty easily, but he has a much better time playing sustainless into stuff like Knuckle Duckle and Cactus than a unit like Clorand, for example. So I think that Inefa really didn't need that shield. I think that the shield kind of, it's nice to have because it is there, but I think that in the teams that she was meant to be in and in the content that she was meant to be played into, I think the shield is only really not, I mean, it's obviously not a downside. It's just a good thing, but I think it's unnecessary and I think it made for worse content. What else about Inefa? The things that I like about Inefa, obviously, because I am a really big fan of Inefa, even though she does do all of this stuff and she does have a somewhat overloaded kit, restrictions. As we are going to get into for this entire retrospective, I like restrictions. Asterisk. I am a fan of restrictions, but the restrictions have to be fun and interesting, and I think that Inefa is a unit that does have those fun and interesting restrictions, where obviously she does need Hydra to deal any damage, but the thing about Inefa is that her kit being overloaded does give her some utility outside of her niche of being an off-field electrocharge damage dealer. Like, I did a run in, not this Imaginarium, but two Imaginarium, or last Imaginarium. I did a run. I spent, I don't fucking know how long, 45 minutes optimizing a Linny overload team where I used Inefa in the last slot. She wasn't getting any sort of personal damage, but she was acting as a shield. She was acting as a consistent electro applicator. So I was consistently getting Durin's Red Shred. I don't think I was using Chevy. I think I was using Durin, but still, both Chevy and Durin need consistent electro application to keep their Red Shred going, and that is what Inefa did there. She was on Tenacity, so she did a little bit of buffing. Her kit is overloaded, and you can do things outside of her specific niche because she has all of this stuff. I was able to use her not as a lunar charge damage dealer, not really as a lunar unit at all, but just a comfortable shielder that did electro application and was able to consistently trigger Red Shred. And that is, it's neat that there is a unit like Inefa, like, even though I don't like that she has an overloaded kit and she has too much stuff to do, again, I think this mostly hurts her intended teams and the content that she is intended to be played into. But when it comes to her as a unit that has a lot of variety to her, I really, really like how customizable she is. Because you can leverage certain aspects of her kit. You can, like in that one clear that I was just talking about, I completely ignored her as a lunar charge damage dealer, and I said, fuck it, I don't need any of that. I need electro application and I need a shielder. And Inefa has both of those things, and she has those things very, very comfortably. And I like that she is customizable in that way, where you can put her in different contexts and put different gear on her. Like, as well, she is pretty. I think she is the only NOD KRAI unit that doesn't have Moon Sign like mentioned directly anywhere in her kit. She only has that she gives a level of Moon Sign, but she had to be designed without any sort of Moon Sign incentive in her kit because she existed before Moon Sign did. So she couldn't have, like, she would have an incomplete kit if she released with a Moon Sign restriction. But this doesn't mean that she is entirely split from Moon Sign as an archetype. Obviously, Columbina is a very, very good unit for her. Does a lot of buffing, does some decent personal damage to go alongside with her. Basically, same with Flint's. He does not buffing. He doesn't do buffing like Columbina does, but he at least has the passive that increases the base damage of lunar charge damage. So that increases the damage that Inefa will be doing, and they are just inherently very synergistic. They both like to have another Electro unit. They both deal damage with the same stats. They run with the same buffers. Their best teams are them dealing damage together. She, of course, also has her artifact set in Albeid. And I think that overall, this is a very good way to do restrictions. She doesn't have any sort of functionality locked behind Moon Sign. She really only has damage locked behind Moon Sign. With more investment into Moon Sign, with more synergistic teams with other Moon Sign units, she pretty much only gets access to more damage. And I guess potentially Serenade. Like, using Serenade as a set is nice, but I don't know if I really include that as much because 2 Moon Sign units enable Serenade on any unit in your team, as long as they are dealing some sort of consistent damage every 8 seconds to refresh the buff. But I think that is a very, very good way to do restrictions. The more you play with her intended kit, the more damage you get, but there isn't any sort of functionality locked behind her restrictions. There isn't any, like, she doesn't get a massive decrease, like, compared to someone like Flint's, even though Flint's is another unit where he mostly just gets damage out of a second Moon Sign unit. He loses a bunch of damage. He loses 1 gazillion damage because he entirely loses the second hit of his mini burst, which is the majority of his damage coming from his mini burst. Whereas Inefa, she always does the exact same amount of lunar charge damage on her proc. She always has the exact same scaling of, what is it, 65%? Yeah, she always has that exact same scaling of 65%, and you can use lunar units to increase that scaling and make that scaling more valuable. But of course, you know, she has all this other stuff in her kit. She has very configurable damage. She has configurable builds. She has all these other things. Overall, I do really love her as a unit. And the main thing that I don't like about her is how she slots into her intended teams and how she affected the content that was made for her intended teams and made it harder for teams that weren't her intended teams to clear. And I think that's honestly kind of it about Inefa. Obviously, she's Electro. Electro is my favorite element. Electro is very versatile. I don't think I need to talk about that right now. That's not very unique to NOD KRAI or Inefa herself. I think I do have some thoughts about her in Stygian, but I might come back to those when I talk about Linnea, because I feel like Inefa and her role in Stygian impacts my opinion of Inefa less and my opinion of Linnea more. How would you feel about Inefa's role consolidation if her shield was locked behind C1 like Lauma's healing? I would probably feel a little bit better about it, But again, like I'm saying this, I really, really like her shield for her lower power level teams for a unit like Linny. I think it's really nice that she can enable a unit like Linny to be doing overvape stuff, and she counts as a shielder for that. But in her higher power level teams and in the shield content, that's what really hurts. So, like, we would have to, for me to be okay with the shield being locked behind C1, the content would have had to been designed differently. Knuckle Duckle would have had to have been a less punishing opponent that doesn't do as much massive, stupid AoE attacks. Like, that is the problem with Anefa, is the fact that the shield being base kit allowed them to design very, very aggressive enemies that you wouldn't have to deal with if you have Anefa. It's not that Inefa's shield is inherently problematic, it's that it allowed them to design more problematic content. Because at the end of the day, like, the design that they seem to be set on doing is making it very difficult for anyone who isn't the intended unit to clear, and completely trivial for the unit that is intended to clear. And that is what is happening here with Anefa. That is because her very strong shield is such a core part of her identity. Like, even to an extent, Linnea is a little bit better because you don't burst every rotation on Linnea if you don't build for it. Her healing isn't particularly important unless you're, like, meeting a check or you're playing Farina, so you can just go without healing for most rotations. But an Anefa's shield is permanent. That is always up because it's attached to her skill. You don't need to build energy recharge for it. Which also, actually, this does bring up another thing about Anefa, is I am a very, very big fan of Anefa Burst. Anefa Burst is, I think it's fucking awesome. It is one of my favorite buffing abilities this year because, number one, it has dynamics with her damage. The fact that it provides a very significant buff to herself and your on-field, well, it's mostly to your on-fielder, because even though it does provide a significant buff to herself, you have to give up other damaging stats to get access to this burst, to get access to, you know, enough energy recharge to burst every rotation. So that is kind of a wash, and even though you can build extra energy recharge to get the buff on herself, you have to give up those damaging stats, so she'll end up dealing less damage overall. But I do really like that this buff isn't automatic. It's not permanent. It's not a part of her kit that is active all of the time. It is a thing that you can build around. If you want to configure a team where you care more about this EM buff, say if you are playing someone like Sethos or Linny, like as I said as an example, you do want EM buffs on both of them. Sethos because he's an EM scaler, Linny because he's triggering reactions. An EM buff on both of them is pretty valuable. And the fact that you can reduce Anefa's personal damage to increase her energy recharge and get her bursting every rotation is really cool. Also, the fact that this buff does not have a cap. It's just 6% over Elemental Mastery. There's no maximum amount of Elemental Mastery that this can give. So if you really want to just say, fuck it, I'm going all in on Anefa's buffing capabilities, you can throw her on Tenacity, you can give her attack, makes her shield big, and makes her buff big. She is incredibly customizable. She is incredibly configurable. It's really my main problem with Anefa is her intended teams and how her ease of play affected her intended teams and the intended content that she was meant to be played into. But as a unit in more of a vacuum, or as a unit where as a unit in content that she was not designed to be played into, I think she's fucking wonderful. I think she's beautiful. I think she's gorgeous because she basically starts out at a very low damaging baseline, and the more conditions you meet for her kit, the higher her damage can go. But also she has enough utility outside of her damage that you don't always have to run her specifically for her damage. There we go. That's Anefa. How fucking long did that take? I talked about her for almost 20 minutes. But to be fair, that's Anefa. Anefa is one of my favorite units. Anefa is probably going to be one of the units that I have to talk about. I have the most to say. I was so happy to have Anefa one on her release. So versatile, yes. I'm very, very happy to have had Inefa the entire time. And as a character, awesome. I'm not going to talk about them much as characters right now. Inefa was the highlight of NOD KRAI. I think Inefa is easily the best moon sign unit. Not even fucking close. Clearly the best moon sign unit. Durin, yeah, that's why I said she's the best moon sign unit. Anyways, Ino. Ooh, okay. Ino is the first actual unit of NOD KRAI. She is the first unit of 7.0, and it's kind of funny. Hold on, that's kind of funny that Ino is the first listed unit. Because they waited until the Flynn's banner. So technically Ino wasn't... It was kind of weird with Ino. Because they gave her out for free on launch day. You as long as you did the quest, as long as you did the Archon quest, you could claim Ino for free. But she only went on a banner for Flynn's release, and I know that they didn't release her teaser trailer or her fucking cinematic trailer until Flynn's banner. They waited until Flynn's banner to release that. But anyways, I know. I love you, Ino. You're wonderful. You're beautiful. And Ino is also sort of the reason why I don't have that much worry for Cryo Traveler being as strong as they are. Because Ino is really fucking strong. And I still don't think she gets the credit that she deserves. I still don't think she gets the credit that she deserves. Because... obviously, Ino has a very, very intentional role. She is supposed to be the Columbina for people who don't have Columbina, or the Columbina for people who are using Columbina on a different stage of Stygian. But she's pretty much just Hydro application. She has very few buffs. She gets 80 EM at C1. She gets 35% lunar reaction damage bonus at C6. Both of these are single target, only to your on-fielder, so they're not particularly massive. And neither of them, they're both decent buffs, but they're not like massive buffs. They're nice to haves. They're both nice to haves. So most of her utility is in her Hydro application, but boy oh boy, does she do that Hydro application very, very good. She has a very low cooldown burst and a very low cost burst. It's fucking longer than its cooldown. The duration is longer than its cooldown. It lasts for 14 seconds. Cooldown is 13.5 seconds. Even when comparing to Columbina, we haven't gotten to her yet, but Ino still enables faster rotations than Columbina, which, granted, the personal damage and buffing that Columbina gives are generally worth more than the slightly faster rotations that Ino does, but Ino can still be very, very useful as a unit to have for comfort. There are potential use cases. What am I trying to think of? What am I fucking trying to think of? IT monster, absolute IT monster. I don't know, actually. She would be an IT monster, but IT is so hostile towards lunar units. I feel like Ino is generally just tied to lunar units in IT. She's sort of tied to lunar units in general because her better application is reliant on... You can't see it behind my big fucking head. But her better application is reliant on Ascendant Moongleam. But even outside of that, she's not a terrible Hydro applier. At a baseline, she does do some Hydro application. But anyways, let me get back to her basic attributes. Duration is longer than its cooldown, very short cooldown, very low cost burst at only 50. She basically has no stats that she needs to be building for. She does no personal damage of her own. She doesn't have any buffs that scale with her stats. So you are free to do whatever the hell you want with her build, and that basically just means energy recharge. Nothing but energy recharge, and it makes it very easy for her to consistently get her burst off of cooldown. She can rotate extremely fast because of that. She's just incredibly comfortable. And of course, this application is not reliant on normal attacks. It happens automatically. As long as her field is up, she is applying Hydro. And she is slightly circle impact, but of course that does get somewhat remedied with her C2. It depends on the exact team that you're playing her in, but her C2, of course, gives her a coordinated attack on her burst, and this coordinated attack does leave her circle. As long as you are close enough to it, it's not infinite range, but as long as you stay somewhat close to her circle, with a team like Flint's, where Flint's needs very, very little Hydra application. You pretty much only need one application every 6 seconds, and this can be triggered once every 5 seconds, so you easily get permanent uptime on Anefa and Flynn's damage. You can get additional damage out of both of them with reactions. It's not completely nothing. Lunar Charge reaction itself can contribute some significant damage, and more Hydra application does mean more reaction damage. But as for the most important parts of both of their kit, which is their Lunar Charge talent damage, both of them can be activated with just C2 Ino and without the base application of her burst, so you are completely free to leave her circle. Also, yes, her circle is big. It is kind of a large circle, and I was gonna say you don't have to stand inside it, but I don't know. That's kind of a wash to me. I think the worst circles are the circles that you have to stand in and the enemies have to stand in. I think when it's just you having to stand in the circle or just the enemy having to stand in the circle, I think it's a little bit better. I think if I had to rate the two, I would say that making it so that just enemies have to stand in the circle maybe is a little bit better. Because I feel like it gives you more freedom to dodge. But it's so similar. I mean, usually you end up right next to the enemies anyways. So if they're out of the circle, you'd be out of the circle. So frankly, it doesn't matter that much. It's circle impact, and that's kind of annoying. But you don't need crazy application in really any of your lunar teams. So even if you leave the circle for a little bit, as long as you go back in it, or as long as you are triggering C2, you tend to be pretty fine. But yeah, I feel like I've said most of what I needed to say about Ino. I feel like my evaluation of her in my initial video, the defensive Ino video, was pretty spot on. Where, yeah, she doesn't have that many numbers, but she gives very easy and very consistent Hydra application, and in some respects, her not having any numbers is kind of a good thing, because it means, yeah, she's very low effort to build. Her only real build needs are energy recharge, and that's it. It's just energy recharge. She doesn't need any talents. She doesn't need any sort of specific stats. You just get her burst online, and she works. She is a Hydro applier. She is a NOD KRAI unit. That is all the identity that she needs. Yeah, she can use a lot of supportive sets, but I don't know. I don't think that that's a particular point in her favor. I think everybody can use a lot of supportive sets. Makes instructors more viable. Yes, it does make instructors a little bit more viable. I can say at least that, because she doesn't have very high stat needs. I guess I could mention the fact that even like her signature weapon of Fav, yes, I know that she got an actual event weapon that is supposed to be used on her, but no. That's not a Flameforged Insight is not a good weapon on Ino. It gives her personal stats, and she doesn't fucking do anything with her personal stats. Fav is her best weapon because it gives her some more supportive utility. It gives her more personal energy, basically the same amount as Flameforged. I shouldn't say basically the same amount. Actually, it is kind of basically the same amount. Fav is maybe a little bit better, if anything. But she's even very good at triggering Fav because she has 2 hits on her skill, and she often, especially in Lunar Charged, that's a lovely thing because you often are able to trigger a Lunar Charge with her, and that lands a crit, and that gets you your Fav proc. I know is really good at taking advantage of Theater Blessings with her short cooldowns. I don't know if that's really unique to her. I wouldn't say that her burst cooldown is short, and that's nice. But like, she's off-field Hydro. She's as off-field Hydro. Like, every unit that has off-field Hydro, I think, has similar value to her. I think the only one that could be considered a tiny bit worse is like Candace. Or, I don't know, Barbara. You do have to build crit with Fab, but still. And I don't think you do. I never build... I do sometimes build crit on my Ino. I usually throw on a crit circlet just because what the fuck else are you going to do on her? but I've had an Ino function at like 10% crit rate. What do you think of her at C0? This is a good segue. Because with the 4 stars, I am going to have to talk about constellations. But at a baseline, I think Ino is a great and usable unit. And moving into the constellations, I think that her constellations just pretty much just fix very, very minor issues in her kit. As I talked about, C1 and C6 are very, very similar in nature. They just give some very tiny buffs. C1 I like a little bit more because it gives EM, and EM is obviously a little bit more of a generic stat than electro-charged and lunar-charged damage bonus. And also her C6 is Ascendant Moongleam reliant, whereas her C1 is not, as long as she uses her burst or her skill. That's 80 EM to your on-fielder for 15 seconds, which is not a small amount of time. It's longer than her burst lasts for. So it's not a very large buff. It's not always the most useful buff, but it is a small, it's easy to access. It's generically usable. It's cool. It's chill. I like it. Makes her a little bit more useful in teams like, you know, like I mentioned, if you're running Overvape with Inefa, EM is still a very useful stat for Pyro on-fielders there. So C1 gives her a little bit of buffing utility, a little bit of generic buffing utility, so I am a fan of that. It's not massive, so it really doesn't feel necessary at all. C2, again, it slightly improves her Hydra application. It frees her a little bit from Circle Impact. I think another notable thing is that it makes her Hydra application a little bit better outside of Ascendant Moongleam. I think I already mentioned that. But she is somewhat reliant on Ascendant Moongleam to have all right Hydra application. Her Hydra application sort of falls off a cliff without it, but the extra application from this C2, it can help to patch up your weak points. Generally, I think I think Ino isn't that worth running without a second Moon Sign unit, because I think her ability to enable NOD KRAI sets is one of her more compelling things because of how powerful and generic those NOD KRAI sets are. So generally, I would be running her in Ascendant Moongleam anyways, but C2 does make her a little bit less reliant on it. Talent cons do nothing because she doesn't do any damage. C4 is her best constellation. All she needs is energy, and C4 gives 10 energy when she uses her skill. Generally unnecessary because she doesn't have any stat needs. So you're often able to get enough energy on her in a rotation to burst without this. Like she really doesn't have any problems with energy without this. But the main thing that makes this really fucking good is Stygian. This is big in Stygian. Getting her first burst in Stygian, this makes a world of fucking difference. It makes it so much easier. Even though she generates a good amount of particles, she gets good fav procs, she can be a little bit difficult to get enough energy on in Stygian, but this makes it so much easier. So much easier. Also great particle funneling. Yeah, the fact that it gives a little bit more energy to herself in teams where you aren't, if in non-Stygian context, even if she already has enough energy recharge to burst every rotation without this constellation does give her the potential to funnel a little bit more into other units, which is nice. And that, I think, is probably her most impactful stuff. It gives her a little bit the potential to effectively buff a little bit more by making her a better funneler. But I think the most important thing is it makes her very consistent in Stygian and much easier to build. And then C6 is honestly kind of a nothing burger. Yeah. It feels like a little bit of a nothing burger. I mean, I know it's good stats. Like 35% lunar damage bonus is not bad at all. But there's already so many sources of lunar damage bonus in the lunar teams that this isn't a massive deal, and it's only single target. And the fact that it's restricted to lunar damage, better buff than Bina. Yeah, between when you combine her C1 and her C6, she does give better buffs than Columbina to on-fielders. She doesn't give any buffs to off-fielders, so for the entire team, for the context of the entire team, she is a worse buffer, but for the context of making your on-fielder deal as much damage as they possibly can, Ino does pull ahead a tiny bit, which is kind of funny. Although Bina also has the base damage buff, so I feel like it's kind of a wash. But generally, yeah, I think Ino is fine without it. It was huge back in 0.0 to 0.2, but now it's what makes you say that? What was it huge for? This is another thing. I want to interrogate people's takes, because like, if what was this useful for? I think that C1 is a lot more notable because yes, it is a buff because it's EM. It is a buff to lunar units, but also it's a buff to non-lunar units. And those are teams that have lower DPS. Those are teams that might not be able to play into particular shills very well. So the extra damage on those teams matters more than it would on a full premium team. Like if you're fucking running Flynn's, Ino, Sucrose, and Effa into Abyss, Ino doesn't need any constellations because that team already has enough damage. Even into fucking basically any Stygian cycle, I would say her most important constellation, again, is C4 for getting her burst up for their first rotation and making it so that you do get your Hydra application up for the first rotation and you can start dealing damage faster. Let me cough for a second. Goddamn. For Flynn's teams, we didn't have many sources of lunar buff specifically. I might be wrong. Yes, you are wrong because that's what EM does. And we had Serenade. And we had Ino C1, which gives EM, and we had Anefa, which gives EM. And both of the NOD KRAI sets in Night Sky and Serenade both give lunar damage bonus. But yeah, my take is that lunar units were already doing completely fine. Like with a C0 Ino, lunar teams were doing perfectly fucking fine without any Ino constellations. And the fact that C6 pretty much only gives a boost to lunar teams that is kind of unnecessary because they already have enough DPS to clear, I think is not a big deal. The one thing, maybe this could be relevant for something like Knuckle Duckle, because I know the Knuckle Duckle DPS check is very, very high, and it might be somewhat reliant. Like if you don't have a Columbina, I think that this can be useful for that. But that's like one Stygian boss. So maybe going into the future, I think actually that's a really good thing to point out, is going into the future. Obviously, we had a lot of weaker lunar charged shill bosses when the lunar charge team wasn't complete. We had Cactus when Anefa first came out and she didn't have anything else going on. And then we had the Fatui for Flynn's when they didn't have Columbina. But now, once they have their full team, they start getting, they're starting to get fucking Knuckle Duckle. And I imagine Knuckle Duckle is going to be the unit, or the Stygian boss, every time Anefa and Flynn's run. And for the purposes of beating Knuckle Duckle, this might be a little bit more important. The dog, yeah, we can include the dog in there. Only important in Dire before Abina, yes, but also before Abina, the DPS checks were lower. So, like I just said, those two, Fatui and Cactus, were just lower DPS checks, so this constellation was less necessary. But for someone like Dog, for someone like Knuckle Duckle, this might be a little bit more relevant. Also, yes, that is a big downside for Ino. She made Knuckle Duckle, so we hate her. But overall, I think that Ino probably has the best constellation designs of any 4-stars this year, because she is incredibly functional at a baseline. And all of her cons offer decent increases to her functionality without feeling like massive increases that you need to go for, or without feeling like they locked parts of her kit behind constellations. So I, overall, very, very big fan of base Ino, very, very big fan of Ino constellations, but I think her main big issue is just lunar. And frankly, I feel like Ino might be the second best lunar unit because they realize, oh fuck, if we're going to do this thing where we require you to have 2 units with a specific tag on them for the entire year, we at least got to give you some free unit for, like, if you don't fucking choose to pull Columbina, if you just want to get Flints, if you just want to get Nefer, if you just want to get Sibai, you need something to work with them. And Ino is the solution. Excuse me, fuck. Sounds like Durin cons too. That is not a... If a 5-star feels lacking without constellations, that is way bigger than a 4-star feeling lacking without constellations. That's a way bigger deal. But I get that we're doing Durin propaganda. So yeah, honestly, her biggest issue is that she is a moon sign unit and that she can be kind of reliant on having other moon sign units in your team to be particularly compelling. But frankly, like, that is true of most moon sign units. I'd say basically, except for, I mean, I think Lauma and Efa Linnea do escape that a little bit. But the on-fielders are incredibly restrictive. Columbina is incredibly restrictive. And Ino is restrictive, but she was the free unit. She was the solution because they said, fuck, we made this horrible hostile design decision and we need to give players something so that if they don't get full premium teams, they'll at least have some options. Their units will be functional. And that is what Ino is. And I love that. And I love that. She's good outside of Moonsign just for applications. Yeah, she is. I generally, as someone who has every single unit on my account built, I generally don't find that many use cases for her. But I guess, like, if you are a newer player, and if you're lacking constellations on Xingqiu, if you don't have C6 Candace, yeah, I think actually that is a really, really good point. Is for newer players in particular, having off-field Hydra application, having unconditional off-field Hydra application that is not con reliant, is nice to have. Is really nice to have. Or don't own Farina. Yeah, I was going through just the 4-stars. Like, Xingqiu does need some cons to have better functionality. Candace obviously needs C6 to do pretty much any application at all off-field. Whereas Ino just has a functional baseline. And she does appreciate C2 a little bit for non-moon sign teams, but she doesn't desperately need it. And she can be useful for things like Imaginarium, just for triggering some extra reactions. So yeah, Ino, I think she's a really great unit for the role that she fills. And I think most of her problems were problems with moon sign in general, and not necessarily Ino. And Ino is there to patch up a lot of the problems. Lauma. Lauma. Well, where do I fucking start with Lauma? How long was that? How long was the Ino section? Another 20 minutes. Wonderful. Yeah. Overloaded. She's overloaded. She just has so much numbers. I think that my opinions of Lauma have changed a little bit, because while I said Inefa, I think it's a little bit overloaded, I think that Lauma, she doesn't do a bunch of different stuff. I think she's just kind of overstated. Because, like, a lot of the stuff that she does is pretty much, it's just, like, conducive towards buffing Bloom and Lunar Bloom. But, like, outside of that, she doesn't do a ton, especially because her defensive utility is locked to C1. If she was also a healer, I feel like it would have basically had the same problem as Inefa, where the fact that she was good defensive utility would make them able to design much more hostile content that she wanted to be played into. But, like, I'm thinking something like Hera. Like, Hera is not a particularly oppressive boss. Hera doesn't hit very fast. Hera has really well telegraphed attacks. I think the phase where Hera starts absorbing an element, that's probably the most aggressive Hera ever gets, and that still gives good tells on where Hera's damage is going to be happening. It gives those little fucking things on the ground, those little Final Fantasy 14 don't stand here markers. The fact that C0 she doesn't heal is so strange. Why? I think that's good. I think that's really good. Because basically, like the thing I was complaining about with the Nepha, I just think we would have had the exact same issues with Lauma, where they would have felt more comfortable designing a lot more aggressive content, a lot more aggressive enemies for Lunar Bloom checks, and because it's not base kit, they weren't comfortable doing that. So we got a little bit more, we got chilled out Lunar Bloom checks. So in general, yeah, I think I'm happy that she doesn't heal. I think locking that to a constellation is fine. It makes it. I also kind of think it makes the constellation. I sort of like the constellation design because even with C1 being literal 0 damage increase and only defensive utility, Lauma's cons and her overall balance is so overtuned that like C2 Lauma is still a heavy consideration for Nefer teams. It still is a very high priority constellation, even though you have to go through a worthless constellation to get to it. And you also like I say it's worthless, but it it does give defensive utility, which is a really nice thing. Lore and utility don't always match up. I mean, I think yeah. I'm not going to go into that point. Lore and utility don't always match up. It sort of seems like they were setting her up to be a healer and then she wasn't. I think the story is that she had it in closed beta. She had healing in her base kit in closed beta, and people said that she was overtuned. Should I move my fucking head so you guys can see constellations better? Is this a better spot? I don't know where a better spot for me to be is. Maybe here? But this is the good game corner. I can't be in the good game corner. Yeah, chat's in the way anyways. Do you guys... I hope you guys just know what the constellations do. This is a little better? Okay, we'll hang out here. We'll hang out here. Dead center? Good idea. How's that? Is this good? Perfect. Ah! I think I'm gonna set myself down here. So what? I think your C1, I think it's kind of a good design. Because her C2 is so powerful that it still is a decent numerical increase to try to go for it. Like, it is worth it if you're using the cost system, which we all know the cost system is kind of fake, but it's sort of the only metric we can go by when discussing constellation strength. It still is a nice and powerful constellation. It does increase her utility a little bit. I like the fact that it increases both parts of her buffs. Let's get into the actual kit, okay? Okay, before we talk about constellations, let's get into the actual fucking kit. Off-field Dendra application every 2 seconds. Not particularly strong Dendra application. That's kind of slow. But it is in an AoE. It happens automatically. And then, of course, obviously, we have that fuck-ass Res Shred. That, what does it cap out at? 25%? It is... She just has so many numbers, guys. She just has so many fucking numbers. Between the Res Shred, between the Lunar Bloom damage boost that all the NOD KRAI units get, between the fucking quills, between the crit buff. She just has so many buffs. I'm sort of split. Because in a way, I kind of like I like that she is a regular bloom buffer, and I do like that she does interesting stuff for bloom. I do like that she gives quill buffs to blooms. I do like that she gives crit buffs to blooms, so you can watch your blooms crit for big haha funny 100k damage. But frankly, she just gives too many numbers, and that ends up really holding. Like, it's difficult to talk about Lauma in a vacuum, because I feel like her numbers being so overtuned aren't a big problem with her kit, but they do end up becoming a problem in both Nefer and Columbina's kits, because they make both of these units. I mean, Columbina is obviously usable in Lunar Charge and Lunar Crystallize, but Nefer in particular, and on-field Columbina, they are both heavily reliant on Lauma because of how much stupid fucking buffing that she does. And especially the quills, I think, is what really pisses me off, is because they made it able, with quill buffing, they made it so that Nefer and Columbina, well, Nefer less so, mostly Columbina, but both of them to an extent lack the multipliers in the kit themselves, but they still are able to deal a lot of damage because Lauma does so much stupid fucking buffing for Lunar Bloom. So much goddamn buffing. So they were able, with these quills, they were able to balance her in a way, like they were able to fucking basically make it so that Nefer and Columbina are kind of drivers for Lauma, where their multipliers, their inherent multipliers themselves aren't the craziest. Columbinas are actively bad, and Nefers are just like not the best. But because Lauma does so much buffing specifically for Lunar Bloom damage, she's able to just, as long as you have a unit on the team who's dealing Lunar Bloom damage, they can receive all of the stupid buffs that Lauma is giving, and they can still do a lot of damage. But obviously without her, without the quill buffs that Lauma gives, they become a lot less compelling units. So I really don't like the fact, if we really just removed the quills, I think someone has mentioned it before in a past stream, where Lauma Burst and Lauma C1 are basically a swapped version of Linnea Burst and Linnea C1, where Lauma Burst gives quills and Lauma C1 gives healing, Linnea Burst gives healing, and Linnea C1 gives quills. And I think that is a much better design. Again, kind of like I mentioned before when I was talking about Inefa having a shield and Linnea having healing. Linnea having a healing isn't as relevant because she doesn't always build for it, because that's energy. She needs energy to get that burst, and she doesn't want to sacrifice a bunch of damaging stats to get that energy recharge. So you're not necessarily getting healing every rotation. And I think that probably a similar thing would happen with Lauma. I mean, her ER needs are fucking bad. Her ER needs are so goddamn bad. Even fucking going triple Dendro, girl needs like 220 ER. So imagine if all her burst did was healing. Then you really wouldn't want to build for it, and you probably only get it every like 2 to 3 rotations. Also, Linnea Burst means spending more field time on her? Yes. There are downsides to the defensive utility being locked into the burst. You have to sacrifice stats for it. You have to sacrifice field time for it, which I think that's good. We should have downside. If we're going to be including defensive utility in with our giga stupid buffers, we should be having downsides for that. We shouldn't always have the defensive utility active. So I think if they change Lauma's kit, I don't think Lauma should have the quills, because I would like it much better if Nefer and Columbina had better Lunar Bloom scalings at a baseline, if they did better Lunar Bloom damage at a baseline, and Lauma just acted as a further boost for them. In general, I don't like these hyper-specific buffers anyways. Obviously, I'm a much bigger fan of the relationship between someone like Inefa and Flynn's, even to an extent Linnea and Sibai, where they are more just two units on the same team who have the same conditions to deal damage. They aren't really buffing each other in any meaningful way, so it's not like if you remove Linnea, Sibai loses half of her personal damage. You just lose the personal damage that's coming from Linnea, and they feel a lot easier to split up. Whereas Lauma having all of her power concentrated in buffing, it feels much more difficult to split them up because now Nefer is losing a lot of buffs and she's able to do a lot less damage, and Lauma is able to buff a lot less meaningfully relevant units. So they both lose a lot of synergy when you split them up, and they feel a lot harder to split up. And I really don't like that because I think that is what made I think that's really valuable for modes like Stygian and Abyss. I think being able, like, even though if you have full premium teams, I think that it is often optimal to not necessarily play those full premium teams, because if you need options for other things, you might want to split units up. Like, even though I had Flynn's premium for the Stygian, it's not really a great example because I played Nefer premium into Dog. But, like, even though I had Flynn's premium, I split it up because what's a better example? What's a fucking better example? Can I check my Stygian history from here? I can probably find something. This was another one where I did premium. I'm trying to see if there's one where I like split up Flynn's and Anefa. Or actually, you know what? Hold on. Was it here? It was because I wanted Lauma on here. I mean, I know that I'm trying to make this point about Nefer and Lauma being hard to split up, and the example that I'm thinking of is Nefer and Lauma being split up. But, like, my point is that this is a very valuable utility. To, even if you have the full premium team, it might not always be optimal to play that whole premium team together, because maybe you need those units' utility in different places. Like, I wanted Lauma here, because Lauma is an incredible unit for enabling vape stuff into Hera. She applies Dendro, you build her full EM, so you get really high burning damage on her, and burning damage ticks really, really fast. So you can use that to fill up the Hera's bar very fast and very consistently get a Pyro infusion on Hera. And then Lauma shreds Hydro Res, so you can start doing Vaporize stuff. So I really, really wanted to have Lauma up here, so to have a decent team for Nefer down here, like, even though I have them both together, I didn't necessarily want to play both of them together because my options were kind of limited in what I could do. So I had to split them up for the purpose of getting this clear. Is there another one? I really want to see one where I split up Flynn's and Anefa, but I feel like I just didn't do that very much this year. Yeah, I played a lot of them together. I did play them a lot together. That's really funny. But, like, especially in Abyss, I split up Flynn's and Anefa a lot. I think Abyss is a much better context where, you know, Flynn's is much better without the defensive utility. I really do a lot of playing Flynn's on one side and Anefa on another side, and because both of their kits feel complete and they don't so heavily rely on each other to do particularly well, they feel better to split up. And because so much of Lauma's strength is in her buffing, and Nefer, you know, suffered for that to make Nefer not the stupidest, most busted unit on the planet, they feel a little bit harder to split up, and that's really a downside. Now, talking about regular Bloom teams, I think she's cool, but she's kind of just numbers. I don't know. I feel like I don't play... I guess I play some Nilou stuff, and I enjoy playing Lauma Nilou stuff, but, like, in those teams, she kind of is just numbers. I don't know if there's that much stuff to be talking about. She's just kind of better Nahida. And then you also tend to end up running Nahida a lot. But it's cool that I guess it's cool that she does do Bloom buffing, because that would suck if she only specifically hyper buffed Lunar Bloom. I think it is kind of cool that she has multiple modes. If she's not an Ascendant Moongleam, she's more of a Bloom buffer. If she is an Ascendant Moongleam, she's a Lunar Bloom buffer. But that also kind of is a little bit restrictive, the fact that they tied which type of damage that she buffed based on Nascent or Ascendant Moongleam. Because, I don't know, sometimes I like running Lauma and Effa, and I run a Hyper Bloom team, and I am not getting significant Lunar Bloom damage, so even though I'm in Ascendant Moongleam and I'm getting the Lunar Bloom crit damage buff, it isn't really of much use. I would really prefer to have the regular Bloom Burgeon Hyper Bloom buff. So, honestly, that's just kind of annoying. Yeah, or Lauma Aino. Lauma Aino stuff isn't terrible, like with Nilou. I know can be a nice unit to be running in Nilou teams to activate Serenade, and you know the EM buff is worth something there. Yeah, overall Serenade is relevant for Bloom teams. 120 EM is really nice for Bloom teams, and it sucks that she can't get that full effect and also the full effect of the Bloom crit buff. She's got really big horns, and they get bigger in Ascendant Gleam. Yeah, whatever, I guess. Cool, I guess. All right. So that's kind of like, I like that she can do bloom buffing, but I don't like that it's kind of restrictive in the way that she can do it. Because she doesn't allow blooms to crit in Ascendant Gleam, and there are reasons that you would want to run her in Ascendant Gleam that aren't related to Lunar Bloom. It's a restriction. You like those? Yeah, but it's not customizable. I think that's what I like. I like customizable restrictions where you can configure a unit in a lot of different ways and configure them to do a bunch of different things that you might want them to do. And this is one of those things that's kind of annoying, where it's a restriction that feels like a lot of times just a negative. I think I said when I started out, I said I like restrictions asterisk. Like I like the NOD KRAI artifact sets. I like those those first two NOD KRAI artifact sets that we got. I like the idea of a set that is very generic and gives really generic stats and can be equipped on a really wide variety of units, as long as you have 2 units with a specific tag in those teams. But something like this, where maybe I really want this bloom buff, but maybe I also want the full effects of Serenade, fuck yourself. God damn it, I dropped the thing I was fidgeting with. It'd be nice if things like this were like Farina's charge attacks to switch modes. Yeah, I wish it was a little bit more you could choose. Like if it was based on tap or hold skill. Maybe not that, because also like you want to be doing hold skill in pretty much all of her teams now. The only teams where you do tap skill is Nefer teams without Columbina. But like something like that, where you could configure when each of these buffs are active and they weren't just based on the state of her team. So, is that it with Lauma? I think that's it with Lauma. Oh, even though it kind of is overstepping her boundaries, I do like that she shreds Hydro Res. Because it's pretty unimpactful in her best team. Excuse me. It's very unimpactful in her best teams, but it's really good for Scuff. Like her Hydro Red Shred is probably one of my favorite things in her kit, because it isn't that meaningful to her premium teams, but it's really good for Scuff. Anything else? Kaveh loves Lauma. She enables this kit as opposed to Nahida, who shuts it down. Nahida shuts down Kaveh's kit? I don't know what we're talking about there. Really good for Nuvi Scuff? Yeah, I like it for Nuvi. I like it for Mualani. I like it for Mona. Curious how long was that Lauma attack? That was also about 20 minutes. Every character's being about 20 minutes here. Flints. Flints might be a little bit shorter, but also these all 3 were off-fielders. So there's a lot to talk about with the off-fielders. Flints. Flints. I like you, Flints. I like you a lot. I do really like you a lot. I think that he is very much an on-field version of a Nefa, which brings a lot of the good things that an Effa has, but also a lot of the bad things that being an on-fielder has. Probably the least favorite thing about Flints and all of the NOD KRAI on-fielders is how reliant they are on Ascendant Moongleam. I really don't like that. I really like how all the off-fielders basically have a decent baseline, but then get elevated by Ascendant Moongleam. Vomfi, hello, Vomfi raid. Oh my god, hi, how are we doing? That's a surprise. Hi, what it do, raiders? We are doing... I mean, it's obvious in the title. We're fucking complaining. We're complaining for a big, long-ass stream. The Calcar Vomfi? Yeah, I believe so. But we aren't actually getting any raid messages. I don't know what's going on. Is this a fever dream? Maybe they're just taking a little bit to load. But hi, welcome in. I make YouTube videos. I talk about I talk about combat related stuff with less meta important units. I guess we're a quiet bunch. I guess so. Hi, welcome in, Melt Mallow. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, welcome in. I do stuff on YouTube. I do stuff on Twitch. I talk about non-meta units in Genshin, and I talk about combat uses for them. Yeah, thank you for giving Vomfi that shout out. But welcome in. We're doing my NOD KRAI retrospective, which is just me talking about my opinions. I'm looking back at the whole year, and I'm only in the first section so far. I've been going for about an hour, and we've gotten through the first 3 units of NOD KRAI. So, let's move on to Flints. The quiet bunch. I appreciate to have you. If you're a bunch of lurkers, I don't mind a bunch of lurkers. Thank you for coming in. Flints. So Flints, like I was just saying, fucking, I do have a lot of appreciation for his design. My main big issue is how restricted he is to Ascendant Moongleam. If you are not in Ascendant Moongleam, he just doesn't do his second hit of his mini burst, and that is fucking lame. He loses more than half of his damage. And it's not just that. Like, the fact that, going back to talking about an Effa, I really like it when restrictions... That's a good way to put it. I like it when restrictions are incentives, not requirements. And it depends on exactly how restrictive said restriction is. Like when I'm talking about an Effa, like I was talking about, oh yeah, she has, even though she is obviously mainly designed to be a damage dealer, she does have some utility stuff, and she can be useful even not as a damage dealer. So even if you don't have any Hydra going on in the team, you can make some use of a Effa, but generally you do really, really want Hydra in the team. But that, I think having a Hydra unit in the team is a significantly less impactful restriction than wanting a second Moon Sign unit. Because Moon Sign units, there are a lot less Moon Sign units, and there are also a lot less synergistic Moon Sign units. Like, while Nefer is another Moon Sign unit, putting Nefer into a fucking Flynn's team isn't gonna do you any good. Whereas in Effa, or whereas Hydra options, like, I don't fucking know, you could use even though Mualani isn't great for Hydra application, you could potentially use Mualani. Like Nuvalette, even if you don't have off-field Hydro going on, you can use a Hydro on-fielder like Nuvalette to activate Ineffa's Lunar Charge damage. Whereas Flynn's doesn't really have much of that at all. He is an on-fielder, he does damage, so you really, really want to be playing him with Electrocharged and with Ascendant Moongleam. There's really no utility he has outside of that. Another thing is that Flynn's has a bunch of other fucking incentives to be doing Ascendant Moongleam. He gets a little bit of a fucking buff. Most of his best supports, both Columbina, Ino, and Ineffa, and if we want to include Yehoda in that conversation, C6 Yehoda, those are all particularly good Flynn supports. They are all worth mentioning, and they are all moon sign units. So, and of course, he has his fucking artifact set of Night Sky. Like, he already, without this restriction, without this hard restriction of he just eats shit and loses half of his damage by not being in Ascendant Moongleam, he still has a lot of incentives to be inside Ascendant Moongleam. Most of his best teammates are there. His best artifact set is there. His supportive artifact sets are there. One of his passives is there. He really doesn't need this extra restriction where he just fucking eats shit and loses half of his scalings outside of Ascendant Moongleam. I think it's kind of ridiculous that they did this to him, and that is probably my main issue with all three of the Lunar Onfielders, is that they don't even have the flexibility to be played in like bad teams outside of Ascendant Moongleam, because they lose so much. They lose so fucking much. And because they are not off-fielders, they don't have any utility. So you can't even rely on utility like a shield or healing or elemental application. I'm choking on my fucking spit. I need to do a drink real quick. You guys get my fucking point, right? You guys get my point. He has so many incentives to be run in Ascendant Moongleam, even without this restriction. So the fact that they put in this restriction is just kind of shitty. It's just kind of shitty. Why'd they fucking do that? Why'd they make him just like straight up worthless outside of Ascendant Moongleam? I think the one notable thing, I still have a little bit of a tickle in my throat, so I'm going to take another drink. The only real cool thing I have to say about his kit, and this is something that I played with very briefly. I didn't do a bunch of testing because it's not very good. I think it's interesting, but it's not very good, is Big Burst Flins outside of Ascendant Moongleam and outside of Electrocharge, because Big Burst Flins loses way less than Mini Burst Flins. He loses, what is it? So Mini Burst Flins, he of course gets that whole second instance. He gets fucking Thunderous Symphony, which is more than half of his scaling on his Mini Burst. Whereas Big Burst Flins, Flins' skill is enhanced in Ascendant Moongleam if there are thunderclouds nearby. So if you triggered Lunar Charged, Flins will deal 2 additional instances of middle phase Lunar Charge damage. But by default, he deals 2 middle phase and 1 final phase. Middle phase, oh boy. Look at that scaling. That's fucking miserable. That's awful. You only get 2 extra hits of like, what, 30% on a crown burst. You get 60% extra scaling. Let's just fucking look at his crown burst. Like, while his mini burst, when you meet both of his conditions, goes from 130% scaling to, what is it? 320% scaling. Fucking 130 to 320. Versus his big burst, which goes from, what is that? 30% scaling, 210, so that's 270, and it goes up to 330. It's a much smaller increase. So Big Burst Flins loses much less by not meeting his restrictions. But of course, like I said, I mean, obviously Mini Burst is much better in general. Mini Burst deals basically as much damage as a Big Burst on its own, as long as you are getting both hits. So, and it costs less energy, and you can do more of them in a rotation, so you obviously want to be prioritizing mini bursts. But also, all of those things that I mentioned, his best supports are all Moon Sign units. So he wants to be played, even though he has these incentives to, even though he has these fucking restrictions, he has other incentives to be played with Moon Sign units. So he loses a lot. He loses way more than you'd fucking think by doing what? Nascent Moongleam. I've done like Overload Big Burst Flins. It's not very compelling at all. It's really not very compelling at all, but it's at least something that he gets. It's a tiny bit of something that he gets. Do I have much to say about Flins beyond that? I think I already hit the main points with my gripes about most lunar on-fielders where they have restrictions that I really just don't think they need. All of their best teammates, all of their best artifact sets, all of their best buffs are locked behind Ascendant Moongleam anyways, so why are we also locking scalings behind Ascendant Moongleam? We just don't need to do that. He has this funny passive that everybody has stolen. But of course, I like him. I shouldn't ignore the fact that I do really like Flints, because, like I was talking about with Lauma, he is unlike Lauma and Nefer. Ineffa and Flints don't really do much of anything to buff each other. Ineffa doesn't have any hyper-specific buffs that she wants a Lunar Bloom unit to be using. Flints doesn't have small scalings that he wants getting buffed. They just kind of do damage with each other in the same team with the same conditions. So, like I was talking about, much easier to split them up. And Flints, I've been talking about this the whole year, if you have been following my content at all, Flints, he is my favorite lunar carry because I think he has easily the best options outside of his intended team. I love me Durin Flynn's teams, Hex Flynn's teams, where you do fucking Ino, Durin, Fischl. I like him. Yehoda isn't really unique to him, but I feel in general Yehoda does really like lunar charge teams more than any others. I feel like it works better with her absorption mechanics. It lets her use VV, makes her a little bit more of a compelling unit there. Flynn's is generally my favorite use case for Yehoda, which is really, really nice. What are some other things that I like about Flynn's? Of course, he's very, very unreliant on defensive utility. Like I mentioned before, why I don't think Ineffa needs a shield, because Flynn's does pretty much all of his damage while he's completely invulnerable and lets him run without defensive units in a lot of different use cases. You can do a lot of different teams with him. You can run a bunch of different configurations, and that frees you to run Columbina and Ineffa in other parts of Abyss or other parts of Stygian. And that flexibility is really, really, really fucking nice to have. And yeah, you can dodge without missing out on damage because his normals do absolutely nothing. So yeah, out of all the carries, I think he has all the same issues as the other NOD KRAI carries. I think all of them are pretty poorly designed, but out of all of them, I think he is pretty clearly the best. I think he has the best team flexibility. I think he has the best gameplay flexibility. It's just his team restrictions, his Ascendant Moongleam stuff that really hurts him, but that is not unique to him at all. Only downside is that they balance Knuckle Ducko around that dodging. What? Oh, yeah, because it's so aggressive. Flynn's is able to brute force things he's not shield board because of flexibility. I'm struggling to think of an example. I think the shill... Yes, I do agree, but I'm trying to think of like a non-premium Flynn's team that I've used to brute force content that like plays into that content better. I think for a point we had like off-field pyro damage buff going in Abyss, and like running a Durin Flynn's team for something like that. Yeah, that could be useful. I'm inclined to agree with your point. I just can't think of any examples, is why I'm hesitating. So yeah, Flynn's NOD KRAI carries have a lot of problems, but out of all of them, I think he is easily my favorite. And also, he is the least reliant on having a lot of application because he only really needs application once every 6 seconds. I mean, the same thing is true of Ineffa, but I don't know. I'm trying to go through these somewhat quickly. Somewhat quickly. Nefer. I have already talked about a lot of problems that I have with Nefer. Lauma being as powerful as she is in the fields that she is powerful make Nefer feel a lot worse of a unit. And, I mean, Lauma's ER needs make Nefer feel a lot worse as a unit. Because now, oh my god, not only is Lauma Burst really important just for that, but like Lauma Burst confers a lot of buffs. But she serves so much cunt that she's forgiven? Sort of. She is my favorite character. She's not my favorite unit. She is my favorite character from the story in NOD KRAI. Really am a big fan of her. So Nefer, yeah, not to beat a dead horse, but of course she's actually kind of less tied. It's weird. It's weird because she doesn't lose as much as Flynn's does by not going in Ascendant Gleam. Like, she doesn't have multipliers in her kit that are locked behind Ascendant Moon Gleam. She still can do some reasonable Lunar Bloom damage. Not I'm trying to find a way to word this. She can't. Um, but like her multipliers are all there. Her multipliers are all accessible. Yes, Kahir, everybody go follow Kahir. Everybody do that right now. Because he likes Nefer, so how could he be wrong and bad? So what am I trying to say? She doesn't have any multipliers in her kit that are locked behind Ascendant Moon Gleam because the multipliers are locked behind Lauma instead. So it still feels really bad. It still feels really fucking bad. Because Flynn's just has a thing in his kit that says, hey, I only get this specific multiplier when I'm in Ascendant Moon Gleam, and Nefer doesn't have that, but she says, hey, I don't have great multipliers, and Lauma gives me my good multipliers. So it still feels kind of bad, but I guess she is technically usable outside of Ascendant Moon Gleam. I've never really done it. I've never really done any sort of things like that. She is, I guess, a better Alhaitham, a slightly better Alhaitham, but I don't really like the fact that she does charge attacks. It does restrict the amount of like Hydra repliers that are good with her. You can't run someone like Xingqiu. But as much as I hate her, well, what's another thing that I don't like? Yeah, Verdant Dew. Verdant fucking Dew. Her Verdant Dew, the fact that the Verdant Dew takes a decent amount of time to generate, so if you are doing dash cancels, yes, dash cancels are a cool thing that you can do, a fun little optimization thing that you can do on Nefer. I do like doing dash cancels on Nefer. They're not very hard. But because Verdant Dews generate at a set rate that is somewhat low, dash cancels don't do a bunch for you unless you have Columbina, who gives you your extra Verdant Dews. So I really don't like that. It's kind of a dual fold. Like, I think I talked about this in my Yohoda 101, where Nefer, I really, really don't like her design for team flexibility. I think she is an awful unit when it comes to team flexibility because of how many numbers she gets from Lauma and how much quality of life she gets from Columbina. It's just kind of a fucking, she's just getting fucked from both ends. Somebody draw that. She really doesn't have it easy. I think she, especially after getting Columbina, I kind of have a hard time playing Nefer without both Lauma and Columbina. She feels kind of rough without both of those. Yeah, the wind is really strong today, guys. The wind is really fucking strong. Wait, did another bird just hit my window? That's crazy. Oh wait, I didn't even talk about, I just realized I didn't talk about Flynn's having cool energy stuff. Because he's burst reliant and you can build extra energy on him to get his big burst. I think that's cool. I think variable energy needs are really cool. Energy is one of my favorite mechanics in this game. I don't like that he is sort of reliant on electro resonance because he doesn't have very good particle generation, but I do like variable energy needs. I do like having variable builds on characters. I just thought of that about that because I was thinking about Nefer Burst. Yeah, so team flexibility is fucking awful because not only does she have like all of her best damaging stuff, her best supports, her best artifacts, her best supportive sets, just a decent amount of personal buffs are all locked behind Ascendant Moon Gleam, but also she feels really bad without Lauma and Columbina specifically. So that's really, really fucking rough, but she makes up for it by having my favorite premium team. I don't like playing Nefer without her premium team, but unlike Flynn's, I do really enjoy her in her premium team because she has some fun gameplay stuff. She, as I just mentioned, she has her dash cancels, which are not really crazy difficult or like a crazy thing to optimize around, but they're fun to do. They're engaging. Um, but I think a really, really big thing that I love about her is the fact that her skill, instead of doing one skill that gives her 6 charge attacks, she has 2 skills. It's 2 separate charges that give her 3 charge attacks each. Gives her the flexibility to split up her rotations. It gives her the flexibility to do some funneling into Lauma, who really needs it in Stygian. You can start off with a skill, apply a little bit of Dendro, start generating some Verdant Dews. In general, I just really, really enjoy her gameplay flexibility. What she lacks in team flexibility, she really does make up for in gameplay flexibility. And I am a very, very big fan. I mean, one of my favorite experiences in this game was optimizing Nefer Premium into it wasn't Nefer Premium. I was running what, Lauma Kuki Shingcho. Of running that team into Baptist. Baptist was an incredibly fun unit to play Nefer with because there are phases in between the shield breaks where you can deal significant damage to him, and Nefer, with her fucking ability to really shift when she gets her damage out, really, really works well with that mechanic and lets her squeeze out extra damage in between shield breaks. So while she's not fun at all to think about when you're building teams, she is very, very fun to think about when you're doing Stygian optimizations and when you're trying to get clears. I think she is an incredibly fun unit to play around with. But yeah. I think that's it, right? I think that's most of what I have to say about Nefer. Oh yeah, I was sad that she got it was sad that she got that 100 EM nerf in beta because it made her the tiniest bit more reliant on Lauma. Not very. It was like literally a fucking single digit DPS change in her teams. So is Nefer like really bad without her premium? I think she at least need like Abyss, you're fine. I don't want to Doom Post. I really, really don't want to Doom Post, especially because I am the motherfucker who levels everybody and says that everybody's useful. Abyss, you're fine. You can easily do any Lunar Bloom content and even some stuff that is not necessarily built for Lauma, but or built for Nefer, but she like can play decently into it. Like it isn't directly hostile towards her. Like she's probably fine against Moon Gecko. You do like Nahida, Aino, fucking Ningguang into Moon Gecko in Abyss, you're probably gonna have a fine time. But Stygian, she is going to have a hard time without Lauma. Even without Nefer or without Lauma in Abyss, she is going to have a slightly harder time if it's not an Abyss that is particularly suited for her. Like I would say, Flint's is a little bit more flexible in that regard into playing into abysses that are not specifically made for him. But she's definitely usable. Don't even need Ningguang probably. Just Aino. Yeah. You could probably swap in a better unit there. Maybe someone like a Baiju. So I really don't want to get Doom Posty about it, but I really, really don't like the way they balanced her. I really, really don't like the impact that Columbina and Lauma have on her teams, and I just don't end up enjoying many Nefer teams outside of Premium. That's my personal experience. Again, yeah, let me remind everybody. Opinions. 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 How good is Lohan's weapons on Flynn's? Terrible. Use Jadewing Spear if you have it. I shouldn't have answered that. I shouldn't be answering these. I shouldn't be answering random questions. I need to pay attention. I need to lock the fuck in. Anything else to say about Nefer? I guess I like her burst. I don't know. It's not really anything special. It's use it when you have it. You can use it for iframes. It's nice burst damage. She's my least favorite lunar DPS. I honestly felt that she's clunky to play. Opinions. She is my favorite in premium teams. She's my least favorite outside of premiums. Llama's like an arrow, Nefer's like a bow. You can still stab someone with an arrow and you can still whack someone with a bow. Basically. Basically, exactly. But they are obviously much more powerful together. How would you rate Nefer's eyesight? 2 out of 10. Beef Potato, you're stalling me from fucking getting to talk about Durin. Are you going to review the buff kits too, or just the NOD KRAI characters? We'll be talking about the buffs. We will be talking about the buffs. I mean, we're going to have to talk about buffs a little bit when we talk about Durin. But the buff talk will come after I go through all of the new units. So, fort slot options are somewhat cool to think about. Oh yeah, I guess I can at least give her that. Is that Nefer does have, because she doesn't have a good last slot, that's fun about Nefer team building. Even though she is heavily reliant on, in my opinion, I think she is heavily reliant on Lauma and Columbina to feel particularly good and to be particularly compelling and do high-level content. She does at least not really have a particularly good last slot, and you know what that means. When no unit is best in slot, every unit is best in slot. So, yeah, you can run a lot of different units with her in the last slot. This similar thing applies to Flynn's, but less so, because you really do want an Animo unit, or just a Red Shredder in general. But yeah, Nefer not having a very best last slot. You know, you can run you probably shouldn't run DMC with that godforsaken 20-second cooldown, but like you can run Kuki, you can run Yehoda, you can run Nahida. But what about her ears? Yeah. She's all ears. She's nothing but ears. Sucrose I find noticeably better than the other options for damage, but well, yes, Sucrose is the best option for damage, but I think she is a little bit difficult to play. She requires some quick swap stuff, but which I think is cool. It makes use of one of the cooler parts of Nefer's kit is her quick swap capabilities. But she does have really fun options for her last slot. And I would say that Sucrose is not... I don't want to say not better enough because she is really fucking good, but also Sucrose is really, really valuable in other teams is the thing. So even though Sucrose is best in slot in Nefer teams, you often want to be running Sucrose in other places. So you can't always do that. I take back my sustainless team comment because force slot can always be sustained. Yes. Like you have the option to run sustain with her, which I think is really cool that Lauma doesn't heal at a baseline because you get to choose whether you want to go for a more high damaging option or for a sustain option on Nefer. Durin is my favorite unit of the year. It's not even fucking close. Durin's awesome. Durin's so swag. Durin's the best. I think legitimately the only problem I might have with him is the whole energy that he gets from his skill thing, which just makes it so that his skill is very important to level, which I don't think is a particularly massive downside. I think it's annoying more than anything. Yehoda was fired? Why was Yehoda was fired? Oh, wait, what the fuck? Yeah, why did I skip over Yehoda? I was, for a moment in my head, I was just like, we're just talking about the fucking... Sorry, we're talking about Yehoda. For a moment in my head, because I was thinking about the poll, and I was like, we're only talking about 5 stars. But no, we're talking about all the units. Sorry, Durin's my favorite unit, but we'll talk about Yehoda first. I mean, also, I think Yehoda, my opinions about Yehoda have been pretty well formed. I think I talked about a lot of my opinions about Yehoda in Yehoda 101. I think she's really undersold. I think she's very, very undersold. What do I fucking say about her? What do I say about her? NOD KRAI 4 stars get a little bit of a boost because NOD KRAI units are so reliant on Ascendant Moongleam that having, you know, more accessible options are really, really nice to have. Options that you don't necessarily have to go for. Options that can be on concurrent banners. Like right now, you pull on the Columbina banner, you get a few Yehodas on the way. You don't necessarily have to go for Yehoda herself. Her high energy needs. That's a take. That's a take. Um, yeah, like I think she's really, really nice. Her base attributes are really good. Being an animo unit is nice. Having a reasonable buff to your on-fielder that is not restrictive at all really is nice. It's elemental mastery. It's a more generic stat. It's not any sort of lunar damage bonus. Um, but I think my opinions were pretty well fleshed out in the Yehoda 101, where I think it's really, really cool that she has the whole absorption stuff going on, having an animo unit that doesn't have any off-field animo damage and only has absorb damage, so that she has very, very consistent application of her absorbed elements is really cool. But there is jank with both of them, and they are also both Ascendant Gleam locked, which really restricts the things that you can do with her. It really restricts how creative you can be with that application. The burst has some clunk issues in the fact that in its fucking ICD, that fuck ass ICD of 4 hits or 15 seconds, it really, really wants you to have multiple bots all absorbed on the same element, which isn't the hardest thing in the world. It's usually pretty easy to make happen, but there are situations where you don't get exactly that, and then her application is kind of fucky wucky. And then of course we have her treasure flask. I think we all know the problems with her treasure flask. Oh boy, what an ability. She's so vulnerable. It takes so long to fill. I basically don't consider it outside of a Nepha. I feel like a Nepha is a significant increase. I would say a Nepha is more important for Yehoda than she is for Flint's. I would make that argument because she is reliant on Ascendant Moongleam to get her absorption. She really wants to have a second moon sign unit, which is a Nepha, and because she makes herself so vulnerable, she really wants a shield, and that is a Nepha. Elegy holder, wow, what a wonderful thing. Nobody else can say that, and Yehoda is the only elegy holder ever. I wish she always absorbed an element with her skill. Yeah. It's just like you need so much stuff to line up to make it work. I actually think testing recently, I think I spread a little bit of misinformation in the Yehoda 101. I don't think that the flask can change elements mid-absorption. I think that they changed that, because I swear to God, it used to happen, but I think that they changed that. And I'm pretty sure that now she sticks to whatever element she first absorbed, because I've had instances where I start off with a Hydro Aura, and I go into Yehoda skill. She gets a Hydro absorption on her bar, and then the Hydro Aura expires, but I still fill the flask with Hydro, and she starts doing Hydro application. I'm pretty sure I did that a few times against Orb when I was optimizing my Yehoda clear against Orb, which that was fucking awesome. That was cool and swag, but again, I think that was kind of reliant on Inefa. I don't think that would have felt nearly as good without Inefa. Yes, the skill feels horrible, but also you can avoid the skill and just use the burst. But like I mentioned, the burst has problems of its own. Her healing is really, really nice. Her healing is some of the best healing. We've gotten a lot more healers that do the same healing that Yehoda does, where you heal the on-fielder plus the lowest health off-fielder, but Yehoda was the first to do it, and I believe Yehoda is the only one who does it base kit. I'm trying to think. Mizuki got a buff, Chi-Chi got a buff, and Alyosha is just getting that in his C4. Is Orb ball? Because doesn't the ball have Hydro R on the shield? Yes, which is why I was able to do a Flynn's clear. I did Flynn's, Layla, Yehoda, Inefa. So that is a Flynn's Inefa team without any Hydro, but I was able to use Yehoda's absorption, which was awesome and cool and swag. So yeah, she's kind of annoying and clunky to get to work, but I think she brings a lot of really unique things to the table, to where even though she is really annoying and clunky, I find myself wanting to use her. that's my basic opinion of her. I think she's comfy, I think she's cool, I think she has a lot of utility outside of her absorption, even though her absorption is what makes her really cool, but also her absorption is kind of what makes her a little bit stinky. Because it's so fucking hard to get. And constellations, again, she's a 4-star, so I can talk about constellations. Probably second best constellations for 4 stars. I don't know. I think I also talked about my opinions on her constellations in that Yohoda 101, where her constellations kind of do nothing, which is a good thing because she's functional at C0, but also a bad thing because her constellations don't do anything. C4 feels less necessary because her skill and her burst do very, very similar things. Really, the only difference is that her skill or her burst does a little bit of healing, and it can give that EM buff, which I guess that's a little bit more important. But again, this is reliant on Ascendant Moongleam, so that's an annoying little restriction to her energy, her energy refund con. This sucks ass. This is kind of cool in a few teams, I guess. Sucks ass, and this is a good numerical buff, but again, it's restrictive. It relies on her getting her absorption, which her skill absorption, furthermore, which is fucking annoying. So even though it is a really fun buff and you can do some cool stuff with it, once again, it is sort of an Effa reliant. So I think she's cool and has a lot of potential, but she has weird restrictions that hold her back a lot, but not so much that I don't want to use her anymore. And I think the base attributes of her kit, a healer, a minor, buffer, and a NOD KRAI unit, make her strong enough. And the absorptions are just extra bonuses. So the fact that those are so restrictive aren't that big of a deal, because she can still do meaningful stuff without the absorptions. Will Yohoda be better than Sucrose and Flynn's teams? No, she's pretty much on par. Because she takes so fucking long to get this buff out. But also, she does free up Sucrose, which is valuable. That is value within itself. And if Flynn's teams, if you're running a Flynn's team, I assume you're running an Effa, to which Yohoda needing an Effa becomes less of an issue because an Effa's already there. So I think Yohoda is actually a really nice, notable option in Flynn's teams. I think a C6 Yohoda is a nice, notable option in Flynn's teams for the purposes of freeing up Sucrose, because everybody likes Sucrose. That's also a point that I need to start bringing up when people talk about how fucking bad Yohoda is because every unit wants Sucrose. You can't always run Sucrose in Flynn's teams. But, like, if you aren't running Sucrose anywhere else, then I probably would run Sucrose, just because she's a bit easier to play. She's a little bit less of a headache. Durin. That was a little bit faster. Yohoda was a little bit faster. Durin. Yep, Durin's my favorite unit of the year. And I don't think it's particularly close. I mean, I like an Effa a lot. I do like an Effa a lot. But Durin. But Durin, guys. But Durin. Durin, I am a really, really big fan of this type of unit that I really don't think his kit is overloaded at all. When you compare it to someone like Inefa, what are some things that I would like to say about Durin more than I would like, that I prefer about Durin over Inefa? Burst reliance, that's a restriction that I like. That is a restriction that I like. I think that it is good that some units need their burst. I like energy. I think that it's a good mechanic. And I think that units who need their burst to function are not inherently negative. I think that is not inherently a negative to a character's kit, even though Inefa is easier to build and play and get online. I think that characters having burst reliance brings good texture to the game. It still allows for some fun things. And Durin, even though he's burst reliant, he doesn't uniquely suffer in Stygian because of his flat energy mechanic with his skill, which I talked about this before a little bit. I do think that that's annoying, pretty much requiring you to at least get his skill to level 9. I really, really recommend crowning it as well. That is a really, really high resource investment on Durin. That is not a small thing. But the fact that he gives himself so much flat energy makes it so that he is a lot less annoying to build in Stygian. And also, I like that the fact, even when this skill is crowned, this does not completely solve his energy needs. This does not get particularly close to solving his energy needs. And just like, I mean, this is true of any unit that has significant energy needs, but I love the fact that he has varying energy needs. There are a lot of different things that you can do with Durin to meet his energy needs. There are a good few weapons that, I mean, obviously, you know, you can run Fab, you can run Ame Noma, that's not particularly crazy, but Nicole is a really nice option to get his burst online. You can always funnel from Nicole. That was a little bit more of an intended synergy, so it feels less important to talk about. You can do double electro stuff, but the fact that he has, even though he has a high burst cost, I really don't know how to feel about it. Because he also could have just had a low burst cost, and it effectively would have had the same thing. But this way, it requires you to level his skill to just get that low burst cost. So it's like, it's weird and it's lame, but also, I don't know. Maybe I just don't feel like the resource investment is so bad because I like Durin, so I was gonna fucking crown a skill anyways. Maybe not crown a skill anyways. It does change his rotation. It does change his rotation. That's fun. That the flat energy generation activates specifically when you do a follow-up thing on his you do either the follow-ups, either a skill or a normal attack. So it does change the way he rotates, it changes the way that he generates energy, or it changes the things that you want to be doing with him. It brings a little bit of dynamics to his kit. Of course, like, where the fuck do I even start with Durin, guys? But I love the concept of an off-fielder who does significant damage, but also does significant buffing. And I also, of course, love the fact that Durin's buffing is not free. Durin does not automatically shred res for all of these elements as long as his burst is active. You need to trigger a reaction. You need to trigger a specific pyro reaction with his burst active, and then res is only shredded for 6 seconds. So that means you have to have consistent application of the element that you want shredded, and you need to make sure that that element can get a pyro reaction. So with something like Lunar Bloom and Lunar Crystallize, it's really fucking hard. Even though Durin can shred Pyro-Res and Gia-Res, it's really fucking hard to get Burning procs and Lunar Bloom procs. It's really fucking hard to get Pyro Crystallize procs and Hydro Crystallize procs. It's really fucking annoying, and you're going to end up with weird downtime, either with your Lunar reactions or with Durin's Res Shred. But then we have something like Lunar Charged. Because Lunar Charged is Electro Charged, you have the shared auras. You can have both a Hydro Aura and an Electro Aura on an enemy at the same time. You can very easily get your Lunar Charged procs and your Overload procs at the same time. Of course, that really, really adds a lot to Flynn's flexibility. God damn it. And that's a big reason why I like Flynn's more than I like the other two. Let me take another... Yeah. Goddamn. I just tried to drink it when my fucking cap was still on. I just have a lot of appreciation for designs with nuance. I really, really like the fact that he doesn't automatically shred res for everything, every element that he can possibly shred res for, as long as his light mode burst is up. I like the fact that there are team building restrictions. I like the fact that you have to think about what reactions you are triggering. I think it's just so swag. Posture check. Thank you. I really, of course, I mentioned I love energy needs. I think energy is one of the best mechanics in this game. Every time I play another gacha game and they fucking have energy mechanics where it's just like you gain a flat amount of energy when you hit an enemy, and then you have to build a bunch of energy recharge to get your burst on this character. I'm like, that's so much lamer. Just having to build energy recharge is so lame. Whereas Genshin says, hey, you could put another Pyro unit in the team to reduce energy needs. You can put double Electro in the team to reduce energy needs. You can put a Fav on a unit to reduce energy needs. There are so many different things you can do to reduce energy needs and make Durin deal more damage. I think that's another reason why I really, really like units that are reliant on their burst, is because if those units deal damage, you can do things to reduce their energy needs that can also effectively increase their damage, because less energy needs means more potential to build for damaging stats. I love those dynamics, and I think I'm talking about Durin so much like this because, to my memory, Durin is, I guess, okay, there were 2 burst reliant units this year, but Durin is really the only one that does significant damage of his own. So he is the only unit this year that really got those. I guess Flynn's as well. But Flynn's, he's a little bit more reliant on double Electro in the first place anyways, so it feels like there's less stuff that you can do with him. And Durin, being an off-fielder and a support, Eat Lua. Oh, yeah, Eat Lua. No. I was, okay. The same thing that applies to Eat Lua applies to Prune, is my point. Eat Lua also doesn't really deal significant personal damage, but he does do buffing. I guess we can talk about that when we get to him. Because I guess there are some cool dynamics with Eat Lua. Some interesting, I guess, dynamics. But the reason why this is so impactful for Durin in particular is because he is such a universal unit. Motherfucker doesn't just say, like, they could have just made it where he only shreds Animo Res, because they wanted to make him a Varka support. They could have made it where he only shreds Pyro and Animo Res, but they said, nope, fuck it. You can have all the reactions. You can have every single one as long as it's not Vapor Melt. You can shred res for any fucking element that you want as long as you are triggering the reaction. It makes Durin a much more compelling in so many more scuffed teams. It makes him have a lot of variance in his builds, a lot of variance in fucking the amount of things that he can do. He has a lot of variance even in his artifact sets. He has 3 artifact sets. And also, I mean, I guess we're kind of jumping the gun here, but he is incredibly unreliant on double Hex. Obviously, a lot of his best teammates are Hex. Nicole makes a very, very nice core with him. Prune, you can do some functional stuff with. A lot of the buffed Hex units do really, really want Durin. They don't really want Durin, but they definitely were buffed with Durin in mind, and they become a decent bit better with Durin. I think Albedo comes to mind. But the only thing that he gains from double Hex is additional res shred or damage bonus on his, not the only thing, but the only thing in his kit is extra res shred and damage bonus from this Ascension passive, which is really, really cool. He also, of course, has his damaging set. The Hex damaging set is not locked to double Hex. It is only locked to units who have completed Witch's homework, which is really fucking nice and lets Durin be a good damaging unit in teams that are not double Hex. Recently saw someone ask whether they should get a Hex or a NOD KRAI unit, and the answers were universally NOD KRAI has the numbers, but Hex is fun. And that's not even true anymore. I think that really goes to show how much people's opinions are formed by early impressions. Because that was true when Durin first came out, and Durin didn't have particularly good damaging sets. There wasn't a Hexarai buffing set. Nicole didn't exist, but now that Nicole does exist, and now that Nicole has the Hexarai buffing set, you get number and fun from Hex. I think Hex is, like, overall. Let me turn on my light because it's starting to get dark already. I think Hex is just the easy answer now. I think Hex is the absolute easy answer, rather than Lunar. But yeah, what double hex, what it does for him is I think it mostly he serves to enable other units hex passives, so that's more of a benefit for him and a downside for those other hex units. I don't know. It's kind of weird to evaluate that because he was obviously designed with that in mind. Like they wanted you to be pulling Durin for your Albedo. They wanted you to be pulling Durin for your Klee or your fucking Mona. I don't know, because he is not only a very, very good numerical support for them, but he enabled their new buffs. But also he's an incredibly universal unit, so he's really not pigeonholed into them. Which I think is a wonderful thing that he has over Odette. Fuck Odette. His best teams are obviously Hex, because he gets a little bit of numbers from Hex. A lot of his best teammates get a lot more from Hex. There are some good Hex artifact sets, like Celestial Gift, but his weapon is Hex reliant to get the majority of its buff. Not the majority, but to get all of the buffs to make it a very good option. But he is an incredibly flexible unit. He has a lot of variance to his builds. Because he does personal damage, he can do a lot to patch up lower DPS teams. He has very cool dynamics with gameplay when it comes to this. I haven't even fucking talked about Dark Durin, because sorry guys, I don't really give that much of a shit about Dark Durin. I think it's cool that we have an off-field carry. I think it's kind of cool that we have an off-field melt carry. But to me, Dark Durin feels a lot more pigeonholed into doing Hexarai stuff, because when a unit's only purpose is to deal damage and they don't provide any defensive utility, it feels like when you're not just doing damage on them, there's a lot less reason. Like you're not gonna put Celestial Gift on fucking Dark Durin. You would do that on Light Mode Durin. But you would not do that on Dark Mode Durin. He becomes a lot more restrictive. I think Nicole becomes a lot more important for him. Nicole, outside of when you're not doing Dark Durin, when you're doing Light Durin, Nicole is nice as an option that does significantly increase his personal damage. But because Light Mode Durin teams aren't as reliant on his own personal damage, she feels like a little bit more of a luxury option. Beef Potato, oh my god, thank you for the subscription. It's a dwagon indeed. It's a dwagon indeed. But I think I don't like the mode, and I talk a lot of shit on the mode, and I always just say, yeah, why would you ever do Dark Durin when you have Light Durin? Why would you do evil and fucked up Durin when you have good, happy, joyous Durin? But the truth is, they didn't have to include that. They didn't have to include Dark Mode Durin, but they fucking did. His obvious intended kit is Light Mode. That is, he was supposed to be played like that in Varka teams. Varka is the big premium team, whereas Lohen was maybe supposed to be a stand. I don't fucking know. But like, that's just a free thing. They just gave us a free thing. They just said, hey, yeah, he's a supportive off-field damage dealer, but if you want him to just deal damage, there you go. Here's a mode where he just deals damage. So while I don't personally like it, I don't use it very much, it is an interesting option. It does give him some more flexibility, and it does give him some cool new teams. I think it is most fun. I think it's most important for like beating specific shills. Like, I think you could do Melt Durin stuff into Mawika Shill very easily. As long as it's not Night Soul Shill, which it probably just would be. But if you somehow get, although you just use Seat Lolly. And you can effectively do the same thing. But then again, that requires you to pull Seat Lolly. So yeah, I really don't like Dark Durin as much because it feels a lot more restrictive and it feels a lot more premium than Light Mode Durin, whereas Light Mode Durin is way flexible. There gives a lot more opportunities for scuff. There are a lot more opportunities for not running the exact perfect teammates. But it's cool that Dark Mode Durin is a thing, because it doesn't take away anything from Light Mode. Is there going to be a stream tomorrow? At the rate I'm going, fucking probably. We're at 3 hours now. So, and I think the last thing that I really want to talk about with Durin is, I'm not going to go into big detail about it because I don't think talking about vertical investment on any of the 5 stars is particularly interesting. But on a generic, like on a basic level, talking about all of his investment, I really like that all of his vertical investment is focused not only on increasing his own personal damage, but on his buffing capabilities. His weapon gives an attack buff. His fucking C1, C2, C4. C4 is mostly personal damage, but it's a little bit of buffing. And C6. Like, these all significantly increase his buffing potential, which I think is neat. And it lets other units shine more. So while I don't do a lot of vertical investment, Durin is a type of unit that I would enjoy doing vertical investment on if I did that. Similar to Nicole. Yeah, but Nicole, it feels a lot more obvious because, like, Nicole doesn't do personal damage anyways. So they could have just, like, what the fuck else were they going to do than make her buff more? Whereas Durin does have significant personal damage. It feels like at C0, I kind of like the balance that he has at C0, where it's like he does enough damage to justify building damage, but he also does enough buffing where you don't necessarily have to do the damage. You can rely on his buffing and have other units be doing the damage on teams. Whereas with Constellations, it feels like you should be building into his damage a little bit less. But I do like that. I like that for other people. I don't think I would like it for me. Yes, and Durin is good for Emily teams, which is extra Mies credit. They really just gave him fucking... I don't know why they gave him all those extra elements. Columbina. What a boring fucking unit. Poor girl. Poor girl. What do you even say about her? What do you even say about her? Full attack C1 Durin is funny? It is funny, which is why I thought I'd mention it. Flesh Mies. Yes, Flesh Mies. What do I even say about her? Positive things? I think the most positive things that I have to say about Columbina is I really like that she didn't power creep Aino in every aspect. I really, really like that Aino still has reasons to exist. I like that Aino is... A C6 Aino gives more buffs to your on-fielder than Columbina does, and Aino rotates faster. And they didn't take that away from her. And she applies more Hydro at C2. On-field DPS Bina is kind of fun. I was like thinking to myself, I would like to give her some credit for on-field Columbina, but she's so reliant on Lauma, I feel like I can't. And she was designed in such a fucking restrictive way where they were just like, here, let's give her 1 billion free crit rate that she's so lame to build. I think it's cool that they gave it to her. Again, like it's just kind of for free. I think on-field Columbina basically has the exact same problems as Dark Durin, as Dark Mode Durin. Where, not the exact same, I think Dark Mode Durin is a little bit more functional than an on-field Columbina without her premium teammates. But it's very, very similar in my mind, where it's like, you fucking... It's cool that they had it, and it doesn't take anything away from the rest of the kit, but it does restrict what you can do with her, and it relies on much more premium teammates, which is much lamer. On-field Bina and fun in the same sentence is not something I can believe in. I have an appreciation for it, I think mainly just because I like Nilou. I think mainly just because I like running Nilou. And I don't run Nilou with Nefer because Nefer disables blooms. Which I didn't even fucking mention. I feel like, yeah, it's lame that Nefer disables blooms, but... if I'm really going back to that, it is a little bit lame that Nefer disables blooms and you don't get any Lunar Bloom reaction damage. But the truth is that, like, Tsibai and Flynn's... the fact that they get so much EM and like they don't have to build for reaction damage. They just passively get reaction damage when built in their optimal teams. So it doesn't even feel like it's reaction damage. It kind of just feels like more talent damage because they're kind of just getting it for free and you never have to think about it. So like, would it even be a benefit to get Lunar Bloom reaction damage for NFR teams? I don't think so. I don't even think it'd be that much more fun because I don't really feel the effect of reaction damage in, I mean, I can't say for T-Buy, but at least for Flynn's teams, I can't really say anything about reaction damage in Flynn's teams. I only pulled Columbina because I don't own Ino. You don't own Ino? This is rage bait. I'm being rage baited. Ino is free. You just do the Archon quest. There's a quick start. There's a quick start unit. She came free with your fucking Xbox wings. There's a quick start. There's still a quick start to do the NOD KRAI Archon quest. I mean, it won't be there in a few days. It'll get replaced by the Snezhnaya quick start, but it's still there right now. Maybe they didn't want to spoil it out of order. I have had an instance. Somebody else said that their friend did this exact same thing. They pulled Columbina because they wanted to get Ino. Or they wanted to get an off-field Hydro Moonsign unit. Without spoiling themselves on the Archon quest. And I'm like, you don't really... Number one, it's like, it's annoying that that's the only solution that they offer, but it's like, it is a solution. Yeah, you do like 20 minutes of the Archon quest. It doesn't even spoil anything. You just walk and talk about nothing. Exactly. I think they very much do that on purpose. Same with Kachina. You just show up and she's like, I'm gonna go to the Sacred Flame Stadium, and then you get Kachina. So like no plot actually happens before you get them. Gonna be the same with Alyosha. Gonna be the exact same with Alyosha. Forbes has not answered again. Anyways, Columbina. Honestly, yeah, I pulled her as an Ino, as a second Ino. I pulled her as a second Ino. How do we feel about the longevity of NOD KRAI units going into Snezhnaya? They're gonna be fine. They're gonna get reruns, and then there will be abysses that say, "Hey, fuck you. Pull these rerunning units." They'll be fine. They will be fucking fine. They're even fine into like Orb is whooped by Flynn's right now, and there's probably gonna be similar checks like that, where lunar units are not gonna be the best, but they're gonna be fine. Look at Stygian literally right now. We have a NOD KRAI check. Look at Stygian next cycle. We have Knuckle Duckle. I'll start that right now. Wonderful, Forbes. Yeah, so I pulled Columbina as a second Ino. She is an Ino upgrade. I like that she buffs my Anefa a little bit. But what the fuck do you say about Columbina? Columbina was designed... I feel like she was designed in the most bland way possible. And the only notable aspects, like the standout aspects of her kit, are just kind of annoying. Like how much free crit she gets. Grab your free Ino, and then you have 2 whole Inos. Like, it's kind of hard. What the fuck do I say about her? You trigger lunar reactions, and then she deals lunar damage of the reaction that you triggered the most. I like that she deals significant Hydro damage, I guess. It's cool that she can deal significant Hydro damage, and you can configure her in that way. She enables all of the lunar reactions, so I guess you can use that to enable some lunar reactions on non-lunar units. It's kind of neat. But I don't use that very often. She's really fucking lame how she interfaces with Lunar Bloom, giving you the additional Verdant Dews, letting Lama to do a hold skill, and letting Nefer charge attack cancels to actually matter. Basically only Lunar Crystallize. I don't know, I'd give it to Lunar Charged. Lunar Charged at least is like, if you're running into Hera, Lunar Charged is important. But Lunar Crystallize is obviously the most important because Crystallize doesn't do any damage at a baseline, so giving Geo units a method of converting their application into damage is cool, is nice, gives some Geo units a little bit more stuff to do. It pads out their DPS a little bit, which is nice, I guess. But that's kind of most of what I can say. Is like, there's some nice stuff, I guess. Hydrate, thank you. Yeah, and even then, it's just like, she does her own personal damage, and that's the biggest impact that she has on Lunar Crystallized teams. I don't fucking know. They really overbalanced their big Archon slot? What do you mean by that? What the fuck do you say about Columbina, man? She has bad Hydra application, and that's annoying. Generally, I'm trying to think of a use case where I would want lower Hydra application, and I can't. I guess you could do silly vape stuff with her. I know Soul got that fucking, what's it called? You do Columbina, Lauma, Durin, Emily, and you can get big funny vapes on her. You don't say anything, you just moan. Yup. Yup. That's about it. She pretty much does exactly what she expected and not much else. It's lame that they give her so much free crit rate because that makes her harder to build. It gives her a few more restrictions. It makes her weapon options worse. It's lame that she only buffs lunar damage and not EM. It's lame that her passive only works in NOD KRAI. She does walk faster than most. I guess that's cool. Can even throw some sort of healing in there. Well, she has Pamber. Unironically, I don't think she needs it. I think Pamber is a good enough offensive option on her that she doesn't need healing in her base kit. I think Pamber is good and cool, and I think it is nice that you have to sacrifice. Like, it's a good damaging option, but it's not a great damaging option. So you don't completely nuke her damage by putting her on Pamber, but you do reduce her damage versus other options. Which, okay, there we go. That's something that I like about Columbina, is that Pamber is a good option on her, but you do have to sacrifice her better options. So you can still get good personal damage out of her, but it is reduced if you choose to swap to Pamber for the defensive utility. She has some variation with her burst, but it's lame variation. Where it's like she basically doesn't need her burst at all in Lunar Charge and Lunar Crystallize because it doesn't do enough to justify building the energy recharge and taking the time to cast it. So she just builds full damage in both of these teams. But Lunar Bloom, she basically fucking needs it because Lauma and Nefer are so reliant on those extra Verdant dues. So that's just lame burst dynamics. She's kind of just numbers, and she's boring numbers. Because it's, you know, specifically lunar reaction damage bonus. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty awful unit design. And if I didn't care as much, if I didn't invest into NOD KRAI as much as I did, like I said, I got her as a second Ino. If I didn't get Nefer, I think I would have been fine. I think if I just did Flynn's and Lauma, I would have been fine with just Ino. But I wanted some more flexibility for my two NOD KRAI teams, so I got Columbina. And I think that's what she's mainly been valuable for. She also, I guess, helps you break up your NOD KRAI teams a little bit because she is just a better option. So, like, you can run weaker stuff with an Effa. Like, I mean, I'm fucking... I want to push that Stygian clear with Aoife Auron. Well, that's with Ino. But, like, Aoife Auron, Columbina, and Effa, crazy fucking team that whoops the current Stygian. And most Lunar Charge content. And then Ino is a little bit worse. Abyss content is easy with Ino. And I think it's possible in Stygian, but it's much easier with these two. Ahem, the mannequins. I'm sorry, I'm not even gonna fucking justify looking at them. Itlua. So, obviously, these 5 units, Itlua, Sibai, Linnea, Lohen, Sandrone, take my opinions with a grain of salt because I didn't get them. I don't have a bunch of experience with them, so my opinions are going to be a little bit warped. But Itlua, it's kind of funny. I tend, when a new 4-star comes out, I tend to try to pull to get a copy of at least one of them. I try to at least get C0. Like, what's a good example? I don't know. A lot of these units I was just pulling for the 5-star. I don't know. I think I went for Fremine on his debut. I wanted a Fremine. I didn't really want the unit on banner, but I was like, fuck it. I would like to get a Fremine for the purposes of having a Fremine. Fremine is kind of, he has a neat kit. I like him as a character. Let's just grab a Fremine. Itlua, I feel no desire to get. I think I have done 2 pulls on banners with Itlua on them. Because, number one, I don't specifically really want Sibai or Linnea, and I am the person who says don't pull for 4 stars. Just don't do it. It always ends bad. But number 2, even if I got Itlua, I have no fucking clue what I would do with him. Because dude only buffs Sibai. Pretty much only good for Sibai. If I got him, I probably would level him and do some Ningguang stuff with him, but even that isn't compelling enough for me to really want to try going for him. I have a C6 Itlua and no Linnea or Tsibai. How the fuck does that even happen? How in God's name does that happen? I doubt you'd even build him. I think he'd be like a Dahlia type unit, where I probably wouldn't build him immediately. But, I wouldn't, it wouldn't be for a while. It wouldn't be until a patch where I had some downtime where I wasn't pulling new units. Because what the fuck do I even use him for? What do I use him for? I remember looking at the initial leaks and everybody was so happy. They were like, oh my god, Geo Quill Buffer, Geo Quill Buffer. And I was, because we didn't see the scalings yet. We didn't see his scalings yet. And I remember I was looking at, where was it? This? I was looking at this. I said, oh, so his quill stacks, his fucking lunar crystallized quill stacks are increased by 48, 96, 160%. His regular geo buff is only increased by a maximum of 24%. He has some use for Ascendant Gleam checks. Wow. Itlua's most impactful thing is this passive. I remember looking at it and being like, oh no. Oh no. Oh no, they're gonna make him not buff regular geo damage and only buff lunar crystallized damage, aren't they? And I was fucking right. I was so right. Look at those scalings. 33.6. I get so sad every time I look at them. Because I'm like, what the fuck is 33% elemental mastery? He maxes out at like 80% elemental mastery of his quills on regular geo damage. Which is so bad. It's so fucking bad. Yeah, Ningguang is the only unit who gets decent use out of his quills, and that's because Ningguang's scalings, she hits 1 billion times, and her scalings, her individual scalings are miserable. So she actually does get pretty meaningful increases from his quills, but also it's usually you just use an off-field damage dealer. I know I'm the motherfucker who always loves configuring team damage in ways that I want, but like Ningguang is bad to a point where I feel like it's going to be hard to clear if you're trying to optimize around her damage using Itlua. Lunar quills are weaker than regular quills? Oh, yeah. They don't benefit from EM or reaction Yeah, it doesn't benefit from damage bonus. Obviously, Geo can't, like, get an amplifying reaction. But regular quills get benefits from damage bonus. But still, even if we're accounting for that, these scalings, these regular geoscalings are miserable, and he is only meant to buff Lunar Crystallize, and even more, he only buffs nearby active party members, which is pretty much just Tsibai. Pretty much just Tsibai. So yeah, I don't know. Horribly lame unit. I really, really, really wish Ithua had it a little bit better. Can't use SMS before C2, which sucks. I mean, he can use it just with bad uptime. But that's annoying. You do what? You usually run, I think it's instructors on him, and then SMS on like Goro or something. Or Linnea. I would accept of it. Like, he doesn't fucking buff reactions. He doesn't fucking buff Linnea off field. Like, there's just nothing you can do that's interesting with his buffs. His most interesting buffs are that he fucking buffs Geo crit rate by 5% and crit damage by 10%. And those are not very good stats. They only really get good at C6. And you're not getting C6 Ithua unless you're pulling for Linnea or Tsibai. Or you're that one motherfucker in chat who I guess you pulled for him and you just lost. I wish he would just say, hello, I only buffed Tsibai and be upfront about it. I mean, at least he does Ningguang. He gives a lot of particles. Like, I guess he's kind of interesting as a... The fact that he just has so few buffs outside of Tsibai, especially if you don't have C6, doesn't even make him a particularly compelling option, like, if you run him with Aino, or with Columbina, or with Linnea to enable some stuff on an on-fielder, because... I don't fucking know. I guess you could. This dude's barely a fucking character. I'm so sad about him. I'm so sad about him. He is so specific to Tsibai. It's so sad. You don't even use him for fucking, like, nuke Linnea stuff. Because he gives a quill buff. So you would rather use someone like fucking Goro, who just gives a bunch of stats that affect the big nuke damage of Linnea. I think you can use him, but... What a fucking character, man. What a goddamn character. And his cons... I think his cons are, like, somewhat interesting for the character that he is. If we accept the role, if we accept the cards that Ithua has been dealt, his cons are alright. C1, sure, whatever. Energy, it makes him... Because he does have to build for buffs. I didn't even mention that. He does want to build a lot of EM to maximize his buffs, so that does give him some interesting energy dynamics, but because his teams are so restricted, it kind of doesn't, because it's not like you can do the stuff that you do with Durin or even like Columbina, because he just basically is just like, play him with Tsibai and a few other Geo characters, and he gets a bunch of energy anyways, so he doesn't really have that bad energy needs. But C1, I guess, makes him have a little bit less bad energy needs, so you can build for a little bit more buffing. Sure, whatever. It is a constellation. I'm like, it's boring, but what else are you gonna do? What else are you gonna do? It's fine. C2, I actually do kind of like C2, I admit. I know we just said it's annoying because he doesn't get to use Silken Moon Serenade very well without C2. But you can still run instructors on him, or you can just run Serenade on him and not have good uptime. I don't think I'll stay around. Oh, good night, Beef Potato. 2 more hours for the Nicole Trash Talk session or the Lohan Glaze session. I fear neither of those will be happening. So yeah, C2... It makes him deal some off-field damage, which opens up his artifacts a little bit. It, I guess, gives him some personal damage, but it's not good enough to bother building for. I think it's kind of cool, honestly. I think it's kind of cool. given that he has some all right artifact sets at a baseline, and this one just like makes his, it doesn't really do, even though it is personal damage, it's mostly for the purposes of making him a little bit of a more comfortable buffer. I think it's kind of cool. I think it's sort of cool. I think it's an interesting concept. I mean, it's fucking, it's not C1. It's not 12 flat energy when he triggers a reaction. So yeah, it is an increase to his power, and I think it's a kind of an interesting one. It's kind of an interesting one. C4 is just defense, right? Yeah, it's just defense. Full party defense, 200. Fine, whatever. It's a buff. And then C6 is just the crit buff, and you get a little bit of extra. You get 30 extra EM. It's just numbers. These are just numbers. And I guess C6 makes him a little bit more of a generic unit because the geo damage, the geo crit buff is a little bit more generic. It works on all geo damage. It is not specifically lunar crystallized damage. So it does make him a little bit more of a generically usable unit, but still his baseline buffs are so restrictive that it's still not great. I guess he might be a more commonly C6 unit than Goro, so maybe that's a nice thing that he has. What is Goro C6? This one is, that's 50 CV because it's 30 crit damage, 10 crit rate. Is Goro 40 crit damage? Or 50? Or 60? I think Sara's 60. Goro's 40, okay. So Goro gives less crit value overall, but he also only gives it in crit damage. So if you're having overcapping problems, Lua could make them worse, but it's only 10%. It's not too bad. Yeah, C6 maybe makes him a tiny bit more interesting of a unit, but boy, got it rough. I think worst 4-star design since maybe Kave? I know, I'm sorry. I like Kave. I like Kave. Is Kave I think Kave might even be better.
Not again.
I think I might like Kave better than I like Ilua. They also kind of murdered Kave. Yeah, thank you guys for being reasonable. They fucking hate it. They murdered Kave. Kave is the biggest mess of a kit in the game. We're not gonna count Hydro Traveler, guys. I think he might have been the biggest fuck up since Kave. I don't know. I mean, it's not like Fremine is great either. Fremine is a bit of a mess, but I feel like Fremine at least has a little bit of identity. And his cons do something to help with that identity. Yunjin? Maybe Yunjin, yeah. Mika, no. Mika, no. I think Mika... I mean, Mika came out... He at least is a fucking healer. Maybe since Mika. I think like Kave and Mika, maybe you're right. Because I say at least Mika's a healer, but also Itlua has some generic buffs in his kit. Yeah, it's been a while since they made a 4-star this bad. It's really been a while since they made this poor kit design out of a 4-star. Like, Columbina, as much as I don't like Columbina at least has some, like, she has good enough numbers to do some creative stuff with her kit. You can do vape stuff. And she has some modality to her. Itlua, ugh. Poor guy. Poor fucking guy. Tsibai, what do I even say about Tsibai? I think Tsibai is the worst of all worlds. I think Tsibai is pretty easily the worst of all of the lunar carries because she just has all of the issues that Nefer and Flynn's do and none of the upsides. I mean, she's way better than Nefer in terms of, like, not needing the limited units. I shouldn't say needing, not wanting the limited units is bad. That's really nice that she just has a lot of the power in her own kit so that her lower investment teams are really, they're a lot more compelling than I think either Nefer or Flynn's. but when it comes to interesting stuff she can do, she just got nothing. She just got nothing. She just got nothing at all. She's like, give me Ascendant Moongleam, give me Hydro, and then I guess I do normal attacks until my skill comes off cooldown. Do we have any Tsibai defenders in chat? I'm so like I don't even know what to fucking talk about with her because I'm like I've already been through the ringer with Nefer and Flynn's, and I've talked about I think it's ridiculous that they put these Ascendant Moongleam restrictions in their kit. What's Tsibai's? It's that she gets extra points. Yeah, she gets 35 phase shift radiant points every time nearby party members trigger Lunar Crystallize, so it makes her able to get her skills a lot more consistently. She gets less skills, sort of like a Varka restriction, which I guess I don't know. I like her because she has good lore and she's pretty and strong. I think every defender is just saying she's pretty. Every defense I see of Tsibai is that she's pretty. I thought her banner was really cool. Best free-to-play team. We'll talk about banners later. I have a section talking about banners. We're 3.5 hours into this, so I feel like I'm not really missing much by skipping over her. But because, like, what do I fucking talk about? I also hate her because of what she did to Itlua. I like her sub-DPS options. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can take this as a moment to talk about Lunar Crystallize, even though I find Columbina to be a more interesting Lunar Crystallize enabler, because Lunar Crystallize needs Hydro. You want to be enabling it on a Geo unit, presumably on Ningguang, on Navia, so you need a Hydro unit to do it. So if you grab Linnea, that means you need Linnea and a Hydro unit. That's 2 slots taken up rather than just 1, where Columbina is your Hydro unit and your Lunar Crystallize enabler. I've always said that. I am beating this dead horse. But it's kind of cool. I think it's easily the best Lunar reaction, but it's not like crazy interesting. Like I said before, it converts Geo applications into damage, which is something that is unique. Geo units don't have that otherwise. It creates constructs, which have some nice synergies, I guess. You get Chiori synergy, you get Zhongli microwave synergy. Am I missing anything? Am I missing anything? I think it's like just those two who really care about constructs. Her making Gora meta in 2026 was fun, I guess, for a fucking week. Gora was meta for a week. Her name card is gorgeous. Once again, the only defenses I am hearing for Tsibai is that she's pretty. I think she is... I mean, I did for anybody who missed it. And also, hi, welcome into chat. Elgot-kun? I-got-kun? I don't know what that is, but welcome in. She has, I think, a little bit better team versatility. Not even, because I think Flynn's, even though Flynn's is a little bit weaker than Tsibai on his own, Flynn's has way better options because of VV, because he's an Electro unit that can be affected by VV, because he has way better Hex teams, whereas Tsibai kind of doesn't. Albedo is kind of usable with the EM buff, I guess. But I feel like we can't even talk about Albedo Tsibai in the same breath as we talk about, like, Durin Fischl with Flynn's. Fischl kind of feels like she was specifically made for Flynn's in some way. Like, her buffs feel like they were specifically made for Flynn's. She gives EM when you trigger Electrocharged. Whereas Tsibai... Ooh, 125 EM for 10 seconds on a long-ass burst animation. I do like that she has some opportunity to build EM and ER instead of defense and crit only. I don't think that's unique to her at all. I guess she doesn't have the most boring builds ever, but that's not really a point in her favor. I picked Sebai purely because of her team overworld utility. I see why you wouldn't pick Nefer because of her team overworld utility. I don't see why Flint's is off the table. What is better about Sebai's over? Oh, of course, because of their passives, the waypoint and the fucking capture stuff. My bad. I guess that's what I can say about Sebai and Linnea. Because, spoiler alert, I'm going to say very similar things about Linnea as I said about Sebai. I guess they have good exploration passives. They have fun exploration passives. That is all that I can say about both of them. We'll get to Linnea. There's a few more things that I can say about Linnea, but not much better things that I can say about Linnea. She also free-to-play friendly. Oh, yeah, we could give her that she has good weapon options. I mean, Nefer and Flynn's also do in the craftables. So, again, not a crazy... I mean, overall... craftable, Etherlight, Moonweaver's Dawn, Pamber, she has Harbinger of Dawn, and what's it called? Flute. Not the flute. What's the fucking name of the weapon, dude? Flute of a Spitzel. Flute of a Spitzel. I would say the only characters who don't have good free-to-play weapon options are Varka and Sandrone, and it's kind of just Varka at this point because Sandrone is getting a few good accessible weapon options. Yeah, so I wouldn't say that's unique to her. I think that all of the NOD KRAI characters, except for Varka, have accessible weapon options, and I guess Lohan. Damn, they just fucking hated the Hexon fielders this year. Fucked up. Did I miss you, Hoder? Yes, you did. We're on to Varka. We're on to Varka. We are on to freaking Varka. Varka. I like Varka. This is going to be a video? Hell no. We're not going to edit this together. I don't think so. Varka. There are a lot of things that I like about Varka. There are a lot of things that I don't really like about Varka. Varka is a very, very textured unit. They kind of hated every Hex character. This is what I'm saying! This is what I'm saying about people who, like, everybody's impressions are so heavily, like, everybody's ideas of how good units are so heavily impacted by how they are when they came out. Their first impressions. Varka is the second best on-fielder in the game right now. He has the second best premium team in the game right now. Come on. But nobody knows that, because when he came out, he was doing 100k DPS, and all of the lunar carries all had fucking Columbina. That doesn't make him fun. I'm just saying, I'm assuming that's what the chatter was talking about when they say they hated every Hex character. And also, they did not hate Durin. They love Durin. They gave Durin everything. Durin is, by a mile, the best fucking design this year. What's the form about? We're going to look through the data after we get through all of these characters, and we're just going to look at general pull patterns, see how many people pulled this year. So Varka. I love Varka, which I just feel like they didn't release too many enemies to shill him, which is arguably good. Yes, I think the only enemy that really properly shilled Varka was the wolf, and the wolf fucking sucked. Varka... I don't know, like, I enjoy playing him at a baseline. I think he's satisfying enough to play, but... I just see a vision of Varka that could have been like Mawika, where we do, like, Mawika level cancels and combos and stuff with him. So Varka, I think, is a neat unit, but he is also a very heavily restricted unit in a lot of ways. It is not just the fact that he wants another Hex unit and the fact that he wants a very specific team archetype to do a lot of damage. Also, I'm seeing Hex only feels bad when you don't pull a lot of them. That is true of literally every fucking archetype this year, and also probably going into next year. That is not unique to Hex. That feels bad. Lunar units feel bad if you don't pull a lot of lunar units. Stellar units are going to feel bad if you don't pull a lot of stellar units. I would argue Natlan units didn't feel good when you didn't pull a lot of Natlan units. As someone who didn't pull a lot of Natlan units, there was a lot less synergy there. That is not unique to Hex at all. That is just the way they have been designing the game. I would even argue... Nah, I'm not going to say that. I was going to say Fontaine units felt kind of bad if you didn't pull like Farina, but no, I'm wrong about that. Confirm, only having the Natlan 4 stars sucks. Yeah! I mean, I don't get me wrong. I like Eonsan, I like Auroron, but I get to use them a lot less because I do not have a lot of Natlan 5 stars. So yeah, Varka is a restrictive character, not only in the fact that he wants a very specific team archetype and he wants double hex to do the majority of his damage, and of course, as an on-fielder, as a damage dealer, damage is kind of the only thing you can optimize around. So when you play him in less optimal teams, it kind of feels worse. But also he has the restriction of his fucking enhanced skills. He does significant damage with his normals and charge attacks, but he has significant spikes in damage when in his enhanced skills, and he is hard locked to getting 2 of those in his rotations. So it makes his overall optimizations a lot less interesting because it's kind of just doing normal attacks to get his enhanced skills off cooldown and then doing his enhanced skills when you get them. So it really makes Varka a much less interesting unit to play. I mean, I guess I could say the same thing about someone like Flint's, but I like Flintz's playstyle enough that I don't really care that he doesn't have interesting optimizations. But Varka is kind of just hitting stuff. Varka is kind of just hitting stuff. He does regular fucking damage. He doesn't do any sort of special reaction damage. He does significant damage with his normals. So I'm a little bit sad that I don't see a better reality. Like I didn't see the better reality where Varka has more fun combo optimizations. I wish he had a little bit more interesting stuff going on. Additionally, then I think he would have much more interesting stuff to do with reaction-based teams. Because, as we all know, his intended team archetypes don't do any reaction besides swirl. They want 2 animal characters, they want 2 feck elements of the same elements. That makes it so that the only reaction that you can trigger is swirl. Which, actually, you know what, I do kind of like. I like it, I don't like it. I like it, I don't like it. I understand why they did it, because it would be very hard to control Varka's damage if you could infuse whatever element you wanted and play him in reaction teams. Melt Varka would probably be a little bit out of control if he got the same multipliers in, like, without meeting these really restrictive conditions. Varka is, in a way, a less fun Venti, yeah. I think he definitely has his own stuff going on, and I'm happy I pulled him. I was planning on pulling him anyways if I didn't get him on his debut, but I did a 10 pull. I got lucky. I got him. So I understand why they restricted him in the ways that they did, and I think it's very cool that he, even though he's clearly designed to be a pyro unit, he has Durin, he has Nicole, they are 2 pyro units. They are easily his best team, not even fucking close. But now, I think it's really cool that he has the option to do other stuff, and he has the capability to play into content that is meant to be shilled to other units. Like, I don't have Skirk, I don't have great cryo representation on my, well, I'm about to. I'm fucking about to once I get Odette, and Risley one-shots everything ever. But throughout this past year, and especially in Natlan, I did not have great cryo representation on my account. I didn't have Skirk. I was really, really struggling into a lot of Skirk content. The only boss that I've ever been unable to do in Fearless Stygian was the Skirk boss on her first, or it was an Escoffier boss, because it came out with a Escoffier debut. But still, it was the cryo automaton. That is the only boss in Stygian I have ever been able, I was not able to do Fearless difficulty on. I think during Escoffier, or maybe Skirk debut Abyss, I missed 36 stars. I only got 35 stars. because the cryo representation on my account was just that lacking and the shill was that high. I did not have that problem this time around with Varka. Cryo Varka is not a very good team, but it is good enough to deal with certain shills. And Hydra and Electro stuff isn't shilled as often. Maybe if we get some stuff in the future, I don't fucking know. But it's really nice that he has the option to do these other things, even if they aren't perfectly optimal. You can use Varka to patch up holes in your account, and I really appreciate him for that. And also, I said I wasn't going to talk much about Snezhnaya, but he's already getting a better cryo team. He's already getting a much better cryo team with Stellar Swirl. So Hoyo is probably going to try to control Varka's other archetypes in the future, but Varka should have decent scaling going into the future. I expect his Electro teams are already getting a little bit better with Alyosha. Maybe not anymore now that Alyosha got nerfed and only buffed single target, but still, I think he should be all right. But at least his cryo swirls are going to be getting significantly better with Stellar Swirl, and who knows, in the future maybe they'll do some stuff with Hydra and Electro that'll be better synergistic with him. Maybe Vodyanitsa will be an interesting option with him. Who's fucking knows? And of course, having Prune and Venti as hex options does give him, and Sucrose, all three of them, goddamn. They give him some decent options to run a second hex unit and be able to run whatever kind of units he wants in those other two slots. So that's really cool. I even though he is heavily intended to be played with Pyro, he has the flexibility to be played in other archetypes, and he's already getting one other archetype. And I kind of expect he'll rerun soon because of his capability to be a decent unit in Stellar Swirl. Obviously, dedicated Stellar Swirl carries are going to be better, but that's the thing, is you gotta pull them, or you gotta pick them from a selector. Whereas Varka, I mean, you gotta pull Varka too, but he's just one unit compared to pulling all of the specific units. He's sort of like the Shilonen of DPSs, I guess, where his numbers aren't as good as a lot of other units. I mean, they are in Pyro. He's a very, very good Pyro DPS. But his numbers aren't as good in the other archetypes, but he can do the other archetypes to a substantial degree. Is Mizuki stronger with Varka than Varka with Odette? Yes, because Mizuki is stronger than 99% of units in the game with Odette. And that does include Varka. She's like the second best on-fielder in the fucking game right now. And she's not behind Tsibai. I can tell you that much. Fuck you, I hate you? What the hell, Pip? So yeah. He is restrictive and weird in his team building, but I think he has enough creativity, and also in his gameplay. But I think he does have enough team flexibility to at least make for an interesting unit. And I mean, his pyro stuff isn't fucking good, or not his pyro stuff. His melt stuff isn't good, but it's at least competent. I enjoy playing Melt Varka from time to time. I think I don't like the ways in which he is restricted, but I also think that he has enough flexibility. There is enough creativity that you can express some interesting things with Varka. Also, bonus points for being a tall, big man. Also, bonus points for the model. Yeah. I mean, not really. But sort of bonus points for the fact that he has a unique model. I like it. I'm happy. Minus points for the fact that he doesn't have a beard, so at the end of the day, it's a wash. Linnea! What do I say? What the fuck do I say? At least she's an off-fielder. At least she's an off-fielder. But honestly, like, even the supportive utility that she brings is awful. Talked a lot about our burst compared to Lauma earlier. Yes. Yeah. I guess I can at least bring up that point to anybody who wasn't here, or just as a reminder. I like Linnea's defensive utility a lot better than I like Innefa's defensive utility, because it is not always active. You have to sacrifice something for it. So it makes it a little bit more dynamic. It makes it so that it is not constant, it is not assumed, so that the content that Hoyo makes for Lunar Crystallize is the enemies are less aggressive. They can't trust that you will always have a shield active. Linnea is an allegory for autism and Lumi is funny. That's all. I don't think she necessarily is an allegory for autism. I think she... I don't think any Genshin characters are directly an allegory for much. I think a lot of them hit a broad range of things, and they can be interpreted as one of those things. So I think that reading Linnea as autistic, fine. Sure, you can do that. I don't have a problem with that. I don't think she was necessarily intended to be autistic. I don't think any character was. But that's just me. Yeah, I guess you can choose between the tap and the mash skill. It's kind of funny that she can front load her damage. It's sort of interesting. But even her buffs, like, yeah, she gives Red Shred, but the higher levels of... I mean, I'm complaining that the higher levels of Red Shred are locked behind Ascendant Moongleam, but I didn't have that problem with Durin, so maybe I'm being a hypocrite and I shouldn't complain about that. I think... There we go. Linnea... Here's the nice things that I can say about Linnea is just like Lauma and Innefa, where instead of being hard locked to Ascendant Moongleam, unlike the carries, she instead scales with Ascendant Moongleam. She starts off at a decent baseline, and you can increase that baseline by playing more and more intended units with her, which, cool, good, but frankly, Lauma and Innefa just did it better. It's the same thing, but it's with a boring element, so what are you going to do about it? The main thing that I really don't like about the fact that she gives Red Shred is the fact that Georesonance already gives Red Shred. So the offensive value of this buff is kind of decreased because the initial amount of Red Shred is the most important. The first instance of Red Shred that you get on a team is the most important, because most enemies, especially enemies that you are intended, like if you're playing Linnea into Lunar Crystallized content, they're not going to have exceptionally high Geores, probably going to be at 10%, and the initial amount of Red Shred punching through that initial 10% is the most important, and you're already going to get that from Georesonance. So Georesonance is shield locked though. I guess that's a point, but I feel like that only really becomes an issue because Lunar Crystallize removes the shield, which just makes me not like that. Oh wait, also it's not. It's not shield locked. They changed that when they oh fuck. They changed that when they added Lunar Crystallize. It's also like within X seconds of triggering Lunar Crystallize, it shreds res. So it is shield locked, but also it's shield locked if you're not using Lunar Crystallize, but also that's pretty easy to do. There are a lot of good shielders in the game nowadays, and even if you aren't running one of them, you can get a Crystallize. And if you are on Lunar Crystallize, then it's not shield locked. Linnea enables Lunar Crystallize, and Lunar Crystallize is cool at the very least. I mean, I think it's fine. I think it's kind of interesting, but I said my piece with Sibai, where I think Columbina is easily the most interesting Lunar Crystallize enabler. So I guess Linnea has that, but she is not even the most interesting unit to do it. Oh, yeah, and then her fucking EM buff. Her EM buff is just like super shit Anepha's because I didn't realize before. I thought it was burst reliant. I thought it was, oh, after she casts her burst, she triggers this effect for like 15 seconds or whatever. But no, this is just active all the time. So it's not even like a dynamic cool thing that you can change the amount of. I mean, I guess you can just min max her defense to increase this buff, which is a cool thing. But you there's no interesting energy stuff going along with it. She's cool if you don't want Tsibai and want to make Chiori or Albedo lunar. Like, I guess, but my argument, again, let's return to this. This is my retrospective, these are my opinions. I think Columbine is just better for that. I think I just prefer Columbina for those purposes. Linnea can do that, but I don't think she's particularly good at doing that. Yeah, so her buff is very restrictive. She only buffs the EM of moon sign units, and if the on-fielder is not a moon sign unit, she buffs herself, which is, again, a lot less dynamic than an Effa's. But Linnea is the better damage. I repeat, this is my retrospective. If I have to pull an entire new unit just for better damage, I don't really give a fuck. I want configurable damage within a team. I mean, it's weird. It's weird because I pulled Nicole for the purposes of better damage. But, like, Linnea is just personal damage. So that's why I didn't bother getting her, is because I don't care about Linnea and I don't care about her own personal damage. I pulled Nicole because I like off-fielders. I like Durin, I like Emily, and I wanted them to be dealing... I like Anefa, and I wanted them to be dealing more personal damage. But I don't care about Linnea, so I don't care that she does more damage than Columbina. Because if I don't like either of them, and I think that Columbina is more interesting and more flexible for the purposes of enabling Lunar Crystallize, I'm just going to use Columbina. You must be perfectly internally consistent at all times. Well, actually, I was. I actually did explain... I think I explained myself pretty well there. I think I explained my reasoning as to why I did get Columbina, and I really don't care for Linnea there. Because if I don't care about Linnea herself, why do I care that she deals more damage? I'm not one who really cares about overall team damage if the team damage is being dealt by characters that I'm not particularly interested in. I like configuring damage around characters that I like. Prune! I love you, Prune. I love you, Prune. Prune. The competition isn't crazy fierce. Wait, hold on. I'm hearing some people talk about Linnea. Do people still want to talk about Linnea? Am I moving on too fast? Is Itlua still good for Tsibai at C0? He's functional. He's functional. Not really much better than alternatives, but he's good because he frees up those alternatives if you wanted to use them anywhere else. For all intents and purposes, as a Navia believer, I should pull Linnea, but she's boring because I don't give a fuck about team damage. I like Navia, so I pulled Nicole instead, who's more flexible. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I think I care way more about Nicole, because Nicole allows me to configure the damage on the units that I like more. So even though Linnea brings a higher team DPS to Navia, Linnea teams deal more damage. Linnea Navia teams deal more damage than Hex Navia teams, but Navia is dealing less of that damage. Anyways, yeah, we're moving on from Linnea. We're all done. Prune, I love you, Prune. Prune. Prune is a really fucky little unit. She is just something else. But I think that Prune she is kind of really heavily restrictive, but I feel like she's restriction done right. Because basically what she is she gives very generic things, but she needs conditions to give those generic things. She needs to meet certain conditions to give those generic things. Whereas compared to Itlua, where Itlua, like he always buffs the things that he buffs, but the thing is that like his buffs are only at all good if he's actually buffing lunar crystallized damage. You don't need to do any specific thing to get his burst online and start working, but you do need to deal lunar crystallized damage on field for his buffs to be I don't know. Am I fucking splitting hairs here? Whatever. The point is that I can still say that Prune is a lot better because Prune gives way more generic stats. Way more generic things. What? And I also just think she's a really interesting kit design at a baseline. She has all of her buffing going on in her burst, so that makes her have some interesting energy dynamics. I think after playing her a decent amount, I do have to say her burst requirements are often just fucking annoying. She has really, really, really high energy needs. She does generate 5 particles. That is a lot of particles, but she has a 70 cost burst. She refunds, what is it, like 10 to 12 energy with her C1. A little bit more with C6 because it extends her burst. I think with C6, yeah, I want to do a little bit of testing with C6. That's another reason why I want C6. Terminally on Fav, I fear it's not even. It's not even because she wants high base attack stuff. So it's generally like you want other units on Fav, terminally other units on Fav, or terminally double Animo. But like that's another thing that kind of ties her to Venti and Varka is because they both have really good particle generation, Animo particle generation, and that really helps with her burst cost. So I will give that away. Her burst cost is really fucking annoying. It is really, really, really fucking irritating to get her burst online in teams that aren't running double Animo, and even a few of them that are running double Animo. And then her buffing, she specifically wants, so she deals Animo damage off field. Her burst deals Animo damage off field. I guess I'm explaining how Prune works because everybody always fucking asks. She deals Animo damage off field with her burst. If that Animo damage triggers a swirl, she gets a converted hammer, deals 150% of her attack. It's of the damage that she swirled. When that hammer hits, she buffs damage bonus for the entire party based on the amount of attack that she has. The buff starts at 2,000 because it actually has a lower floor and an upper floor. It starts giving you damage bonus when she's at 2,000 attack. It caps out at 50% when she is at 4,000 attack. Really, like I gotta say, oh yeah, and then she has her hex thing. Fucking very, very irritating unit to get to work. She has high burst costs. She requires that you have a swirlable element on enemies so she can trigger the swirl, so she can hit with the hammer and then confer the damage bonus. She has high energy needs. She has really high build needs because she wants a lot of energy. She has a lot of energy needs to be getting her burst in the first place, and then she has a lot of attack needs to be conferring an actual buff. And then her hex passive kind of restricts her even further because it wants you, after a Hexerai character in the party affected by Tolling Rally triggers an elemental reaction on an opponent, Prune's attack is increased by 60%. That obviously converts to more team-wide damage bonus because she buffs team-wide damage bonus based on her attack. If the elemental reaction triggered is a swirl reaction, the triggering character's attack will additionally be increased by 30%. So she also buffs Hexerai Animo units, pretty much 30% attack. It's Sucrose, it's Venti, it's Varka. It's obviously meant for Varka. So really, really only Varka makes use of that. But the first part is another annoying little thing in her kit because she needs a nearby Hexerai character in the party to trigger a reaction affected by Tolling Rally. She doesn't affect herself with Tolling Rally, so you need to have a different Hexerai unit in the party triggering a reaction. It's just all a bunch of little annoying conditions, but I still really like it. I still really, really like it because at a baseline, there are still a lot of teams that can meet her baseline restrictions of just having a constant aura on enemies so she can trigger her swirl and hit with the hammer to get the buff. This is a little bit more. The Hexarai stuff is a little bit more of a restriction. Her getting that 60% attack buff from another Hexarai unit triggering a reaction is indeed a little bit more of a restriction. But I often have a fun time working around it. I have a lot of things. There are a lot of teams where I am like clearing auras so I can trigger a burning with Durin, shit like that. It is annoying, and it is definitely hard to make work in a lot of situations, but there are a lot of fun workarounds as long as you have the Hex units to do creative stuff with her. But again, you do really need to have the Hex units to be doing creative stuff with her to get that 60% attack buff. I would say that 60% attack buff is pretty meaningful, as it does confer around 10% extra damage bonus depending on the base stack of her weapon. But I feel like I've already gone through everything. She is really, she wants a lot of very specific things to happen. She needs a convergence of a lot of very specific things to work at a particularly high level. But her kit is flexible enough that I do have fun, and the buffs that she gives are generic enough that I really do love messing around with her. She is very rarely an optimal unit outside of her intended, premium Varka team, and she is definitely hard to play outside of that premium Varka team, but she has enough flexibility and she gives generic enough stats that I always fucking love messing around with Prune. I think it is her kit is just so much fun. She has actual build needs. She has dynamics with energy recharge. She wants to be building a lot of attacks, so she lends herself to some interesting builds. She has cool restrictions that can be kind of annoying, but aren't crazy restrictive. She doesn't even necessarily need double hex. That 60% attack is definitely nice to have, but it's not horribly necessary. I think she is kind of more in the Durin category, where she, I think, is a little bit better at enabling other Hex units to get their passives more than she benefits from her own Hex passive, or relies on her own Hex passive, I should say. And of course, she's Anima. She can hold VV. And she's a Catalyst unit. She can hold TTDS, but that's not very useful because she really does want a high base attack weapon. But she could hold something like fucking Pamber. And what? So really restrictive, kind of weird unit that isn't always best. Even though numerically she can be made to be better than Kazuha, I think there is enough significant clunk and restrictions in her kit that she is not always better than Kazuha, and I think that's a good thing. I think that is a good thing. I think that is how a 4-star should be balanced. So, constellations. I really like how we finally got an anima sport that Sucrose steps on the toes of a little less. Yeah. It's kind of surprising how they managed to do a fucking Hexarai Animo Catalyst unit that is significantly different from Sucrose, and a full party damage bonus buff is just really cool and usable by a lot of units, and I really like that. Constellations, C1 and C2 are just stats. They just make her a little bit easier to build. They make her buff a little bit more substantial. I think she does really want specifically C2 to start being a particularly compelling unit. At a baseline, C0 Prune is fine. She's functional. She is an Imaginarium unit. She works just fine there. But I think to start using her in Abyss contexts and even like potentially some Stygian contexts, some non-optimal Stygian contexts, you kind of do want C1 and C2. C1 giving her energy gives her the ability to build some more attack. C2 just giving attack gives more damage bonus buffing. I didn't even fucking mention that because she builds attack, this panned out a lot worse than I initially thought it was going to. Like, I thought she was going to be a better damage dealer than she was. But I thought it was interesting that she is an attack scaler. She builds a bunch of attack for her buffs, and of course, she is dealing damage to. She has to deal damage to get those buffs. She has to hit with her burst and then hit with this fucking hammer that deals 150% of her attack to get those buffs. So she does have some significant scalings coming out. And because she builds for attack, those can be made to deal some damage, but it's not nearly what I expected. I think I calced with some higher assumptions. I think I didn't understand that she doesn't give herself her own damage bonus buff, which is kind of sad. I really wish she gave herself her own damage bonus buff. It would make this passive a little bit easier to trigger, and it would just be able to squeeze out a little bit of extra damage out of her. Debating leveling her talents? Don't fucking do it. Maybe level her burst a few times. Maybe level her burst and skill a few times. But her talents are fairly meaningless. Most of her damage is coming out of this Ascension passive. She doesn't deal much damage, and even the damage she does is coming from an Ascension passive. So, I think she's kind of interesting. She can be made to deal some damage. She can be used to patch up damage in scuff teams. And I remember to talk about that because I got on to C4, which is just personal damage. She gets a ricochet on her hammer. It's personal damage. You get 80% attack. It's not even more energy because C1 requires you to hit with a conversion hammer, but it has a 1.8 second cooldown. So C4 doesn't like hit. There's not enough time between the hits to get extra energy out of that. It's just personal damage. Also, her special skill is bad. It is bad, but I mean, at least it's kind of cool. She gets a converted hit, and it's the largest individual multiplier in her kit. You still like can't do anything with it, but I guess if you might be able to fucking melt it or something like that. It's like it's bad, but it's also kind of like, I shouldn't say it's like dark mode Durin, but it's like it's not costing her anything to have this second hit. If anything, it's a little bit better because it lets her use her C1 without casting her burst. I mean, it's just 2 energy. Have you seen the animation cancel that was found with her E? Yes, I have. It's worthless because you can't trigger a swirl. That tech is dependent on not triggering a swirl. Yeah, it's there for funsies. It's not too bad. People have hit the damage cap with it. I assume by people you mean Giga Whales. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. It's there. It doesn't hurt to have. It sucks for most people, but if you want to do something funny with it, you can. And then C6. I actually really, really like C6 Prune's design because it's not crazy powerful. A lot of the power in her buffs are in the fact that she gives a full party damage bonus buff, and C6 is not a full party buff. It is a single target buff, so it is not nearly as impactful as just having her baseline buffs in her kit. Your most important Prune copy is... I was going to say C0, but it's probably actually C2. Because C2 does... C1 and C2 do pretty significant things for her full team-wide damage bonus buffs. But C6, it does give you 350 attack to your on-fielder, and also this one is much less restrictive. Any party member affected by Tolling Rally triggering a reaction, any elemental reaction, activates this attack buff. So it's pretty much universal. As long as you are meeting the conditions that she's getting her swirls and she's hitting with her converted hammers, you get this 350 attack buff, which, neat, awesome. It also extends her burst by a little bit, which is not really a big issue. Her buffs were already pretty much full uptime, so that doesn't extend the duration of her buffs, but it does do some fun things. It increases her own personal damage by giving her 2 more procs on her burst, which someone like me, who has a crown burst on Prune and likes to see Prune do damage, that is a little bit of a nice thing. And also it gives her a tiny bit more energy from C1. But the duration extension on it is pretty unimpactful, so it's really only the 350 attack that matters, which is, in the grand scheme of her entire kit, kind of small. Kind of small. Also, it grants the attack buff to herself, so it gives her a little bit more of a damage bonus buff. I think that flat attack buff does apply to herself. But it's a really, really cool C6 design because it feels like she is entirely complete. Again, I think she feels a little bit weak without C2, but it really does feel like a lot of her power is in her base copy and her early constellations, and C6 is just an additional cherry on top. Giga whales are people too. Whatever we say. Whatever we say. So, I don't think that Prune is a really great design for a lot of people. I don't think a lot of people will appreciate Prune, but Prune hits so many good notes for me. She is flexible, she is interesting, her numbers are good enough to justify using in a lot of weird contexts. She has a lot of odd restrictions that can be met in a lot of different ways. She has interesting constellations that don't feel particularly mandatory. I think she is a wonderful 4-star design. I think Alyosha is a little bit better from the standpoint of like general player base. I think Alyosha is a more valuable and interesting unit to the general player base, but Prune, I really like her. And her name is Prune. And her name is Prune. During his peak, true. True. Nicole. Nicole is a unit that I don't have much to say about, but I actually like her. Because she's kind of uninteresting. Right? Like, she kind of just does what she does. She does it very well. And she's nice to have. Yeah, we like Nicole here. What the fuck do we say about Nicole? Eon Sane and Shambles? What? I like Eon-san. Why the hell do I live in Europe? Good night, Wheelie. Good night, Wheelie. Probably see you tomorrow. Probably will see you tomorrow. Oh my god, the NOD KRAI retrospective is gonna be like 3 fucking days. God damn it. If I go to sleep now, does it mean I missed the part with Dorsal? I don't even know if we're gonna get to the Archon quest today. It might end up being tomorrow. Dorsal, are you free tomorrow? I guess I should ask you. I should ask based on your schedule. So anyways, yeah, okay. We'll figure something out. We'll figure something out. So Nicole. Yeah, Nicole's pretty awesome. Nicole's pretty awesome. What the fuck do I say about Nicole? I like having a full party attack buffer. We have been needing it, not necessarily needing it. Vartanik, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you so much. Hello. I feel like everything that I've had to say about Nicole, I've already said about Nicole. Very, very uninteresting unit. She just buffs attack full party. It is based on her build, which is slightly restrictive. She does need a specific combination of things to actually hit the maximum amount of buffs that she can give. Genuinely don't think I'm making it past the character review. To be fair, this is going to be the longest section by a long shot. Every other section should be fairly shorter, except maybe the Archon quest, because I'm doing it with Dorsal. Hex Sustain is kind of cool, I guess. I think it's important that she has a shield, because Bennett, of course, is her alternative. Bennett has Sustain in his kit. I think it's cool that they chose a different Sustain than Bennett. I think it's cool that she gives a shield instead of healing. I feel like she would have the same problems with Inefa. The same problems as Inefa with like her having a shield makes it easier for Hoyo to design content that restricts other units and makes it easier for her to clear. But I feel like they just don't fucking know how to shill Hex. Because Hex is so much closer to a lot of the older team archetypes that like it's harder to shill electrocharge damage, superconduct damage. Like those buffs don't do shit unless you're fucking Flynn's or Sandrone. But it's like pyro damage bonus. There are 500,000 units that love pyro damage bonus, and how else are you gonna fucking buff Varka? Her artifact situation is the most peculiar part of her. Yeah. I like that she does need to put in a little bit of work to hit that maximum buff. You end up relying on Pyro Resonance. That makes her a little bit dynamic to hit that maximum buff. You need some good substats occasionally. She obviously wants a high base attack weapon. Her burst... her burst kind of sucks, and I can I be honest with you guys? I kind of like that. I kind of like how much her burst sucks. Because, like, even in Hex teams, even with Hex units that can make good use of it, the numbers on it are so low that it's barely fucking worth the time it takes to cast. And honestly, I think that's sort of a good thing. Her burst is really cool and also bad. I don't know about really cool. I don't know about really cool. I really don't understand what its purpose is. You burst when you have her burst and when you're using a Hexarai on fielder. It's like also annoying because you end up triggering the quills on it. You use its stacks, its arcane projection attacks on, like, you can often end up using it on non-hex units if your team isn't all hex, or even in a premium team like Varka where every unit is hex, you can end up fucking up and triggering one of these projections on Prune, and Prune doesn't have very good crit stats. I use it to dodge. Yeah, like, I guess that's the best fucking point for it. Yeah, like, I really don't think she needs this burst at all, so I think the fact that it's as restrictive as it is, and even when you meet the restrictions, like, you only really want to use it when you have Hex on fielders. And even when you have Hex on fielders, it's not particularly good. I think that's fine. I think it's fine to have a bit of a useless burst. It also makes her a lot nicer to play. Hitting 4K attack while worrying about ER requirements also sounds like a pain to deal with. Yeah. I mean, I think it's not in some of her more premium teams, especially like when combined with Durin. But in a wider variety of teams, which I think that's, you know, a lot of the more interesting stuff that she can do, that she would have significant energy needs there. I don't know. I'm just like, it sucks and I'm fine with that. I think it's kind of cool that it does elemental damage and doesn't apply anything. I mean, overall, I think it's really, really nice that she doesn't apply any element. I think Nicole as like a kind of inert buffer that's just like, here you go. Here's some fucking attack. That's all I do. I give you a shield, I give you attack. Go have fun. It's a lot of stats. I think that's really nice. I really like that it doesn't interfere with a lot of stuff that goes on. I think it makes her a very flexible unit. It makes her an interesting option into the future. Even if she is not always best in slot with a lot of teams, it seems like she is going to be a good option with a lot of teams that have multiple attack scaling damage dealers, which beginning of Snezhnaya tells us that that might be a very common thing in Genshin's future. It looks like that's the direction we're fucking going in. Nicole being a 5-star has the meaningful upgrade over Benny. Yeah, you could also further invest and make her move from on par with Benny to better than Benny. I don't really value that all that much, but it's cool for people who do higher investment stuff. Probably the two biggest things in her kit that most people don't like. I mean, the biggest thing that most people don't like is fucking, is it this one? No, it's this one. It's waiting 3 seconds for the 300 attack. I'll be so real, I don't really give a fuck. I don't really give a fuck. I think it's not really, I think people are complaining. I think they see, oh, you need to wait 3 seconds on field to get her maximum buff. And it's like, I don't think you understand that, yeah, you need to wait 3 seconds for the maximum buff, but she already gives 300 attack and 40% damage bonus from her set. Did I say 300? I meant 600. Oh no, my first Kenichi. And also you could do minor optimizations with someone like Kenich, where you could just like walk for a second and then go into skill, and then his first E gets buffed. 3 seconds is, yeah, pretty tiny for most teams. It minorly affects a few units, and even when it does, it's 300 attack. Like, she gives double that from just out of baseline permanently. Her set, yeah, that's I was gonna say that was my main issue. I think way more people complain about this than they should, and I think way less people complain about the set than they should, because that actually provides a meaningful restriction to Nicole, because her fucking what? This, I don't think is that big of a deal. This is one of her hex restrictions, and I don't think it's that big of a deal. Her burst is one of her hex restrictions, and I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think her main hex restriction is her artifact set, because it only gives 20% damage bonus, and it only gives 20% damage bonus of the... what the fuck am I saying? It only gives damage bonus of the equipper's element if you are not in double X. Fucking, I don't like the artifact set itself, but we'll get to that. But yeah, it's just like, it's annoying. You have to run a pyro on fielder for them to benefit from it if you're not running double hex. And outside of that artifact set, she like doesn't have any good artifact sets. The best thing you can fucking do is like put her on the DPS hex set or 2-piece attack just to max out the buff that she gives. Because like, she can't use tenacity. She could use noblesse, but her burst is a fucking DPS loss, and you don't want to be building energy recharge for it every rotation. So that's kind of a wash. The only good artifact set that she has is the hex set, and that has an annoying restriction, which I think is her most significant restriction. And even so, it's not that big of a deal. She still gives 600 attack and a shield. The 40% damage bonus is really fucking nice. Don't get me wrong. At least she can still build a sizable attack buff on Instructor. I guess she can. I guess she fucking can. But yeah, I don't know. I appreciate Nicole a lot. Even if she is not objectively better than Bennett, I really, really appreciate her comfort. I think this is exactly what I wanted out of a 5-star Bennett. Full party attack buff with insane comfort. No energy needs, full uptime, big fucking shield. She doesn't even necessarily directly power creep Bennett because Bennett gives a bigger buff and Bennett heals. And both of those things can be useful. I think she's awesome. And I think she is... I mean, I think she's really fucking boring. But I think that's fine. I think that is okay for Nicole to be boring. Instructor Nicole is so based. This is a nice thought. Maybe I'll run some Instructors Nicole. Lohan! And she's also, yeah, she is also pretty, so we'll give her that. Lohan. I think I would like Nicole less if she weren't boring. I think some units do get to be boring. I think some units do get to be boring. Anyways, Lohan. I have to stop the hate. I think he is the best designed on-fielder of the year. Unfortunately, I have an on-fielder from 2 years ago that I like better. I think he is the best designed on-fielder of the year, but also with that statement comes the fact that I think a lot of the on-fielder designs this year were kind of lame. I could go back and forth between Lohan and Varka being my favorite. I think that they have somewhat similar strengths. I think that Lohan has the potential to do a lot less interesting stuff, but I think he has way better team versatility, is how I will put it. Him better than Varka? Like, I don't know. I don't know. If I really had to pick between the two. Hmm. Where do I start with Lohan? I think the main thing about Lohan is that he particularly stands out against this past year, where we have a year of characters that really, really want specific elemental combinations. And I would say they want specific like resonances or whatever, but Lohan also kind of wants a specific resonance. But units who really, really want specific elemental combinations, it's really nice to have a refresher of a unit who kind of just does damage. He kind of just does damage, and his one restriction is that he wants off-field damage dealers, but like, come the fuck on. We got plenty of those. We got plenty of those, and we're going into a year of cryo reactions, of fucking special enhanced cryo reactions. Oh, are more people going to sleep? Are people going to sleep? Good night, everybody who's going to sleep. Oh, it's Amat. It's TSI Amat. Bye bye. It's cryo resonance. Yeah, he wants cryo resonance so bad. Lohan, I think, is another unit who, I mean, he just has the same thing as Varka, where like he doesn't inherently get a bunch of stuff from the hex resonance itself. Like, he doesn't have stuff in his kit that is locked behind double hex. But, like, he only has a small incentive in this. Yeah, in this. But, obviously, like, Durin's real good for him. Nicole's real good for him. The Hex Artifact set is real good for him. So he has incentives, not necessarily requirements. But he's an on-fielder, so it feels a little bit more like you do want to be running a Hex unit with him. Because all he does is damage, and another Hex unit does maximize his damage with this thing. I don't fucking know. I feel like I've said most of my opinions on him. I think he's fine. I think he's chill. I think he's whatever. I guess I just broached this topic. Obviously, he would have been 10 times cooler if he was standard. Obviously. The fact that he's limited makes him incredibly fucking boring. I think legitimately the only thing that he has... Well, I think he has two things over Wriothesley. He applies cryo faster, and he is a Hexarai unit. And it's kind of it. I think that's interesting. That's a little something that I did ignore about Lohan, is that Lohan does have very, very good cryo application, and that does enable some interesting stuff. Lohan cucked by Mizuki, like, insane. It's fucking ridiculous what they did with Mizuki after doing this shit to Lohan. I don't know if he was going to be standard. I'm not going to say, I'm not going to be under any sort of conspiracy theory saying, oh, Lohan was standard and then they changed him. I'm not going to engage with any of that right now, but I'm just going to say, if he was standard, he'd be a lot more interesting. Because I think his kit is fine. I think it relies on some interesting stuff, wanting off-field damage dealers and tracking Lohan's base attack and the damage those off-field damage dealers do is an interesting thing in concept, but it doesn't play out to be significantly different from many other units, because just so many units now have significant off-field damage dealers. Like, every fucking premium team is running significant off-field damage dealers, so like how does Lohan wanting significant off-field damage dealers make him any different from fucking Flint's? It's just like, he just says it in his kit directly, instead of saying, oh, I also want another Electro unit, and I want another fucking, and I have another unit that's perfectly built to deal damage with me. Like, it reads cool, but it doesn't play cool. Charge attack spam being optimal in his playstyle is a little boring to me, I guess. I guess I like that he has a few more combo optimizations than Varka does, but charge attack spam is like the least interesting optimization you can do. It's fine. I don't know. I'm a Hu Tao liker, so fucking whatever. I enjoyed playing Lohan the few times that I've tried him out. But I'm like not gonna go for him. if they give him out on like a free selector, I think there's a decent chance that I might pick Lohan from a selector. But I feel like I never find myself pulling for him because he's just not. He just don't got that much stuff going on. He stands out in a year of exceptionally restrictive on-fielder design, but I think that's kind of all he has going for him. So like if you have some units from older years that you like better, then you can kind of just go without him. Genuinely, I would have used my standard selector on him. I would have. I would have. Are we still in the character section? Yes, we are. We are on to the last unit of Sandrone. God damn, it's almost been 5 hours. I spent 4 fucking hours going through all these characters. Sandrone. I'm sorry, I feel like I don't have that much to say about Sandrone either. I say that, and then I spend 10 minutes on every character at a minimum. Oh, you know what? No. That's what I like. I like that Sandrone... Okay, so let's just start from the fucking beginning. Let's just, I guess, start all the way over. What are some things that I like about Sandrone? What are some things that I like about Sandrone? She's a normal attack leveler. I guess that's kind of interesting, but it's not particularly, like, standout. It just is nice in a year of units who use their skill to enter a special state, so their normal attack scalings don't fucking matter. Because you just level the scalings of their skill instead of their normal attacks. I guess it's cool, but it doesn't actually mean very much. I think it's weird that they gave her the potential to quick swap and then made it completely suboptimal to do it. Thoughts on Abina, Inefa, Yehoda, Sandrone, double Yuri, reaction swap. Whatever. Cool. Have fun doing that. I hope you have a good time. It might not work. I think the flexibility of her rotations is really, really nice. I guess I have to give her that. She has very similar rotation flexibility to Nefer. In fact, probably even more rotation flexibility than Nefer. I like the fact that she is going to enable both of the stellar reactions and be able to do both stellar reaction damage. But, like, it's weird. I feel like I can't properly assess her right now, because I don't understand the context of, you know, her full team. I don't have the context of the other NOD KRAI options. Like, yeah, it's cool that she enables both of the reactions, but so do Traveler and Odette. So that's not really that unique to her, and she's an on-fielder. So what do I fucking say about on-fielders? I guess I like how Stellar Conduct works. I guess I like the fact that you want to be hitting a lot with Cryo and Electro to build up a buff, like to build up stacks on a buff and make her deal more damage. Yeah, she's not restrictive. She doesn't have any of this fucking moon sign bullshit is really nice. I think she is a unit that has a lot of potential to be interesting. But right now, for me personally, there are too many alternatives for me to care enough to go for her. But I feel like anybody who pulls Sandrone should have a decent time with her. Maybe the most impactful thing I can talk about with her, I've already mentioned before, I like that she does build for burst. I really like that. Her burst does a significant amount of damage, and she doesn't automatically get it. She has to build a little bit of energy recharge for her burst, because it is optimal to do in most of her rotations. We have not really had that in the past year. You kind of just, most units are either burst reliant, like Durin or Prune, or you just burst, you never build any energy recharge, and you burst when you have it, like Linnea, Nicole, Lohan, not even Varka, Bai to an extent, Nefer. So I like that shakeup. I like that she is a character that doesn't get the majority of damage from her burst, but her burst still does enough damage that you do want to level it. You do want to build energy recharge for it. And that you have to overheat to get max damage from her burst. That's not true as far as I know. You can just do a regular rotation and burst at the end to get max damage from a burst. Maybe I'll just say that I don't like how they rolled out the stellar buffs with Sandrone. But I don't know, I don't think it's a massive deal. I think it's annoying that to utilize any of the stellar buffs this patch, you had to have a dead slot. I guess specifically for Risley or Sino, you had to have a dead slot. But I don't know. It was a marketing tactic. I don't think it's that big of a deal if you just wait till Odette. Yeah, I don't know. I think she does have the potential to be a very interesting unit, but I don't care very much for her. I think she's going to have a lot of alternatives. Um, and she might have some interesting rotation stuff. Maybe I'll pick her up on a rerun. Maybe I will pick her up on a rerun if I don't end up appreciating a lot of other NOD or a lot of other Snezhnaya units. I do see potentially I could find her to be a little bit interesting. But right now, looking ahead at the year, I don't have very many plans to be pulling for her. I think she's fine. I think she's whatever. I think it's good that they're doing away with the restrictions from this last year with the whole moon sign stuff. I think it's good that they're buffing old units. But nothing has stuff to do with none of that has that much to do with Sandrone herself. That feels like an overarching thing. Okay, character section finally done. Now, we're gonna look at some data. We're gonna look at this fucking pull census, but actually, I lied. Wow. I didn't drink very much of this Celsius at all. I'm gonna run to the bathroom first. Because that was 3 hours and 45 minutes. I don't think that any other section will go this long. But thank you guys for coming. I will be right back. I might end up having to pause and eat in the middle of the fucking stream. Who knows? I might go until like 1 a.m. Who knows? I'm already back. All right. Okay. Yeah, YouTube has been behaving, I think. Fast piss. Yeah, fast piss. No longer BRB. Okay. Oh, fucking K. Let's open this up. I might go through this a little bit faster. I say that, and then it's going to take an hour. Let's open up Paimon.moe so we can have some data to compare to. So we can let's look at some dubious data, guys. Okay. So, general opinions. Actually, I feel like before we go into this, do I want to do a quick ranking of my opinions on each unit for the year? Just like throw together a very quick tier list. So we can kind of compare my numbers to the overall fans numbers. We love tier lists. Okay, wonderful. We love tier lists. I think I can have two. Yeah. Beautiful. Wonderful. Let's reset this. This is fucking old. Tier names don't mean anything. Yes, please. I missed most of it. Okay. So, units for the year. Starting with Anefa, even though Anefa released... Like, next year, once I do Snezhnaya, I'm going to be including Sandrone as well, because I feel like, yeah, we need a lot of the context of Snezhnaya to be talking about Sandrone. Boom. I'm just going to make it kind of quick, vibes-based. I know he's in a weird place. I'll put her in A tier for now, because she's obviously like not the best or most interesting kit, but for the context of the meta for the year, I think she's I think it's really, really good that they made Aino as good as she was. Lauma, yeah, Lauma may be down a tier. I don't know. We'll move stuff around. I think Flynn's, yeah, maybe Flynn's goes B tier, Lauma goes C tier. Nefer goes C tier. Durin up there with Innefa. Yehoda, I think, also goes A tier for being an interesting unit. Like, I think Aino and Yehoda are really well diametrically opposed, where Aino is not a very interesting unit, but she works very, very well for her intended purpose, and it's really, really nice that they made her as good as she was for her intended purpose. Just a nice, accessible option for any lunar unit. And Yehoda... Yehoda can do a variety of things, but she can do them really weirdly. And she's not particularly well. She's kind of scuffed. Kamba Bimba. Man. But I guess also my opinions of the unit didn't inform, because I really didn't like Columbina, but I pulled her anyways. So like Lohan is probably going to be next to Flint's. Maybe, probably above Flint's in B tier. But I obviously, I pulled Columbina and I did not pull Lohan. You, fuck you. You got nothing going on at all. Same as you. Fuck you, you got nothing going on at all. Oh my god. The whole premium team is down there in D tier together. Varka, I think, like the highest on-fielders can go is B tier. I think Nicole A tier. Prune, I think, pushes up into S tier. That's just personal preference. See why, my beloved? No, why? I'm sorry. Were you not here for it? Were you not here for it? I did not have very nice things to be saying about Sibai. I think Lohan, yeah. Lohan goes top there. Sandrone. Actually, you know what? Maybe Sandrone can go A tier. I could give her an A tier. Subject to change. But I might be willing to push her up. Maybe at least top of B tier. I don't know. It's weird. I like Lohan as a design better than her. But I like also am associating a lot of the new stuff like Stellar Conduct with her. So maybe I'm giving her more... What's it called? I was not. I had to get my dad from the airport. Damn. Well, you got a VOD. You got a VOD to watch. And it's on YouTube. Oh, and that's it? And that's it. Varka is A tier at least. I don't think on-fielders can be A tier. I don't think any on-fielder from this year can be A tier. I really like Varka. In fact, I'm going to put Varka over Sandrone. In fact, I lied. I'm going to put everyone over Sandrone. I changed my mind again. I think that these three have more interesting dynamics going on than Sandrone does, because I realized that I am attributing a lot of the stellar stuff to Sandrone. Like, I like the stellar buffs and I like stellar conduct, but that's not Sandrone. Other units are going to be able to do that. Varka as a shield counter, though? Yeah, but he still is... I went over my problems with him. I'm not gonna argue this. I'm not gonna argue this. I just spent 4 fucking hours going over all of my opinions of these units and their upsides and downsides. I'm not gonna argue about this anymore. You can go back and look at the fucking Varka section if you want to hear my points about him. Sibai was pretty good, but I might be biased since I have C1. She's my highest performing DPS on my main. So, yeah, context. I don't know if you just got here, Cherry. This is my opinion of their design. It is not how good of a unit they are. I don't think Prune would be S tier if it was how good of a unit they were. She at least wouldn't be above Nicole. It is my opinion of their overall design. Be interesting to see if Sandrone rises or falls within the next year. We'll see. I think B tier is perfect for her. I think B tier for minorly interesting carries that have some stuff going on. Push Everson to S tier? Sure, you got it. Push Everson S tier. I'm getting her out of there. Sorry. So, this is my general ranking. This is my general ranking of how much I liked each of the units from the past year. Man, and next year we're going to have more units to talk about because we didn't get a Traveler this year, and we are down 2 units because Mannequin and Mannequin counted. So this year we had fucking 15 units, and next year we're going to have 18. Yeah, census time. We also going to rank the buff characters like Venti? Oh, shit. Different list. We're going to talk about the buffs second. Buffs are going to come right after this. And because I didn't properly include the buff characters in the census, we're gonna just talk about the new characters here. Nefa, we're looking at... I like that. I'm also probably, because it took so long to look at... I did ask for investment stuff, but I feel like there's not an easy way to properly compare what people have what investment on each character. So I feel like we're mostly going to be looking at these. At the... At this basic pie graph here. Are we reading the written responses? There are 350 responses. I don't think we are reading the written responses. I would put Ino in S. She deserves it from carrying so many accounts and Stygian clears. Aqua. I just said it. It's not how good the unit is. It's how good my opinion is of them. Which maybe I could move Ino. Ino's an A tier. No, and Ino's an A tier. Ino perfectly belongs in A tier. I think Inefa is meta IMO. I also think Inefa is meta IMO. And my opinion is S. Well, you can make an entire stream about your opinions, okay? But this is a stream about my opinions. So Inefa. Inefa. 34% yes on debut. Damn, that's actually kind of surprising. I think that this has shifted. The last time I saw it, I think I saw more people that got her on her rerun than her debut. I would be willing to take the bit data and compile it for you for written responses. That sounds lovely. I don't know when we would look at it, though. So that actually shifted. More people got her on debut than on rerun. I think the mixture of me and Soul's audience, where we both got her on debut. We were some of the few people who actually got an FO on debut. So I feel like our audiences are definitely more shifted because Soluna also, I believe, posted it in his server. So it's both of our audiences together. So that probably shifted the metrics a little bit and made it so that 119 people got on debut, 112 on rerun. That makes for a total of just under 70% who already own an EFA. Then another 18% want to get her, leaving 16% of people who do not give a fuck about an EFA. 16 people. Okay. Interesting. And then just skimming these reviews, I actually am seeing a lot of 95, I'm not going to count, but I'm seeing SIG, C2R1, Will, and 7.0 if leaks are true. C1, signature weapon. A lot of people got SIGs, it seems. I would like to, maybe I would like to have this data better compiled, and we might be able to revisit it in the next stream, because oh good lord, we are not getting through this fucking entire retrospective in this one stream. Yeah, I'd be willing to give you guys access to the file if we do that. Don't forget you got raided today. Oh yeah, one singular person, one or two people spoke from the raid, so I don't think they really swayed the results here. And it was what? It was like a 50-person raid, and this has 350 responses. Okay, interesting. Lauma, damn, that's kind of interesting. I mean, it makes sense to me. So obviously, a big factor for Inefa was that she ran at not a great time, right before the upcoming region. You know what? Are they doing that on purpose? Are they fucking weaponizing Sandrone on purpose? Because they realized they very much did this on purpose with Inefa, where they made Inefa an incredibly valuable and impactful unit to pull for the entire year, and they released her before the region even came out. Because I think they know that, you know, fucking debut banners for units right before the start of a new region don't perform well for a big variety of reasons. There are a lot less players who are playing during the end of a region versus people who come in when a new region starts. There are a lot more people that are saving for units that are going to be in the upcoming region. So units that come out right at the end of a region cycle always have it really, really hard. But Inefa was a little bit different because Inefa was a fucking incredible unit to have for the entire year, and she had insane pulls on her reruns. So I'm wondering, are they trying to like leverage the casual understanding of the game? Because a lot of people that I've heard a lot of people say like, "Ooh, Sandrone is going to be Bitcoin. Sandrone is going to be the Inefa of the year," and it's like, obviously not, because the difference between Inefa and Sandrone is, well, number one, it seems like Sandrone has a lot of other alternatives right now. And number two, which is the more impactful one, Sandrone's an on-fielder. Odette's going to be the Inefa? Sure, whatever. You can make a million comparisons. Odette's going to be Inefa, and Odette's going to be Colombina, Odette's going to be Shilonen, whatever. I think Odette is the valuable unit to be pulling next patch that can potentially do a lot of stuff for your account. I'm going to be the Himiko's breast mole is the Inefa. You're an Efa, he's an Efa, I'm an Efa. Is there anybody else in here who is an Efa? So yeah, I think that they're leveraging that. I think that they're leveraging what they did with Inefa to fool people into thinking that Sandrone is going to be the Inefa, people who don't have proper understanding of the game. Because that they do that a lot. They love trying to fool people who don't have a proper understanding of the game. And we can see clearly here that a mere 15.8% of people don't want her at all, but only 34% pulled on debut. Whereas, like, comparing to Lauma, a much more significant amount of people don't want her at all. Not much more. Actually, kind of. 11% more people. It's 93 responses versus 55. 40 more people don't care about Lauma. Again, sort of suspicious information. And most of the people who wanted Lauma got her on her debut. Look at that. The people between people who want her or who got her on a rerun and want her on a rerun, these people don't make up 20% of the chart. More than 80% of people either got Lauma on her debut or don't want her at all. So it feels like Lauma's value was a lot more immediately obvious, and people who wanted her just got her, and people who don't want her don't care that much, and these ones are probably more outliers who might not have been playing at the time, or maybe they cared about Nefer and then they wanted to pick up Lauma on a rerun. Maybe this is why I should include, why did you get X unit? But so many responses are just going to be, I like them. Because that's what I say. Get units that you like. So interesting. And I think that lines up perfectly with Paimon.moe data. Checking an FA debut. 63. Oh, that went up. I feel like that went up. I feel like the last time I checked it, that was 60k. But that feels like a lot. 3,000 in Nefas from a banner that was a year ago. Maybe I was just wrong. I use her way less than an Nefa, but I don't regret that. But yeah. Which I mean, I think is reflective here. Less people want Lauma, and less people who don't have, or more people don't want Lauma at all, and less people who don't have her want her. It's pronounced Moe. I thought it was Mo. I think it is Moe. Like Mo from The Simpsons. 63k versus rerun, you got 100k. I know that for a fact. I always check these numbers. More people got her on a rerun, which is kind of fucking crazy. This never happens. The debut banner is always the best performing. I feel like Anefa is the only unit that this has ever fucking happened to. Maybe Kazuha. Probably Kazuha. Whereas comparing to Lauma, let's look at the Lauma runs. Lauma debut. 140Ks. It was also the start of the region, so more people were playing. Versus 44,000. Damn. Really hasn't gotten any combos since her debut, so less people probably feel the need for her compared to Anefa. Yeah. Yeah, just an off-fielder that can do the damage themselves is inherently more valuable than an off-fielder who needs specific things to be happening to do their buffing. Like Lauma can't really be an off-field damage dealer herself. She kind of wants Columbina as an off-field damage dealer, or she wants Bloom happening to do her buffing, or she wants Nefer. She has kind of an overloaded kit, and she is not a bad unit by any means, but in general, it is more valuable to have a unit that can just contribute their own damage than have a bunch of specific conditions be met for them to buff. Flints, I also mentioned this. I don't know if I mentioned this a lot. I keep looking at this because I think it's very impressive that Flints is the only DPS that has over 50% ownership. And even more people want him. Every other on-fielder, 63% doesn't want Nefer. I mean, he's the only one who has over 50% ownership, and less than 50% of people who don't want him at all. He's 41% people don't want him. Nefer's 63. He buys 55. Varka's 53. Lohan is 59. Sandrone's 53. People love their Flints. And is that reflective in the Paimon.moe numbers? I'm interested to think. Also, if you check, more people likely have investment on Flints. That's my vibe that I've gotten from looking at a lot of Flints reviews. I don't know. 234 responses on this versus 24 on Lauma, 233 on Anefa. Okay, one more response on Flints. 209 on Nefer, 245 on Durin. Duran's winning the investment off if we're only counting number of responses, which is a bad metric because there are a lot of people who said, no, I didn't do any investment. Because originally I made the investment question mandatory, but later I changed it to not be mandatory. So generally only people who got investment would have answered the question. There's still a few no's, but it's majority. It's majority people who say that they got investment. 244 Colombina, one more Duran than Colombina. 204. I imagine Duran is going to be the #1 most invested character off of this basic vibe check. Yeah. Most vertically invested character, I should say. So let's just do a quick check of some numbers. Stats. 191 Flinses. I think Flins gets a big buff off of, well, man buff. There's just a bit of a lack of men. So men get kind of concentrated pulls, whereas people who like female characters more, they have a lot more choices. So they might like someone who likes women more might be more. I mean, we got 3 male on-fielders this year compared to Centrone, T-Bai, Nefer. I guess it was 3 and 3 this year. So I guess I can't count that. But in past years, I feel like there have been more female. But he gets on-fielder buff and he gets early patch buff. People love their on-fielders. People love looking at their pretty characters and making their pretty characters deal a lot of damage. So, I mean, it's kind of, in my community, on-fielders get a bit of a debuff. I mean, in general, on-fielders get a little bit of a debuff. No, I would say in my community, on-fielders get a little bit of a debuff because I value versatility and I attract other people who value versatility. But in the general community, I think on-fielders get a bit of a buff because people want to see the units that they get. People want to see the units that they get, and they want to funnel a lot of the team's damage into those units that they like. So what? Like, I think Skirk did way better than Escoffier on her debut. And even though I think Escoffier got more pulls than Skirk on a rerun, Skirk was still close, yeah. Men lovers weren't fed this year. They got to eat 2 meals instead of 3. I don't know. Flynn's first new male 5-star since Kanich? Yes. There was a severe lack of men in Natlan, but I don't think that was the case in NOD KRAI. We got Varka, we got Flints, we got Itlua, we got Lohan, was that actually it? Holy shit, Duran, my bad. How did I forget Duran? And then we got some buffed units. You kinda have to invest in Varka. Why are you people saying like, oh, but Hex is so much worse because you have to invest in it? That's how every fucking team archetype in this game works. That is not a unique downside to Varka. Honestly, Varka's more flexible because he can at least do his scuff team stuff. You don't need to invest. I mean, his pyro stuff is the best, but like he's gonna have good cryo stuff. Is this the C3R1 Chaska of this year? People think that, like, what's funny about it is they're specifically saying about this about, like, Hex and Varka. When it's like, are you people fucking crazy? Like, the same is true of all the lunar units as well. Does Buff Venti even count, though? Well, I'm not going to argue this right now. I have too much to think about. Anyways, look at on-fielder numbers. Let's look at these on-fielder numbers. Flint's was the most popular by a decent margin. So yeah, we got the 190 on debut. Looking at Nefer, 123. That's a little bit lower. Other new on-fielders, T-Bai, 125. Again, a little bit lower. Also after Colombina, but also during Lantern, right? And she gets leeway buff. Although I imagine that Paimon.moe is maybe a website that is more used by Americans and Europeans more than Chinese players, and I imagine that Sibai Banner probably did a little bit better with Chinese audiences. Just a vibe. Varka fucking 78. And then Lohan 32. And 78 for Sandrone as well, but that's probably going to update and get a little bit higher. But yeah, everybody was significantly behind Flint. Oh, I didn't even look at reruns. My dumbass. My dumbass. Who reran? Only Flynn's and Nefer, right? And Flynn's got 60k on rerun, which is not too terrible. Not too terrible. And Nefer got 28k on rerun, which is maybe a little bit worse. Maybe a little bit worse. What's my Varka team? The same as everybody else's. Am I tweaking or did you forget Lohan? You are tweaking. Lohan didn't get a rerun, but I looked at Lohan and I looked at 32k. Funny guy. Funny guy. Which actually that's sort of interesting bringing that up. Because what is Lohan's numbers? Are Lohan's numbers like significantly lower than the other on-fielders? I didn't think they were. 59%. Sandrone's 52%. That's a little bit higher, but I wouldn't say significantly. A lot more people, it seems, a lot less people pulled Lohan already, but more people want to get him. Whereas most of the people who wanted Sandrone already have her. It might be the lowest. 59% might be the lowest. 53. I think Sibai 54. Never mind. Nefer is the least owned on-fielder out of all respondents for this survey. And it seems that most of the people who wanted her got her on debut, yeah. And I imagine it's going to be true of the others. Sibai, yep. That's a little bit of a bigger split of people who want to get on rerun. I imagine because a lot of people went for Columbina and couldn't justify Sibai right after. Varka probably was in a somewhat similar scenario. He came a little bit after Columbina. Or maybe it's stuff with Stellar Swirl. Can you find the C6 Varka? There he is. There's Saluna. I'm interested. So let's look at the off-fielders then. So for the on-fielders, what were people's favorites? So people really like Anefa, it seems. What the fuck? Old ass unupdated. Oh my god, never mind. I can't use this tier list. Old ass unupdated tier list. Maybe I just don't bother making a tier list with other people's. But Anefa is fairly high. 15% say they don't want her. Lauma is fairly high. Is she? What are the other off-fielders? So the off-fielders this year. Anefa's at 15.7%. And it's like half got her on rerun, half on debut, and then a few more still want to get her. Lauma, most people who wanted her got her on debut. A few people got on rerun. Even less people still want to get her. Other off-fielders. Durin, damn. Is that the high? Hold on. What's the highest? I think the highest is Columbina. I think the highest amount of ownership of any of these characters is Columbina, which I am actually not too surprised about because if you wanted any of the lunar units this year, Columbina was a good pull for you. Durin was specifically if you want to be doing Varka / Lohan stuff, or if you want to be messing around with less forefront of the meta options. So I understand him being a tiny bit lower. But he has 11% don't want versus Columbina has 8% don't want. And 76% of people got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got her on a rerun. 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% of people who got Columbina on debut versus 61% Damn. Damn. A lot of the on-fielders have very similar numbers. Yeah, Tsibai and Varka. I'm surprised that Tsibai and Varka have such similar numbers. These charts look exactly the fucking same. So funny. I think Linnea is the least popular off-fielder. 37%. 42% got on debut, 27 or 23% still want. Nicole got 15% don't want. Dern, Columbina. Yeah, none of the off-fielders graphs. I guess Lauma's look somewhat similar. Yeah. I feel like Lauma and Linnea feel a little bit more restricted to their own archetype, whereas Inefa has enough flexibility to be used. Who is most popular overall? I believe it was Columbina. If we're going by the amount of people... Yeah, I think Columbina got the highest amount of polls on debut. She has a few people who got her on rerun. 41 people who got her on rerun. That's surprising. 11 people who still want to get her, and then 8.3% who don't want her at all. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Because like I said, if you like any lunar unit, Columbina is a good idea. Columbina is a meaningful upgrade to any lunar unit. Interesting. Okay. So what am I trying to think? I would like to look at this data, but that's like too much. That's too much to really parse right now. So I'm wondering, how can I like get you guys this form so that you can get this data. I think who wanted to do the data aggregation? I'll just make a form after stream and I'll send it to you. That sounds good, because I don't really want to deal with this much more right now, because we got to get onto the buffs. We got to start talking about the buffs. We got to start moving. That took fucking 4.5 hours almost. I thought Andromeda said, are you giving your mods homework? I'm not. I'm asking who wanted to do it. What about the last question? Chronicled. I mean, yeah, the last question. Are you gay? Yes. I love kissing women. Gay and trans. I'm a trans lesbian. Hella. Blahaj. Cerebellum as well. Cerebellum? Cerebellum. Whoever that is, DM me, and I can get you a copy of the sheet of this, and I would really appreciate that. Thank you very much. And then Chronicle banners, I just kind of asked for thoroughness, but I feel like there's no easy way to look at this data with all these responses. I could do a quick Control F and search for Yai. We got a lot of Yais. Got a lot of fucking Yais, it seems. I think we can look for Yai and we can look for Emily. Emily. That's kind of funny. 15 matches for Emily. 29 matches for Yai. Damn, it wasn't close. How about Sino? There are a lot of Sino fans. 17 matches for Sino, more than Emily. How about Risley? 5. Oh, but if I drop it to just Ryo, it's 9. What if they misspell it? Then fuck them. Can you look for Siegeween? 3. Siege. Eula, Navia. There's some Navia fans here. 9 Navias. Albedo. 18 Albedos. My god. A lot of Albedo cons I'm seeing. C2 for the win. Yeah. Damn. Can you look up his sig? Who's Sig? Oh, just look up SIG in general. 215 matches for SIG. We have a different wander in mind. It's fine. I don't think I'm going to get that meaningful data from this. It's just kind of a splash of words. I'll learn for next year. Because, yeah, looking at it now, I'm like, damn, this is not useful information. There is not an easy way to parse any of this. So I'll learn for next year. We can look at them every so often. Like, it's here. We have some data. If you want to dig through. Okay. Buff time? Buff time? Time to talk about buffs? I thought it only asked for recent chronicle. It's fine. It wasn't a very good. It wasn't a very fucking good survey. Buff characters. Buff characters, buff characters, buff characters. Okay. Hex, Stellar, and Traveler. In that order. Actually, I'm not going to go in that order. We're going to talk about Traveler second. Okay, so Hex units. Well, actually, I'm fucking doing this as if I don't have a thing that tells me exactly what characters got buffed. Alright. So. Venti. I feel like I am able to talk about a lot of these characters in the same breath. Because, I mean, a lot of them have the same cool things and have the same issues. So starting off with Venti, I am a big fan. Enhancement details? Never mind. I just have to look at the screen. I am a fan of the Venti buffs. I do like DPS Venti. I think DPS Venti is fun. But of course, the main issue with most of these Hexerai buffs is that they are hex locked and that you do need a specific you need a second Hexerai unit for the kit to activate in the first place. I think Venti gets to escape hex locked a tiny bit because he still has utility outside of his hex buffed kit. He still is a good grouper that can be valuable. He still does an energy share with his A4 passive that can be valuable. But neither of them are particularly compelling. And, I mean, even with his hex buffs, he's not a particularly compelling unit, which I kind of like in a way. He has cool combo stuff. He does have neat combo stuff. I like cancels. I like Venti cancels. I like that he can be optimized. I think that's awesome. It's a byproduct of how they buffed him. Instead of, designing a new unit from the ground up like Varka, who they're like, all right, we make him do normals and then make him get a special skill. They just said, fuck it, give him an Animo infusion. He can do normals. He'll be fine. Venti, I really I think out of all of the hex buffed units, I think Venti suffers from wanting Durin the most. I think Venti really does want Durin, and he can feel a lot worse without Durin. Because not only does Durin do Res Shred for him, and of course he is a Hexerai unit and he activates all the buffs, but Durin applies element, and Venti really wants to be triggering swirls. He wants to be absorbing an element with his burst and triggering swirls, because a lot of his buffs are reliant on doing that. He wants to be triggering swirls to increase the motion value from his burst and give damage bonus to himself. Post Nicole and Prune, I don't feel it anywhere near as much. Maybe I just haven't played Venti as much recently. In which case, he is then his options are expanded from just Durin to now Durin and Farzan. But really, especially when he came out, I really felt the need for Durin to do anything particularly compelling with him, and I still think that he does really like Durin a lot. And it does make your teams a little bit more scuffed to not run Durin, because Venti applies a lot of Animo, and if you aren't running a unit that has strong off-field application, it is very easy to swirl off whatever element you're trying to get and remove it completely and not get good swirls for your rotation. But I guess I can say this about Venti. is he is quick swap friendly. He is incredibly quick swap friendly, and I also appreciate the design that he can be a supportive unit. Um, I do really appreciate the option of Venti and Durin as a supportive core for Animo units because Farazan, C6 Farazan, is kind of fucking hard to get. So the fact that you can guarantee a decent support for any Animo unit with 2 5-stars, it's a little bit lame. It's not much better than relying on a C6 4-star, but it is a little bit better. And also, they make for a core, even if you have C6 Farazan, they make for a core that have much stronger off-field damage. So units that can do a little bit of less damage themselves, like for example, Aoife, appreciate a core like Venti and Durin, who more of their power are in damage and less of it is in buffing. But again, kind of lame because it's sort of Durin locked. Like Venti, I think not. Venti is maybe a little bit less. He's a little bit less Durin locked as a DPS now. But if you want to be doing supportive stuff with Venti, I feel like you do really want Durin. Either way, I think Durin is a very. You feel the difference between Durinless Venti and Venti with Durin. He has more options now, but I think he has it. He's some of the worst out of all of our Hexarai units. Anything else that I want to say about Venti? Not particularly. I enjoy playing him. I think he has cool quick swap stuff. I like the energy stuff. I think that's still cool. And even though I don't think the energy stuff was good enough to warrant using Venti before the buffs, but now that he does more stuff, I think that the energy refund that he gives is more worth considering. His new SIG, whatever. He got a new SIG. What am I supposed to say about that? I got his SIG and I like it. I think it's cool that it's good on Fischl, but they obviously designed it to be good on Fischl. He got a SIG. What do I say about that? Pretty sure me getting C1 Durin and me getting C6 Farazan is very much related. She was on that banner, right? She was. Farazan was, because Durin initially ran with Venti. There's 101 weapons that are good on Fischl 2, unfortunately. Yeah, but I have seen calcs and I have played it a lot myself, and wow. Daybreak Chronicles is a significant upgrade on her. It really can make her punch even fucking harder above her weight class, as if she wasn't already almost a 5-star. Albedo. Albedo. I don't know, dude. I like Albedo. I mean, I'm happy that I have Albedo. Albedo is not a very interesting unit, and I really don't think that changed with his hex buffs. I think his hex buffs just made his kit actually work, which I guess is a thing. I guess that is a benefit that now his kit works. But forgive me if I am a little bit less willing to give them credit for making a broken unit and then selling the fix for him a few years down the line. Albedo is the most hex reliant unit out of all of them. Yeah. Yeah, pretty clearly. My main issue is, yeah, what Arnoline just said is that it's really cool that, yeah, he does a bunch of damage on his own now. My main issue is with his new buff. The fact that he gives, what is it, fucking 12% damage bonus to the entire team, and then 42% to hex units. It's like 12% isn't nothing, but his buff is only particularly relevant to hex units, which, honestly, in most cases, is kind of just Durin. You can play him with Venti. It's all right. But Venti often has better teammates that can be doing more important stuff. It's not a bad team at all, but I generally don't run a lot of Albedo Venti. I guess you could do it with like on-field Mona. You wouldn't really want it with Razor. You wouldn't run him with Varka. I guess there's probably some official context where that's a little bit relevant. And that's kind of fucking it, dude. Prune sort of. Prune can deal some personal damage of her own, and I also find that Albedo is a really, really nice option to have for meeting Prune's Hex passive of having a Hex unit trigger a reaction. A lot of the times it can be kind of difficult for a Hex unit to trigger a reaction in the team, and Albedo is a nice solution to that. So I fucking guess you can give that damage bonus to Prune, but I feel like the majority of the time it feels like he's just buffing Durin. I don't think he is really Durin reliant, but if he wants to make good use of that buff, Clea. Oh yeah, my bad. Clea Erasure. Lohen is probably also not terrible. Albedo probably works decently for Lohen. I forget about them because I don't own them. I guess I'll give him at least Clea and maybe Lohen. But I just feel like so often it's really just Durin that his damage bonus buff goes to, and I really don't like that. I don't like how they restricted the majority of his buffs to Hex units and then made it so that he doesn't often run with a lot of other damage dealing Hex units. Albedo's flower breaking is only fixing Hex. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. I don't think it's great. I still like him for just being a generic, inoffensive off-field damage dealer that takes nothing to make work. You throw down his skill, he takes a fucking quarter of a second of field time. I think that Albedo... I appreciate Albedo's base design, and the fact that they just fixed it up with Hex and now he does damage is nice. But he's not a particularly like standout unit that I really love using all the time. I just like him because I like Albedo. Night night. Oh no, I'm wide awake. Oh dear. Buff numbers should have been flipped. I don't know about flipped, but I really would have liked if he gave a little bit more of a significant buff to non-hex units. I feel like it would have made him a little bit more compelling. Mona. Honestly, I guess I didn't even talk about Klee. I don't really have many opinions about Klee. She's an on-fielder. I guess actually I don't like that they removed Klee's skill expression. I think that's a little bit lame. Setting that precedent is not a good thing. But I don't think that was really targeted. I think it was. I mean, I think a lot of people complain about how bad Klee feels to play. And them making her a lot easier to play also passively removed her skill expression with her walk cancels and things like that. But I don't know. I don't have many opinions about Klee because I don't really know how she plays, and I think that is the biggest effect that Hex had on her. Is, oh, she deals more damage now and she's a little bit easier to play. I don't think that it's that major as a Klee enjoyer. I mean, it depends on what type of Klee enjoyer you are. I know there are people who are annoyed with it. I know there are people who would like Klee to keep her skill expression and make her a harder to play character, but I'm happy that she's better at a baseline. I just wish that she had a little bit more reason to be doing her cancels. Like, I wish that they more just like gave her numbers and didn't give her incentive to reach the end of her normal attack combo. I think that's what I can say. If they could have buffed her without messing with the mechanics of her kit, I would have preferred that. Being burst reliant now is kind of eh. I mean, she doesn't have particularly high energy needs, right? Because she runs with a lot of pyro units, and she gives herself flat energy. I guess Venti's burst reliant, but he's always been burst reliant. Anyways, Mona. Mona might be my favorite hex buffs. I don't know. It's between Mona or Razor for my favorite hex buffs. But I really, really like new Mona. I really like new Mona. I like the fact that her buffs aren't like so easy to get. It's not just like, oh, if she's in Hex, her burst duration gets extended by fucking like 5 or 6 seconds, however much it is. It's you have to do normal attacks to extend the duration of her burst, which gives her some fun dynamics. It makes her not so like just crazy easy upgrade. She still is a valuable unit outside of Hex. Um, I like that they. I mean, this is also true of the other characters. It's true of Albedo. It's true of Venti. It's true of Klee. But I like that they made it so that her constellations are not Hex reliant. The reason why I'm mentioning it on her is because she's a standard character. It's easier to get her constellations. She gives, EM at C2. She gives some fucking damage bonuses at C1, more to off-fielders. C6 or C4 is hex locked. But then they fucking C6. Oh my god, C6. I don't think again. Take it with a grain of salt. This is all my opinion. But I love Mona C6. I adore what they did with Mona C6. Just here you go. Here you fucking go. Get the damage bonus so much easier and get just double your multipliers for fucking free. Yeah, I think she is the way that they buffed her is really, really interesting. It gives her a lot of texture. They gave her additional buffs in her constellations that aren't necessarily hex locked. They still want Hex because a lot of them are related to her burst, and obviously Hex extends her burst duration. She's just the fucking best. I think she's so cool now. She's so much cooler. And they gave her so many more awesome use cases. And I feel like as an off-fielder, she just slots really well. As an off-fielder, and particularly a Hydra unit, she can slot very well and do a lot of interesting stuff. Obviously, I like doing Flynn stuff with Mona. I think that's interesting, even if it's kind of scuffed and a little bit difficult to play. I think it is compelling. Real cool unit. Fantastic fucking job by buffing her constellations and not making her too horribly hex reliant. Razor. I don't really have that much to say about Razor specifically. It's mainly I like the fact that, I mean, this goes for all of the 4 stars. I mean, less so Sucrose because Sucrose got a lot less. But Razor and Fischl, actually no, it mostly just goes for Razor. I think Fischl and Sucrose were healthier designs, whereas Razor, it's kind of like you either have C6 or you don't have Razor. That's probably the lamest thing about Razor is that all of his buffs are in his C6, but also on the flip side, Razor barely needs Hex at all. Right now, he really likes Hex because Hex are his best teammates. They are the most synergistic with him. They do the most damage. They just have the most stuff going on. But the fact that most of his buffs are not Hex locked and his artifact set isn't Hex locked, that's pretty awesome. And it gives him the potential to grow a lot in the fucking future, especially with stellar stuff. Giving him physical res shred, I think that there's going to be some really interesting stuff going on with Razor in the next year. And that wouldn't have happened if he didn't get Hex buffs because he just got so many free stats. He got so much energy. He got so much crit. He got so much motion value. And he just is a lot more competent at a baseline now, and the fact that he doesn't even need Hex to access all of those numbers is really cool. It was pretty irrelevant this year because of how good his Hex teammates are, but I am very excited looking at Razor. I will be keeping my eyes on Razor as we go into Snezhnaya. Fischl. I think Fischl Hex buffs are sort of my opinions about Nicole. Pretty boring. Not actually, no. I think she's got interesting stuff going on. What is this set? It's wins. Yeah, it's wins. That's not hex locked, or it's not double hex locked, I should say. It is locked to being on a hex unit, but he gets the full effect of it outside of double hex teams. Fischl. She didn't need a lot, but she still fucking got it. I actually think I do really like how Fischl's buffs went. They are very restrictive, specifically to two reactions. If you aren't running Overload or Electrocharged, Fischl it does nothing. These new Hexer buffs don't do anything for Fischl at all. But frankly, Fischl's still a fucking good enough unit that you don't really need it. Like, she has the potential to enable Hexer for other units. I don't think that's crazy impactful. I think most of the other teams that she plays in, where she is double Hex, you are actually triggering those two reactions. I mean, just because Durin's so good, and obviously you can run her in a lot of Flynn's teams where they benefit from that EM. I think it actually is really nice. The fact that they made her buff herself with her own buffs is really cool. That doesn't really do anything for Electrocharge because EM doesn't really do much on Fischl. But the fact that she can buff her own fucking attack if you trigger an overload. Ooh. Fischl's damage launched through the fucking roof. I mean, as if she wasn't doing enough damage already. Fischl got absolutely insane this year. I think it's fun. Again, I really do not think she needed very many buffs, but she's a cool enabler, and they've really heavily restricted her buffs to be in two specific archetypes, two specific reactions. If you aren't triggering those reactions, Fischl buffs do absolutely nothing at all, and I think that's fine. And the fact that Overvape works for both buffs, yes, very cool. It definitely gives a lot to Flints. It gives a lot to even other units. I don't fucking know. Ayato, baby. You go Ayato, Inefa, Durin, Fischl. Oh, I guess you don't really need Inefa there. Whatever. But yeah, I think Fischl's buffs weren't particularly crazy, but I think that's fine. Fischl didn't need anything particularly crazy. She gets a big upscale if you do trigger Overload, and she becomes a very competent buffer if you do trigger Overload. Again, a lot of her power is in C6, but she gives some buffs at C0, and she still deals significant damage at C0, so I have a lot less of a problem with Fischl's C6 being as powerful as it is versus Razor's C6 being as powerful as it is. Sucrose basically doesn't fucking have hex buffs. And again, like, I have the same opinion as everybody else. I don't think she needs them. Her C6 is sort of compelling for Varka. I don't really think it's that meaningful for anybody else. It's what, like... Is it... How much damage bonus is it? She's also in the shop. She is also in the shop. Is Razor also in the shop? I think he is, right? So the restriction is also a little bit okay, but also Fischl reruns a lot. They love rerunning Fischl. They don't love rerunning Razor. What's her C6? 20% damage bonus and 8% more for Hexer characters. Damn. So yeah, total between all of her buffs, she gives like fucking 40% damage bonus-ish to Hex units. It's like usable. It's fine. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong thing. I don't really have much to say about it because Sucrose is often and she's usually just a Hex enabler. I mean, you run Sucrose for Sucrose alone. You don't even need her to be a Hex unit. She just is one. Honestly, I feel like I would have preferred that they include another unit other than Sucrose. I feel like it was a little bit of a wasted opportunity to run Sucrose here, but I mean, it's not terrible. You can do shit like, you know, Flint, Sino, Sucrose, Fischl, and that's a really nice free-to-play team. Gives you some good, I shouldn't say free-to-play, accessible team. Got 4 stars. You'll get some good buffs going from Fischl. Sucrose Hex doesn't really do much of anything. And then the Hex sets don't really do much of anything for Flynn's. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think she needed it. If anything, maybe it's a bit of a wasted opportunity to give another unit something more interesting. What other unit might I prefer got buffed instead of Fischl? Let me go back to the, here we go. I wonder where in your NOD KRAI tier list these old Hex units buffed this year would be. It's very different. I could place them real quick. Dahlia? Give it to Dahlia! Give that boy a hex buff. I don't know. If I'm including another 4-star... Maybe Sucrose is nice just because she's an off-fielder. Starters are all weird. I feel like, I don't know if the starters should get buffs. They're supposed to be introductory units to include a whole mechanic where you have to include another unit with this specific tag in their team to unlock a completely different kit, especially if they seem like they're not going to be doing that in the coming year because stellar units don't have any of that. It's not like a permanent mainstay of Genshin content. So I feel like the introductory units shouldn't have something like that. And also the fact that they're locking a lot of power of these buffs behind C6s. It's much harder to get C6s for these three. So I don't think it's a good idea to buff any of them. Noelle's an on-fielder. They did buff Razor. Maybe Barbara. Maybe Barbara. To give her a better off-field Hydra presence. I think Barbara, Mika, Dahlia. I think my preferred would be Mika, just so we could have any off-field cryo hex unit. But I think those three have the potential. How is Lisa not hex? She, canonically fucking declined. She canonically got an invitation and said, no, I'm too lazy. So if I am putting them on the tier list, I guess I could throw them up there. The hex units in general... Oh shit, this is the wrong thing. The hex units in general, I have a little bit more... I'm a little bit kinder to them. Because they feel like they require a specific characters less versus the stellar buffs, which is like, you need a stellar enabler. Which maybe my opinions on that will lighten once we get Cryo Traveler. Sucrose. C tier. Because I think they kind of missed an opportunity by doing more interesting units. I don't know. I mean, it's nice that she's a Varka option. Especially before Prune existed. Like, imagine... I don't know, though. No, I don't think Varka needed her as an option. Because, like, pre-Nicole and Prune, I think he was pretty heavily reliant on Durin anyways. I guess she's good to have. I'm, like, kind of going back and forth because I'm like, well, it's good that Sucrose is a Varka enabler for like the non-pyro teams because otherwise you would have to use Venti. And I mean, I just imagine a lot of people don't have Venti, so that'd be kind of mean. I don't know. It would have implications for Varka teams, but I feel like I'm willing to sacrifice that to give a little bit more to another unit. And leave Sucrose, just let Sucrose be as busted as she is. Official. A tier. I like her as an enabler. I like the way... I don't know. Yeah, you know what? No, her buffs were significant. She has interesting things going on, even though... Like, she doesn't need the buffs, but if you can activate buffs, they are particularly powerful. What about Rosaria? Damn, you're so fucking right. I so overlooked Rosaria. I love Rosaria. Why did I not think about Rosaria? Yeah, that's my #1 pick. Sucrose, fucking stop messing around and give Rosaria her buff. Make Sucrose hex, but don't buff her, I guess. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I would just prefer if another character got buffed on top of Sucrose, but if it came down to it, I'd be willing to let Sucrose lose her hex status to include another unit. But she's nice for versatility because she's such a generic unit. I don't know. I feel like I very rarely even run Sucrose as a hex unit, but maybe that's just me. I feel like I more often just run her for her power alone. Razor, S tier. Mona, S tier. And then who are the others? Venti, I think, is B tier because I like a lot of the concepts that were going on in the kit, but I think he is a little bit reliant on specific units. And the fact that he is so heavily reliant on having double hex to do anything meaningful is not great. Like, whereas Mona does just kind of work a little bit better at a baseline. Who the fuck are the other units, dog? Albedo, Klee. Am I missing anybody who got buffed? I don't think I am. I think it was 5 stars when the hex buffs came out and 3 4-stars. And I'm just missing Durin, who didn't get buffed. Albedo, I think C tier for him. Klee, probably also C tier. They're kind of uninteresting. I mean, like, again, I'm happy we got the buffs. I'm not saying remove the buffs for these two. But if I could have done the buffs, I would have done them a little bit differently. I would have not removed Klee's skill expression. Like, as an on-field... What the fuck do I say about Klee? She deals more damage now. I think the main thing is, yeah, I would not have removed Klee's skill expression. I would have wanted to make her deal a lot more damage at a baseline, but don't give her an incentive to reach the end of her normal attack string. Let her spam N1. I feel like I can't even properly compare the buffed units against new units. So, like, it feels weird to put them in the same tier list. So kind of just compare them against each other. Like, only compare hex units against hex units, and only compare new units, or only compare buffed units against buffed units, and new units against new units. Now, Traveler, I wrote down that I was going to talk about Traveler buffs, but I don't know. Albedo buffs could have been hexless. They could have been. They could have been. What if they just gave him his hex buffs baseline, except for the damage bonus thing, and that was the only hex locked thing? He wouldn't have even been that great. I think it was just like a... I think it was there for, if you really, really like Albedo and you already have him, it's to incentivize you to pull Durin. Traveler did get buffs? Yeah. And I think I've gone over my opinions of the Traveler buffs a lot. I don't know. I wrote it down because I'm like, of course, I got to talk about it. The Traveler got buffs. I think it's really cool that they got a bunch of stats, but it doesn't meaningfully change a whole lot. I think we're going to have, obviously have much more to talk about in the upcoming year once we get Cryo Traveler, and we get to talk about Cryo Traveler because we did not get a Lunar Traveler this year. And of course the signature weapon. How is Sucrose in T tier? Because this is not a meta tier list. This is a my opinions tier list. And I think that Sucrose's buffs were really lame. And I wish that they chose to buff another unit instead of Sucrose. Or I wish they chose to buff another unit alongside Sucrose. These numbers are really good. I really, like, you can feel the impact of them. Traveler is dealing some, like, they are dealing a significant amount more damage. It's easier to DPS them. The energy recharge is really, really nice. But it's like, whatever. It's stats, dude. It's all just stats. And there are the charge attacks, but none of the charge attacks are particularly interesting. So stats are nice. They're active all the time. He does more damage. He's easier to build. What more do I say than that? I guess there's some cool niche things that Traveler can do with his special charge attacks, but they're generally not very impactful. And honestly, the fact that they gave every Traveler a special charge attack, I feel like just makes the fact that you have to level all Traveler's skills separately even worse. The fact that the skills don't carry over between each iteration of Traveler, I feel like they just made that problem a little bit worse. The buffs don't make me want to play them. Like, yeah, I'm not locking in on Hydro Traveler. I'm not using Hydro Traveler for anything, but like the things that I was already doing with my travelers, it's a little bit easier to do those things. Power Traveler does a little bit more damage. Dendro Traveler, it's a little bit easier to get his burst up. Electro Traveler, same thing. I like Electro Traveler. I do like Electro Traveler, and the buffs made him a tiny bit better, but it doesn't like feel like they're that much better. You don't really feel that, ooh, wow, this character really got buffed. It's pretty small overall, but I can't complain. It's free numbers. I guess it's at least cool that they tried and they gave some interesting things to do with all the charge attacks. Even if the charge attacks aren't useful, they are neat. I really like Animo Traveler's charge attack. Even if I can't stand the rest of the kit, Animo Traveler's charge attack is very, very cool. I guess I'll give him that. And Geo Traveler's charge attack is terrible. Why would I want shield strength? Why would I want shield strength? Okay. Voice crack. Wow. Stellar unit time? Stellar buff time? You see, this is going much fucking faster. We've gotten through most of the buffs in like 40 minutes. Stellar unit time. I am actually able to talk about every single unit here because I own them all. Stellar buffs. I am simultaneously more positive. Oh, wait, you know what? Let me delete these pinned messages because we're done with the fucking census now. Unpinned message. I mean, I guess we're not done. And don't own a buff enabler. Well, that's why I can talk about them a little bit more, because the buff enablers, like, all they do is damage now. Well, actually, hold on. Let's just get this out of the way. If we're continuing this tier list, boom. Okay. So, like, I'm able to talk about them a lot more. Also, is I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I'm looking at this. Every single quality of life that was given in these buff updates are in base kit. They are not reliant on having a stellar buff enabler. You planning to get Odette? Yes, I am planning to get Odette. I have all these characters. I like them all too much. I want to have multiple teams available for stellar options. And I think Odette is going to let me do that without... And I'm going to feel less compelled to pull all the specific stellar units in the upcoming year. I think Odette is going to be very, very nice to have as a generic enabler. So, fucking... My opinions on these stellar buffs are a lot more varied, I guess. I don't know. They're less and more varied. So, I mean, I feel we kind of talk about them less. Like these, I feel like the stellar buffs have a lot less in common with hex stuff and a lot more in common with the lunar stuff. Not just because, oh wow, they're characters that are dealing reaction damage, but we are getting access to a new type of shill. They are giving these characters access to a new variety of shill and making it so that it is less necessary to pull the specific new characters, but also definitely part of it. I'm in the minority of people who already owned all of these characters. Every one of these fucking characters. I got Risley at debut. I got Sino at debut. I got Yaimiko last year on Chronicled before the buffs. I mean, I lost this to... lost this fucking Venti 50-50 to Mizuki, so that was just luck there. Same thing with Chi-Chi, obviously. But Diona and Beto, I like had these motherfuckers built. I love Diona and Beto, and I was like, yippee, yay, they're getting buffed. They have some extra stuff to do. What do I even say? How do I even begin to start talking about these things? I guess, yeah, right off the bat, I am very happy that they gave a lot of the basic buffs and the quality of life stuff. Like, if the character, pretty much the only thing that is locked behind a stellar reaction enabler is the stellar damage. Everything else that they got in their kit is base kit now. Like Cyno, his ability to enter burst through skill, base kit. Yai Miko, her uptime and her burst changes, base kit. Mizuki, her fucking coordinated animo attack that does more damage, and her constellation buffs, and her EM share, all base kit. Chi-Chi, her cooldown reduction, is that it? Is it just the cooldown reduction? I don't know, but the cooldown reduction is... Oh, and particle generation. Cooldown and particle generation. Base kit. You don't need a stellar enabler for that. Diona kind of didn't get anything. I guess she got 25% HP, which sure... she did want the HP ascension stat. Why the fuck did she ascend cryo damage bonus? But not that big of a deal. And Beto got some really good quality of life in her skill reset and the flat energy that she got. That's all base kit. That's really cool. Oh yeah, Chi-Chi also got more cryo up in the coordinated attack, which is nice and cool. So that is all really, really fucking awesome. These 5 units got... I can at least say these 4 units. I will say Chi-Chi, Yaimiko, Cyno, and Beto got significant quality of life changes. Mizuki kind of just got some damaging stuff that should have been there from the beginning. And then what? When it comes to Risley and Diona, I mean, I don't fucking know. Chi-Chi, Diona, and Beto. I think Chi-Chi, out of the supports, this is like, how the fuck do I start talking about this? Because it's like they got new use cases, and I guess that's cool. I don't know. I don't know. Because, like, Beto, despite all of Beto's quality of life changes, she got a bunch of energy stuff, she got a skill reset, she has the potential to deal some more damage. It's not like she got any additional multipliers. She still has 1.0 ass scalings and awkward ass conditions to deal damage. So, even though she can be made to deal a little bit more damage, she's not going to be dealing very much more damage. And most of her buffs were targeted at making her a decent stellar conduct off-field support. And all of those buffs are locked to C6. If you don't have Beto C6, she does fucking nothing for stellar, which I think is my biggest problem with both Beto and Diona, is that they just get absolutely nothing if you don't have their C6. They're not even really worth thinking about. Whereas, I mean, obviously, Fischl and Sucrose are very, very good units at a baseline, and they get additional powering up from their C6s. And Razor also kind of has that problem, but Razor's an on-fielder, so it feels like he has that problem a lot less. Like, there are a lot less contexts. You only really play Razor if you really want to be playing Razor, whereas Beto and Diona are potential good, accessible options for... Beto is just Stellar Conduct carries, but Diona seems to be any Stellar carry if they're adding Stellar Swirl into her kit. And the fact that they are locking all of that buffing behind C6s, I really don't like. I really don't like it. Cyno came out on top. I think Cyno is... I don't know. I think Cyno, Mizuki, and Chi-Chi got similar amounts of utility. I was able to get Chi-Chi's Echo thanks to the cooldown reduction. Oh my god, I just realized. Me too. Easier to get her shield up, though. Diona? Or Beto? I guess Beto C1, yeah. Reduced energy needs. I don't know. Like, Beto got some stuff, but I didn't even end up experimenting with much Beto, like, non-stellar Beto stuff this patch. I feel like I'm gonna be doing more stuff with damaging Beto in the upcoming patch, because, like, she's still not a particularly compelling unit unless she is buffing stellar. She can deal some damage, but if that's all that she's doing on a team, it feels like a bit of a wasted slot. I'm being kind of mean. But, like, Beto just kind of has it rough. Curious how much damage Stellar Swirl will be doing. The reaction itself? Me too, because it seems nobody can agree. So I really, really don't like that about... I guess Beto got some stuff, but it's not particularly meaningful. Like, that's basically what I can say about... I think mostly Yaimiko and Sino. I think Chi-Chi... The extra cryo application... It's something, I guess. Like, they got really good quality of life changes, but they still didn't get, like... They didn't get any damage. They didn't get any non-stellar damage. They still deal as much damage as they were, and I fear Sino is not a particularly good unit. Sino does not deal a lot of damage, so while he got a really good quality of life increase, it's hard to use that in meaningful endgame content without stellar buffs. I was able to do it with what? I was able to do some stuff in Imaginarium, but also I have Staff of Scarlet Sands. That's not insignificant at all. I was getting Imaginarium buffs. That is not insignificant at all. Without those things, I fear it's difficult for Sino to do much of anything, even with his new very good quality of life buffs. Same goes for Yaimiko. She's still doing fucking 2.0 ass damage. Chi-Chi's extra application, I guess, is useful for Mawika stuff, but, like, I feel like that's more trivia. I feel like a lot of people don't end up using that. Like, it's possible to do it, but, like, that's more of a fun fact than an actual use case for Chi-Chi. You didn't get C1 Sino? No, I did not. I went for Yai C1 because Yai C1 is like Sino C1, except it's for the entire team. Can't relate. That boy finna hit 500k Stellar from with Odette for me. That's what I'm saying. Stellar. Like, he needs Stellar to be doing the damage. I mean, you have C6, but even, like, C6 Sino is not the best unit right now. Non-Stellar C6 Sino is not the best unit. So, it's, like... And, of course, Risley didn't fucking get anything at all. And I hate the fact that they broke his C1. So it's kind of just damage, which it's nice that they're giving us access to the new damaging type without forcing us to pull new units. But given the fact that a lot of these units are very unpopular units, Risley, Yaimiko, and Sino are very unpopular units, and I got lucky that I just so happened to like all of them and have them all built. So I'm really, really benefiting from this. But for most people, Risley, Yaimiko, and Sino are effectively new units because they don't own them. So they still have to pull for them anyways. Even though they had the chance to pull for them over the past few years, they fucking didn't. And that's lame. Mizuki, we will see if they actually do a standard selector in 7.1. But also, that's another fucking lame thing about buffing Mizuki. I think they're doing this very purposefully, buffing Mizuki in a year where the first patch of a version doesn't line up with the anniversary, so we don't get a standard selector in 7.0. I think they're very intentionally doing that. They want you to see Mizuki and be like, damn, I really want Mizuki. They will. I mean, I'm still kind of... I don't know what they're going to fucking do. Look at the screen right now. Look at the screen right now. They gave Risley, Yaimiko, Sino, and Mizuki all access to some of the best fucking stellar damage in the game, and all of them are on a free constellation selector. What's to make you say that they are definitely going to do a standard selector this year and not a limited selector? They're going to do a selector. I just don't know if it's going to be a standard selector or a limited selector. I don't fucking know what they're doing anymore, and I'm not going to... I mean, in that respect, I'm not going to try to make guessing. They were so specific in their wording if they were going to do a standard selector every year. Okay, maybe I'll back down on this point. I'm glad to have invested in C1 Ryo Bitcoin. I guess me too. But it's shitty for players who don't have Risley, which is a lot of fucking people. I I mean, I think obviously Risley and Sino are probably going to get power crept. I don't know to what extent. So, like, their C1s being free could potentially be meaningful, but neither of their C1s are particularly good. Sino's is alright. Risley's is, Stellar Risley C1 is just not that great right now. The obvious bait unit is Yaimiko. Obvious bait unit is Yaimiko. A bit off topic, Traveler through Free Sword got very nice stats. Indeed it does. Any characters you dislike story personality-wise? Columbina. There's a few others, I just can't think of any right now. So, like, I'm really, really split on these stellar buffs. I think it's good that they're buffing these older units because it gives people like me access to stellar damage without having to pull all the new units. But also in that same note, there aren't many people like me. There aren't a lot of people who own these fucking units and are going to have these stellar options day one. My stellar options are going to be fucking insane right out the gate. And I think that Hoyo is banking on most people not having accounts like mine. And it's really nice that they gave all of these units good quality of life stuff. Unlike the hex buffs, they gave the quality of life stuff to their base kits. And I mean, for someone like Sino, gaining his infusion through skill, that's meaningful. Yaimiko's uptime, that can be meaningful. Chi-Chi cooldown reduction, that can be fucking meaningful. Beto energy, that can be meaningful. But none of them are, like, while they got fixes to their kits, the meta has gone so, I hate that word, but like the game has scaled so far beyond what any of these characters are capable of that while the quality of life is nice, it's not particularly meaningful without stellar stuff. I think that's a really good way to put it. They were willing to give us some nice quality of life stuff for free, which is really cool, but to actually make use of the characters, make good use of the characters who got the quality of life stuff, you still need to be getting stellar. Here's the standard selector wording. From this year onwards, during every Genshin Impact anniversary, we will offer all travelers who have unlocked the wish system a chance to get any 5-star character from Wanderlust Invocation for free. Wonderful. Thank you. I am wrong. We will be getting a standard selector in 7.1. So Mizuki will be available. If they keep buffing new characters, then could they go for more popular units? I don't think they're ever going to go for more popular units now. Because, I mean, I think a lot of fucking people have Nouvelette. And that Nouvelette isn't doing much good on their account. So if they buff Nouvelette, like they chose these characters very specifically. The Hexarai characters that they buffed, the Hexarai 5-stars, Venti, Albedo, Klee, Mona. Another standard unit. So it just seems like, I don't know, they're doing a standard unit every so often to probably to sway people's opinions on the selector. But then Venti, Klee, Albedo, those are not very popular units. Not a lot of people have Venti, Klee, and Albedo. They're targeting pretty unpopular units on purpose so that if you... like, you still have to pull for them. Hey, I'm right here. I'm fucking right here. I'm talking on screen. I'm saying I got lucky because I have all the stellar units, but most people are not like me. So, like, I think it's obviously better than Lunar. I'm complaining a lot, but it is obviously better than Lunar to include these older units in the new shill stuff. But it still is, like, they're still being evil about it. That's my point. It is better. It is, I think I like these buffs maybe even better than Hexarai, because in comparison to Hexarai, like a lot of the Hexarai locked their damage and their quality of life to double Hex. Whereas these guys, they're just locking their damage to Stellar Enable. I disagree. Most people do have cat ears. Like, my community is affected by what I do. My community pulls a lot of the characters that I like because I make cases for them, and my community also is less meta brain rotted and cares about playing characters that they like more than playing characters that do the most damage. Or I should say optimizing the characters that they like rather than optimizing the characters that do the most damage. So it's obviously better than Lunar. I would argue to an extent it's even better than Hexerai. But I also really don't like the fact that they say, fuck you, stop playing the archetypes that you enjoyed, start playing new ones. Like, that happened less with Hexerai, I think. Where also a lot of Hexerai units had a lot less, like, set in stone archetypes. I think Yaimiko is probably the most flexible unit here. You could do a lot of different stuff with Yaimiko, but someone like Sino, I mean, he generally wanted to... I know his overload teams were doing better before he got buffed, but that was just nature of Chevy and Dern being so fucking good. But he obviously wanted to be doing aggravate stuff. Risley was doing, freeze and melt stuff, and they said, fuck you, drop those archetypes and start playing this one. I guess it doesn't take away their old archetypes. The old kits still exist. I think there's a lot of good. I think there's a lot of bad. I don't know exactly how to feel about the stellar buffs. I personally am happy, but I can see that it's kind of scummy what they're doing, and they are definitely relying on they're banking on people not having accounts like mine. Every free thing got a little terms and conditions for their benefit. Yep. That's how it goes now. Except for Razor. Except for fucking... I mean, I know. His terms and condition is C6. When you get C1 Risley, Melt will still be a good option. Tay-Day, what the hell are you talking about? Do you mean C2? Did you mistype and you meant C2? Because C2 benefits Stellar and Melt the same. But yeah, I will be playing Melt Risley with C2. Have a lot of fun with buffed Yai on Catalyst only, and I still don't have an enabler. That extra uptime is beautiful. I agree that extra uptime is really, really nice, but that's Catalyst only. And on most accounts, people have way more compelling options than Yaimiko. And I think Yaimiko is fun, but like, if I'm trying to make a competent team with an on-fielder that I like, Yaimiko is very rarely going to be my first choice. I'm going to go for Fischl or Nefa before I go for Yaimiko. You didn't have C1, my bad. I cannot shut up about how C1 Risley is the only constellation I ever pulled for. That is like half of my personality. Yeah, I do have C1 Risley. That is the only constellation I ever pulled for. So... yeah, stellar buffs I am the weirdest about, but I think they're better than Lunar, and to some extent they are better than the Hexerai buffs. I think that what the Hexerai buffs have over the stellar buffs is that they didn't prescribe an archetype for any one of these units. And that is the thing. It is a different restriction. They still require you to run a second Hexerai unit, but the range of what Hexerai units can do is so wide that there are much more options for a unit like Albedo, or even Razor, or fucking Nicole, or Nicole wasn't a buffed unit, but Venti and Mona. There's a much wider range of things that these units are able to achieve, whereas these stellar buffed units, it's play stellar or fuck yourself, because they don't... It's play stellar or you don't have any of these new numerical buffs. Play stellar or you just get some nice quality of life, which I guess the quality of life is nice. Why is his weapon on prune, though? Because I think it's funny. I actually stopped putting his weapon on prune because I got sick of swapping it back and forth. I just put prune on Royal Grimoire. See when you IC2 Kokomi on pure free-to-play accident? Well, that's the thing. Like, Lawful, yeah, you got lucky. You got lucky that you liked the characters that got buffed. Minus Kokomi. And you are benefiting from that in the long term, but Hoyo is banking on most people not having these characters. Like, there's a reason why everyone's saying, do I have to pull Yai for my Sandrone? Because they don't fucking have Yai. Huh. But yeah, cash flow is my second highest. It's my second best weapon option for Prune behind Skyward Atlas, and my Skyward Atlas is on Nicole. I respect the pride behind getting C1 Risley because I got it long before the new buffs. Yeah, I mean, I got it on debut. I got it. I generally don't love vertically investing in my characters that much. I got it because it was a gameplay feel. I didn't get it because it was a damage upgrade. Prune's on cash flow? I don't think she is right now. Why are we all tweaking over this? No, she's not. She's on Royal Grimoire. This is far from the weirdest thing on my fucking account. This is far from the weirdest thing on my account. Why are we all questioning this? You pulled her on her first banner. I'm saying, we're a chat full of people who are like, haha, sucks to suck because I got the units when they sucked because I care about the unit's personality and I want to optimize the units that I like rather than optimizing the units that do the most damage. And we benefited from that because I am a person who does that and my community acts in a similar way than I do because I attract similar players to myself. Big surprise. But I have to be realistic and I have to take into account all the people who don't have these units. Anyways, those, I think that's it on stellar buffs. I feel like I'm kind of repeating myself a lot. I like them, I don't like them. I like the fact that they gave us quality of life buffs. I don't like the fact that they locked the damage behind having specific enablers. I like the fact that they buffed old units at all, and they gave us options for having stellar carries outside of the new units. But I don't like the fact that these new buffed kits are so heavily restricted to one specific reaction and can't be used in a more generic sense. Like Hex Albedo? That motherfucker doesn't care about any specific reactions. As long as you throw a second Hex unit in the team, that dude's still going to be he's going to be doubling his fucking skill damage. Normalize punishing meta pullers. Yeah, don't worry. Everybody who's going to pull out dead is getting banned from the Discord server. Including me. So, there's good, there's bad. Was Siegewein ever meta, though? Yeah, she's meta right now. For, Pyro MC off-field melt. She's meta right now. Alright. Next point. Yeah, sorry, Dorsal. I don't think we're going to be talking about Archon Quest today if you're still here. I think we're going to have to wait until tomorrow, but we're getting through these points a lot faster. Next point is Stygian. How Stygian developed. This is also probably going to be a little bit of a shorter point. Because Stygian definitely did develop into its own this year. And let's go to Stygian for this. What if I pull Odette for her personality? You will also be banned. Because she doesn't have one. So you will be banned for being a liar. No liars in Discord. So what the fuck do I say about Stygian? What the fuck do I say about Stygian, man? What do I say about Stygian? Stygian is fine, I just want more AoE content. I think, yes. I mean, it's going to be kind of a short section. Because Stygian... I like Stygian. Maybe this is going to be a little bit surprising for some of you to hear if you don't always come to the streams. I actually do like Stygian. I think that it is, in a vacuum, a good mode. I like having a big boss in a room that you just have 2 minutes to beat it up. And that's the fucking mode. And it is an Abyss, where Abyss has multiple floors, where you need to configure a team that works into all the different floors. I like that it's just one enemy, and you stand there, and you beat it up. I also like that it provides an incentive, what the hell is wrong with me? I like that it provides an incentive I like that it provides not really an incentive, I don't know. But it provides something for players with higher level of investment. It is Fearless of Stygian and, of course, Dire, obviously, are some of the highest numerical content in the game. There really isn't like there's not much content in the game that you can't complete without or with like C0 R0 levels of investment. Dire pretty much provides the only content that you are going to need some level of vertical investment on, and that also heavily depends on the Stygian itself. I think that it's really cool that there finally is a small incentive for people to be vertically investing. I am not that type of player, but I recognize that that type of player exists, and I think that type of player deserves to be happy. I love the co-op aspect of Stygian. I like that it exists. I do not like the execution at all. I think the co-op of Stygian fucking sucks. I don't think that there is any good co-op content in this game, but I like that there is at least the option to do co-op. I also like the balance of the rewards. The fact that all the Primogems are locked behind very easy stages. Hard mode, you get 10 fucking minutes to kill a boss, and also, the more restrictive mechanics for bosses never show up until the higher levels of difficulty. That's a really good thing. And these higher levels of difficulty only give feathers, which I think is also really, really good, because feathers are a lot less impactful to people who have only just started playing Genshin, people who have lower levels of investment, people who just need to be leveling more artifacts in the first place. Rerolls are more valuable to people who have a bunch of artifacts and need to, can get some extra value out of rerolling them. So it feels like the higher levels of Stygian that gives meaningful rewards, even though they are some of the hardest content in the game, they also reward you with things that aren't particularly impactful. So I don't think you should desperately feel the need to always go for the feather. But they also provide value to longer term players who have more investment in their artifacts and things like that. And they provide less value to newer players. So it feels like it is, all the rewards that newer players would want are very easily accessible, and all the rewards that older players would want that have been playing for longer and have higher investment are accessible to them. Accessible. I don't know. I've managed to do Fearless every single time. This is the only Fearless cycle that I missed because I didn't have a good option into the Secret Source Automaton. Every other Stygian I have Fearless, but I have also been pulling a lot of fucking 5 stars this year. I have been getting a lot of shield units, so we'll see how much that continues into Snezhnaya, because I feel like I am gonna try to cool down on pulling 5 stars in Snezhnaya, and I feel like I might get a little bit of a better perception of how bad it is, but I feel like even skipping specific units, the only real valuable units I think I skipped this year, Sibai, Linnea, maybe Sandrone. Sandrone not really, because Sandrone, the same thing is happening with Sandrone as it happened with Anefa, where Sandrone doesn't have her complete team, so the content that is meant to be shilling her is just a lot lower DPS check, because the team isn't fucking together yet, so you're able to do a lot more, you're able to have a lot more options into it. I was able to do it with Flynn, Zanefa, Yehoda, Layla. Why did I forget her name? So Sandrone wasn't very important to this year of Stygian, but in the coming year of Stygian, she might be a little bit more important. But also, again, I have good options for Stellar, so I don't really need Sandrone. So I think the main 2 units that I skipped were Tsibai and Linnea, and I was still able to function just fine without them. But I also was relying on Anefa, I was relying on Columbina, I relied on Shilonen from last year. So... I am also, I think, a better player than most people. I don't think I'm a crazy good player, but I think that the general Genshin audience doesn't... I think the majority of Genshin players might not even be able to do, like, clean rotations. And I at least have that down. So I was able, even with suboptimal things, like what? This fucking clear took a lot of optimization. This Varka clear down here took a lot of optimization, and a player that's worse than me might not have been able to do something like this. And it still relied on Varka, who was a new unit that I pulled that patch. Um, so the fearless level difficulty. So what am I trying to say with all of this? At the end of the day, I think all content in Genshin, you shouldn't feel obligated to do any content in Genshin. You should pull the characters that you want and do the content that is enabled by those characters, your skill level, your builds. If you can't do any specific amount of content, I don't think you should worry too much about it. Like even things like what fucking Abyss and Imaginarium do have some Primogems locked behind higher investment requirements, but it's not that many. It's like fucking 3 wishes a month, maybe. Which is really, really not that many. Um what is my point with all this? What is my fucking point with all this? I think Stygian is fun for providing. It is a very different combat experience. It's a boss in a room. You start with no energy. That changes a lot of things. Um, although the starting without energy, is so fucking weird because it just seems like they're designing new units to just work in Stygian. So that kind of feels like the fact that you start with no energy in Stygian feels like it was just meant to brick a few specific older units. Like it feels like it just hurts a decent amount. Like it hurts Gaming disproportionately. I know I say older unit and then I mentioned Gaming, but whatever. It hurts Gaming disproportionately. It used to hurt Sino before he got his skill infusion. It hurts Shao. It hurts Ito. That's a good one. But like the thing is, it could be interesting if it actually like if they made it so that, oh, there are some units that we release that are good into Stygian and some units that aren't so good into Stygian because they do have higher burst costs, but it feels like they've just kind of been designing around that. Most units that have released since Stygian released are very good into Stygian and don't have really significant energy requirements. Like legitimately, what the fuck am I thinking of? Like the one of the only really heavily burst reliant 5 stars that has released in the past 2 years was Durin. And Durin gives himself a shitload of flat energy when he uses his skill. So the usual issue that you would run into where characters that don't build a ton of energy recharge and rely on starting out with their bursts and generating energy throughout their rotation to meet their burst costs, Durin does not run into that issue. He just gives himself 1 gazillion flat energy. That feels like they were like, oh, hey, we want to give this guy a high burst cost so that he rotates slower and that he doesn't work as well with Moonweavers. But also we want to make him functional in Stygian. So here you go. Here's a bazillion flat energy. The one unit that potentially could have been worse in Stygian this year, they just said, here's a thing that's free where they design around it. Here's a free billion energy in your skill so you don't have to worry about that. Xingqiu in particular feels extremely bad. I think, honestly, I kind of disagree. I feel like, yeah, his burst reliance is kind of rough, but I think that Xingqiu has become a little bit less reliant on his burst this year. And his skill still does application. So I think I ran Xingqiu. I mean, that's mostly for enabling lunar units. But also, I think just like a ton of teams don't run Xingqiu and Stygian much anymore. There he is. There's my boy. You just alternate skill and burst. And I think that's a cool thing that you can work around with Stygian. But like, I think I've kind of waffled over this point without actually getting into it, without even mentioning the fact that Stygian does hyper shill stuff, because that is the main issue with Stygian, is that it does provide an interesting environment that makes it so that, oh, maybe certain units can be stronger or weaker into any given content, but they never do anything interesting with that. They always just say, Put a boss in there that makes it really hard for anybody who isn't the on banner unit to clear. So it just becomes kind of a boring mode. And even that inherently I don't think is an awful idea. Fine, whatever, do your shill content. A lot of the times there are things you can do workarounds. I mean, they threw in fucking Tulpa and Watcher. That was an awesome Stygian cycle. I also do want to acknowledge that. Generally, it does say, hey, fuck you, play the specific units that you want. But also, we get some good Stygian bosses. We do get some really, really good, interesting Stygian boss designs, and I don't want to throw the fucking baby out with the bathwater here. There are some really, really fun Stygian boss designs, and I have enjoyed coming back to a good few of these bosses. Not any of you. Fuck all three of you. I want AoE. Well, honestly, I've seen you saying that. I've seen you saying that, or I've seen whoever is saying that say that. And honestly, I don't think that's a Stygian problem. I think that's an Abyss problem. Because that is also one of my biggest issues with Stygian. It's not necessarily that the content in Stygian is so bad, it's the fact that Abyss isn't any fucking different. What is that idiom? You've never heard of throw the baby out with the bathwater? I probably haven't heard it in a long time, but it just came to mind. So yeah, I think Stygian as content on its own, it's well defined. They say, here's a chamber, you fight a boss, you get 2 minutes to kill this dude, start without energy, go. Whereas Abyss, it's a lot more flexible. There, you can do any fucking variety of enemy lineups. There's no telling what exactly will be in Abyss, but time and time again, they choose to just throw the bosses that are in Stygian into Abyss, and they make it boring as fuck. They don't utilize the fact that Abyss has lower HP totals, and you can potentially do some more interesting stuff with that. They don't use the fact that Abyss can you can do AoE checks in Abyss. They very rarely do that. We currently have those fucking Wayobs, but that obviously, honestly, a lot of the times AoE does also feel like shill. But like that's my point. Is I think Stygian, it's not perfect. I have my issues with it. It's a little bit boring. I don't like how they were like. I don't like how they started off saying, oh yeah, you start off with no energy, but then they just designed every single unit after Stygian to not really need energy that badly, to be able to work without getting their burst up. So it just kind of is a fucking wash, because like, what's the point of starting with no goddamn energy if you're just gonna make everybody not burst reliant anymore? I don't know. It leads to some interesting things, like with Lauma. Like there are a lot of units. I'm thinking Lauma, Farina, Escoffier, I mean Columbina a little bit, where they have some of their utility on their skill and some of their utility on their burst. So they don't get full efficacy of their entire kit. They don't get access to their entire kit at the beginning of Stygian. They just get access to a weaker version, which is sort of interesting, I guess. But again, it's just like, well, why the fuck did we bother making this change if we're just going to design all the new units to work around it? Like, if we're just going to make it so that, oh, you really want to pull these new units to clear, and also these new units don't have any issues with energy, it is just like, what the fuck is the point of making the change at all then? I think, I think this one highlights my point really well. This Stygian, where they put Venti on banner, and Venti is very energy hungry, and it's really fucking difficult to get his burst up in a rotation easily, because they didn't get to design the new unit from the start. So they just said, fuck it, we don't know what to do with Venti. Let's just give him his burst for free. When this dude jumps up in the air, he just gives your entire party their burst for free. So the one time that they designed Shill for a unit that didn't gel with the no energy start, they just said, fuck it, here's your energy anyways. We're giving up on this on this fucking mechanic. Oh, and the dog gives energy. That's a really good point. The dog gives fucking energy. Which isn't as necessary. I guess it's mostly important for Flynn's and Columbina. The Fatui gives energy too. Flynn's Fatui gives energy too? Damn. I was just remembering specifically because I think Flynn's doesn't have a horrible time with energy because, you know, he has 2 mini bursts. He doesn't need to get all 80 energy to start rotating. He can immediately go into his skill and like stall a little bit. He doesn't have to he can go into his skill and wait until he actually gets enough energy to do his mini burst. Sometimes you miss like 1 mini burst on your first rotation, but it's not that big of a deal. Like Flynn's, he's energy reliant, but he still gels pretty well with the mechanics of Stygian. Fatui mainly just let him big burst a little bit more. It's because this year Genshin stopped only shilling and started being actively aggressive to old units. I don't think that's new. I don't think that's new. I think that started when they brought back floor 12 leyline bonuses with Mawika and they increased the HP totals. So I think Stygian has an identity. I do enjoy playing Stygian. I think it's unique in what it does. If anything, I feel like the issue is Abyss. They're not doing anything with Abyss. They're just making Abyss a repeat of Stygian. Because they're like, oh, well, if we can't make the HP totals as high as Stygian, we'll still push him up a little bit, and we'll also give you a really beneficial buff. We'll do hyper shill stuff where you really want to be playing a specific team because that team gels with the exact lineup of enemies, and also you get a fucking giga buff where you do 500% poop and fart damage. And this new unit on banner does poop and fart damage, and nobody else in the game does that. And it's like, we already have that with Stygian, and I'd argue Stygian is a more dynamic mode. Only having one boss lineup lets you do a lot more interesting things. Like Hera is a way more interesting boss in Stygian than it is in Abyss, because Abyss has 2 other fucking chambers that you have to think about. Hera, in Stygian, all you have to worry about is Hera. You have to worry about making a team that is good into Hera, and that is it. I think even earlier than that with Nuvi, Arle, and Farina. Maybe a little bit with Nuvi, Arle, and Farina, but I don't know. I didn't have Nuvi for a while in Fontaine, and I didn't feel like I particularly needed him. I think it really was when they brought leyline bonuses back because they increased the HP totals, but because of the leyline bonuses, the HP totals didn't. They really only effectively got larger for anybody who wasn't the specific shield unit. Because the specific shield unit, oh, now they get fucking 75, 100% damage bonus. So they're effectively like doing the same amount of damage they would be if the enemies didn't get their HP buffed. And everybody else who doesn't do the new type of damage that's getting buffed is suffering for it. I just wish they'd make more floors instead of making the floors harder. I think that moves us on perfectly to our next point, Imaginarium, which I think is the best endgame mode because it did exactly fucking that. It did exactly that. It did that perfectly. Yay, I'm a segue. Yes, you're a segue. Because guess the fuck what? Guess the fuck what? In Imaginarium. Oh my god, yeah. Let's talk a little bit Imaginarium. We added a lunar Imaginarium this game. This year. And lunar Imaginarium, the lunar stages, I fucking adore the lunar stages. The lunar stages were the absolute best way to increase the difficulty in Imaginarium. Because they didn't increase the DPS checks. They didn't fucking increase the DPS checks. They scaled the lunar stages to be around the same level as stage 10 or act 10, which is the final act in Imaginarium. And also, something really cool that they've been doing that I've kind of noticed is most lunar stages. Let's just look at the fucking lineups here. So the regular stages tend to be, you know, the normal lineup of shield bosses, whatever. We got Knuckle Duckle, we got Freeze Grandma, we got the Orb, motherfucker still in Stygian. We got PMA, which PMA isn't too, he's not really shilling anything in general, but he doesn't have negligible HP because he's final floor. But like these fucking three, yeah, you all want specific things happening with these three, but they generally don't really do that. Can I check it here? No. Where do I see the lunar stages? They generally don't really do that with lunar stages. Both the lunar stages here are just guys. No resistances, no mechanics. They're just guys. Just bring whoever can fucking beat these guys up, and you can beat them up. They have slight restrictions in here. Characters who heal have an advantage because this one drains your HP. This one fucking tries to nuke you with electro damage every so often, so this one wants a shield. But like, healing in a shield? That's your fucking shill? That's nothing, man. That's absolutely nothing, man. And yeah, they're very easy. They're a lot easier if you don't want to start. That's another really, really nice thing about theater. I mean, I think that's also true of Stygian, is it's a lot easier if you want the primos. Or if you only want the primos. Imaginarium is another mode that is a lot easier if you only want the primos, and the Stella rewards are a lot less impactful. So yeah, I think these lunar stages, they really tend to do a lot of just guys who don't have particularly high resistances. They're just guys that want you to kill them. They're often AoE checks, so that can provide an interesting thing. Actually, a lot of times they aren't. I'm thinking of like lunar stages. We got like the waves of the what's his name? The consecrated beasts. The consecrated fucking beasts. We get like single waves of those, so that's single target DPS checks. I think we just generally get basic DPS checks on these stages, which is really fucking nice. That they added 2 new stages that aren't shilling any particular type of team, that aren't even any higher HP total than the hardest content that is available in Imaginarium. It's not more HP than Act 10. It is just more stages that have the same HP. So you need more units that are at a similar level to your most powerful units, and not units that are more powerful than your most powerful units. And also, they're really fucking flexible. I adore the fact that they're really flexible and they appear before the final stage. I think, what is it? One of the stages appears after the first boss, and one of the stages appears after, is it the second or the, what is it? When do they appear? In any case, they appear and they sit on the side of the screen and they say, you can take your time. As long as you get to me before you finish the Imaginarium, you can do this shit whenever you want. And then, when you try to attempt the stages, it's even better because you can fucking leave them. If you can attempt the stages and say, damn, I don't have enough DPS to be beating these stages right now. I don't have enough buffs. I don't have the right characters. So instead of spending a fucking reset, a valuable little rewind, you can just back the fuck out. You are free to try them whenever you want, and there is no consequence to not being able to do them. This is perfect. This is fucking perfect. I literally would not have it any other way. I adore the lunar stages. They didn't even add in fucking lunar mode. I love it. 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 I love it so much. Whoever is doing Imaginarium, I need to suck you off so bad. You fucking deserve it. You deserve 1 million centuries of head. It's a beautiful mode. It's a beautiful mode. Maybe I'm also saying this because I am able to tackle any Imaginarium with relative ease because I have every single unit in the game build. Yeah, holy shit, guys, that wind is back. That wind's real strong today. Oh, fuck, it was that bird. That bird hit my window again. Must have. So yeah, honestly, best way to introduce a higher difficulty mode. Absolute best way. The higher requirements, I guess it's kind of annoying. But do you get more primos for beating the lunar stages? You do. Okay. Get 100 for each. Okay. Actually, that does change my opinions on the mode a little bit. The fact that all the highest stages do have significant amount of primos. But still, it's not that many, grand scheme of things. Not crazy. So, yes, Imaginarium continues to be the best fucking endgame mode because they introduced a higher difficulty version of it, and they did it in the best way possible. They could have been cringe, and they could have said, hey, let's add in a higher DPS check, let's add in more bosses that all have specific shills, let's fucking let's put them at the end of the fucking IT so you can't do them whenever you want and you can't back out of them. But they said no. We are doing an entire different format for this. Like, it's fucking creative. It's innovative what they did. They didn't just do the easiest solution. They did something awesome. They did something fucking awesome. They had more theater stages in theater. We get another debut clear. Oh yeah, I guess they do. I guess that does happen, but whatever. That's not really that big of a deal. Now just make Rhymegrass an actual reaction. True. Do you think they're going to add a stellar mode with more stages? If they do that, I hope it's just more. I mean, I think they could get away with that. Hey, look, we got 4 bosses. We got 4 bosses. So, I think we get 2 more stellar stages. They might. They might, because obviously, you know, the longer the game goes on, the more units people have, and they probably want to keep upping the incentive to get more units. And also, just let me remind you guys that if they add more modes that grant more primos, it's not like you're missing out on anything. Like, if you can't do the new modes, it's not like the old difficulties start giving less primo gems. You just start getting more primos from being able to do the higher modes. I don't like shill bosses, but in theater they make the planning interesting. They do, yes. And the fact that they have much lower HP totals make the team requirements much more interesting. So yeah, I fucking love Imaginarium, but I also have to talk about lunar units in Imaginarium, which I guess lunar and Hexarai units, and I guess to an extent stellar units. Oh man, it's fucking awful, isn't it? It's awful. Stellar units, I don't know. Actually, so I think lunar units easily have it the worst. Out of all of the units that have a buff that is reliant on, or like they have some part of their kit that says, hey, play me with X specific unit or I just won't fucking function, I think lunar units have it the worst because at least, like, someone like Albedo. Albedo isn't a particularly good unit outside of Hex, but he does something. He has some personal damage going on, and that can be valuable into the lower levels of Imaginarium. You only really have to be doing something like Hex Albedo if you want to be using Albedo in the final stages of Imaginarium. Early stages, it's easier, and also, all the reaction buffs also just make it a little bit easier to use the units at a baseline. Whereas NOD KRAI units having part of their kits locked behind, or lunar units, I guess I should say. Whatever. I'd see buy as in a NOD KRAI unit. Lunar units having part of their kits locked behind Ascendant Moongleam, having their artifacts locked behind Ascendant Moongleam. That's sort of it. It's just the two together. But also requiring specific reactions to actually function makes it a massive headache. Like, part of what's so nice about the Hexarai units is you can throw any 2 Hexarai units together and they will function. They will get access to their buffs. Someone like Fischl, maybe you won't like have one of the reactions going on and you won't be able to access her Hexarai buffs, but also Fischl is good enough out of baseline. You don't really need her to be you don't really need to get access to her Hexarai buffs for her to be particularly good, but you can do something like running Fischl to activate Albedo's buffs. You can, you can fucking run a unit like Fischl to activate Albedo's buffs, and then that's valuable, and you can make Albedo a much better unit through the use of Fischl. Whereas lunar units, it's like, not only do I want a fucking second lunar unit, not only do I want another moon sign unit, but I also want a specific element. Give me hydro. I so hungry for hydro. And that makes, specifically the fact that they are so reliant on hydro, makes it really, really bad. In a theater like this, it's a little bit better, but we have had some fucking theaters in the past. Let me check my history. We have had some theaters in the past. Ooh, baby. Perfect one. Right? There it is. Yeah. This fucking theater, you get Electro with no Hydro. So Flynn's and an Effa, and the only fucking Hydro unit, the only special Hydro unit here, Columbina. Flynn's and an Effa. Ineffa isn't worthless. You can do some stuff. I mean, I think, yeah, this was the fucking... This was the one where I did that Linny clear using Ineffa. But, like, these motherfuckers lose so much value if you are not running them with Columbina. They are almost entirely bricked without fucking Columbina. And then if you don't own Columbina, well, you better hope one of your friends does, so you can borrow her. Shit like this is super evil. When they run elements that lunar units are in, either Dendro, Geo, or Electro, and Hydro isn't one of those other elements, that means that you have to rely on having a Hydro unit to actually activate their kits. You have to rely on a Hydro unit being one of the fucking supportive cast, or whatever it's called, to actually activate their kits. And for the on-fielders, it's even fucking worse. Because what if your Hydro unit is someone like Xingqiu that isn't a moon sign unit? And that means that if you want Sibai to function at all, you need to run Xingqiu and Linnea. Or I guess Itlua as well. Sorry, I forgot about Itlua. It is just so fucking evil. And I am so happy that we are getting away from that shit in Snezhnaya. The buffed units are a little bit rough because, like, thinking about someone like Wriothesley, Wriothesley needs a Stellar Enabler, but conveniently, three of the Stellar Enablers, all three current Stellar Enablers that we know right now are in his element. So if Wriothesley is in the theater, unless he's like a special guest, I guess you could include him as a special guest and this wouldn't be true, but generally, if Wriothesley is in theater, all of his enablers will be there. Sino, we'll have to wait to see if we get an Electro Stellar Conduct enabler. We will have to fucking wait and see. Same with Yai, I guess. But also, like, Wriothesley's gonna have it a little bit rough because you want an enabler and you are going to want an Electro unit, because he needs to trigger a specific reaction to access that enhanced kit. Sino, again, is going to be kind of rough because you want an enabler and you want a cryo unit, which I guess he has that right now, but it's specific to Cryo Traveler and Dodette and Sandrone. So, like, you're going to have specific lineups for things like that, but at least they are fixing... I think we'll have to see how that plays out. Alyosha does not enable. Alyosha is a 4-star. He does not enable any sort of reactions, which honestly I'm kind of mad about. I wish that he only enabled Stellar Conduct. If they're going to make all the 5-stars enable all the reactions, I wish he only enabled Stellar Conduct, because that's a really fucking good thing. The fact that Sandrone, Odette, and Cryo Traveler is a little bit different because his kit changes based on what reaction you do, but at least Sandrone and Odette have modal kits. And as long as, like, they can deal damage with both Stellar Swirl and Stellar Conduct. So you can have one unit of any of those either two elements and their kits will not be bricked. They don't have any sort of double resonance restriction, and they have looser elemental reaction restrictions. So I think that is a really, really big help, and it makes these new stellar units a lot more valuable. And it also, I guess that kind of goes into the stellar buffs, because it makes it so that the stellar buffed units are going to probably have similar issues to the current NOD KRAI 5 stars, where it is going to be really rough to make them function in theater. But also, I think they're a lot more functional at a baseline. Like, non-stellar Risley, I think, is a much better fucking unit than Flynn's without a second NOD KRAI unit. This dude is rough. This dude is really, really rough. And while Risley isn't a great unit, I think he's a little bit better than fucking whatever the hell no NOD KRAI unit Flynn's has going on. And yes, and one of the enablers being Cryo Traveler being free is really, really cool. Makes it so that you aren't going to have to pull as much. It just is going to make Imaginarium as a mode a decent bit nicer. I think that the buffed units are going to have some problems, particularly Risley and Sino as on-fielders, and I guess also Mizuki. They might have some difficulties because they need an enabler and they need to be triggering a specific reaction. We'll see how things go in the coming year. But at least Risley right now, it's looking rough. Like, Mizuki and Sino are going to be doing all right because all of the current stellar reaction enablers are cryo. So as long as you can enable, like, as long as you have one of those enablers in Imaginarium, that also means you can trigger the reaction and you can get their buffed kits. But with Risley, if it's this theater, you get Risley, you get Odette, but if you don't get an Electro character in your special cast, you're fucked. You're fucked. If they decide to do an Animo unit in the special cast to enable Stellar Swirl Odette instead, fuck you. Risley, go die in a hole. Because that is a potential thing that they could do, because that incentivizes pulling of the new on-fielders. Because if you pulled Sandrone instead of relying on Risley, well, you wouldn't have that problem. So I see that as a very real thing that could be a potential issue in future Imaginariums, but I at least like that they are fixing it for the new units. Is it annoying that they are maybe going to make some problems for the buffed units? Yeah, but they also haven't done that yet. I don't know if they are going to do that. As someone who is going to be relying on the buffed units for the upcoming year, I don't have crazy high hopes that they are going to, want to enable these stellar buffs in a lot of Imaginariums. We'll see. We'll fucking see. I see the potential for fuckery to happen, but they haven't done it yet. I think that's it about Imaginarium. Look at this. All these sections are so much faster, right? It has been 7 hours. Jesus Christ. And I'm still fucking talking. I'm still talking. And I don't feel like stopping. And I am also trying to get as much as I can out of the way for so we don't have a crazy long stream tomorrow as well. I'm so happy the Cryo Traveler is free. Yeah, that should alleviate some issues, but still, like, we are going to have problems. Don't get me wrong. It's not going to be perfectly solved. I think we are still going to have problems with particularly the buffed stellar units in Imaginarium. How many more sections we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. We've gotten through 4 sections, guys. Yippee. But also the first one was easily the longest. The first 2 were very, very long. The Archon Quest one should also be pretty long. That one should be pretty fucking long. They also get reaction buffs, so even with an unoptimized stellar team, it can work better than Lunar. Yes. I mean, also back to my point. I think the units are more functional at a baseline. Like, they were designed as functional units. Like, the fact that they got buffed they were designed as functional units at a baseline, and the buffs are just making them catch up with the new DPS checks. So Wriothesley, like, even though Cyno isn't the forefront of the meta, even though Wriothesley isn't like regular non-stellar Cyno and Wriothesley aren't the forefront of the meta, like I feel like my C2R1 Wriothesley, even if he's not stellar, he should have a fine time into Act 10 and the lunar stages. He still should be perfectly good. Like, motherfucker, I was running Nuvalette into the lunar stages this past Imaginarium. Like, you don't need crazy high DPS for the lunar stages. You just need a decently functional team, and non-stellar Cyno and Wriothesley and Yaimiko do make for a functional team. We need bullet points for what happened during the quests? Nah, we got the, I mean, I have a few notes already. We also have the quest log. You know, the whole fucking, this. We got this. Yippee. It's so fun and useful. And I get reminded of what happened. Okay, so next is talking about Temper Thyself. Where the fuck am I? Because I asked chat, I was like, were there any significant events that happened last year? And I was like, not really. None of the events stood out to me. And then they were all like, oh, Constellation Selector, Temper Thyself, Temper Thyself. And I'm like, yep, I guess. Temper Thyself. What do I have to say about Temper Thyself? Honestly, I mean, it's just cool. Generally, in gacha games, I mean, any gacha games what the fuck? Gacha games mainly do this because of their monetization system, where you do have to, you know, be pulling for new characters, and you can spend money to get access to new characters, when compared to something like fucking Overwatch, where every time Overwatch gets a new character, everybody gets them for free. So what am I trying to say about this? As gacha games get more power creepy, they do tend to give away more free stuff, because that makes the power creep feel less bad. Like, I think Aino is a wonderful example. Aino is a wonderful example. If you compare Aino to her equivalent last year in fucking Kachina, this is also, I should have brought Kachina up when I talked about Aino before, because this is what we should be comparing to. We shouldn't be comparing Aino to fucking Columbina. That's ridiculous. You're stupid. You are bad at the game. You have no idea what you're talking about. Aino and Columbina are not equivalent units. Aino is free. Everybody can get an Aino for free. That is not true of Columbina. You should be comparing Aino to Kachina, and you should be thanking God that Aino is not like Kachina, because what the fuck? Yeah, not at first. What was early Overwatch 2? Whatever. You get my point. You should be comparing Aino to Kachina and praying to the Lord. You should be on your hands and knees thanking God that Aino is not like Kachina, because what the fuck is wrong with Kachina, man? What is wrong with Kachina? She does damage, but no, she doesn't. The scalings are miserable. She has terrible fucking AoE. She has a 20-second cooldown on her skill. She rotates slow as shit. She has terrible uptime. She is like a fucking nightmare to make work, because you want to trigger a reaction with her set, and she has terrible application. She only applies every other hit. Girl is just miserable. She has a 70 cost burst and a miserable particle generation. What the fuck is wrong with Kachina? They hate Kachina. Comparing to Aino is fantastic. Aino has great energy generation. She has a low cooldown burst that's low cost. It lasts longer than its fucking cooldown. She actually has meaningful buffs in her constellations. She fixes her energy needs with I mean, I guess Kachina also has slightly reduced energy needs with constellations, but I think Aino's is better. I think it gives her more energy, and even if it gave her less energy than Kachina's constellation, uh, proportionally, it would give back a lot more of her burst, because Aino's burst is only a 50 cost, so a 10 energy recharge refund on that is 20% of her burst, compared to Kachina, who has a 70 cost burst, who, I don't know, even if she had a 15%, what the fuck is 15 divided by 70? Oh, never mind. Let's go 12 to make my point. If she had 2 more energy, if she refunded 2 more fucking energy than Aino did, she still would only be refunding 17% of her burst cost. Kachina Loki banks on scroll value? Yes. Like Kachina, like Aino, at least has application. Kachina doesn't even have that. Aino has a useful element, and she has good application of that element. Kachina has neither of those things. If she's not on scroll, she's fucking worthless. Aino can run instructors, Aino can run noblesse. Anyways, my entire point about all of this, Aino can run a few other sets. My entire point about this is that as power creep gets worse, they give the player base better free options. That is why, you know, it's a big fucking step up. We started from Kachina. Honestly, I would even argue that Kachina was sort of a step up from Lynette. Because Lynette, I think Lynette, you know, is in a vacuum a better unit than Kachina. But we had a lot of Animo units before Lynette. We didn't have any Natlan supports before Kachina. Kachina was the only fucking unit equipping Scroll for a patch. And that was her value. Like, we used her because you didn't have anything else. Fucking what? But what am I trying to say? We had a lot of other alternative options for Lynette, so even though I think Lynette is a better unit than Kachina was, I think that her alternatives were also pretty good, whereas Kachina didn't really have alternatives. So even though she was a terrible unit to use, you could at least get some good value out of her by throwing her on scroll. So I think Lynette was a step up, or I think Kachina was a step up from Lynette, and then I think Aino was a step up further, and I think Cryo Traveler is a step up even further. Because now Cryo Traveler has some good buffing. It's sort of weird and restrictive, so it's not exactly like Aino does, but Cryo Traveler also has some fucking good personal damage, which Aino does not have, Kachina does not have, Lynette does not have. Every year, as things have gotten more power creepy, we keep getting better free things, and I think that is absolutely true of Temper Thyself. I think that is what that was. They said, you know what? Fuck it. People, like, if power creep is getting worse, it's going to feel worse for people who aren't pulling all the newest units. So let's just give them some constellations on their older units. Doesn't matter anyways. What harm? What the fuck? I can't even look at the thing. I can't even look at the units. What harm is Shao C2 gonna do? Let them get Shao C2. Does Lynette drain HP? Just herself, yeah. She does have HP change mechanics. So they're saying, hey, we get it. We get it. Things are getting worse. We're pushing you to pull more. The content is harder to do without all the newest shiny units. So we'll at least give you a little bit of free stuff. And what? So, like, what am I trying to say about it? I'm saying, like, I'm happy with it. I obviously prefer free constellations over not having free constellations. But also, I think people treat it as being more generous than it really is. Because what did I get this year? I mean, Yai C1 was the obvious, like, standout, actual good thing that I got this year. That was a good piece of vertical investment that is going to significantly increase the amount of damage that my best teams will be doing next patch. But other than that, I got Hu Tao C1. I got Nilu C1. I got Albedo C1. What the fuck are any of those? Albedo gets 50% defense from C1. Fucking Nilu gets uptime. She gets uptime on her application from that. Fucking Hu Tao is like, yeah, her C1 is alright. But, like, she's been so heavily outscaled at this point that sure, whatever. Give Hu Tao players a free C1. It's not like that's gonna break anything. Arlecchino and Malwika still exist. Varka still exists. There's that's not gonna fucking hurt anybody. I'm still not really using Hu Tao all that much. I'm happy I have it because I do use her occasionally. I like Hu Tao. She was the first limited unit that I got. But none of these cons were particularly impactful. They're just kind of feel good things. They make me a little bit more excited to log in every day. They make me feel a little bit more rewarded for playing longer. And also, while Yai C1 was very good, it was absolutely accounted for. They knew that Yai was on this selector. They knew what they were fucking doing when they made Yai C1 as good as it was. They balanced her around her C1. When they were buffing her, they balanced her around her C1. They were counting on people picking Yai C1 from this fucking constellation selector. So in a weird way, it kind of isn't really a free thing because I couldn't pick a unit that I wanted to pick. Instead, I'm going for fucking Yai now because they made Yai C1 really, really good. And now, if I want to improve any of the fucking stellar teams that I'm going to be playing next patch significantly, I get Yai C1. So it's like I feel like I got a free thing and it was a good thing, but like Hoyo is balancing the game around me having Yai C1. So it's not like it's not even like free value. It's kind of, in a weird way, it's kind of like I lost value because I had to specifically go for Yai Miko and I couldn't pick a unit. I'm saying that this is coming from a perspective of if you are trying to go for the optimal thing, which to be fair, I usually don't do. I don't recommend that you do this as a thing, but I think it is somewhat relevant to talk about, especially with constellations, because I think personally constellations I try to approach from a more objective standpoint because more often than not they are just numbers increases. So I want to be going for the ones that give me the biggest numbers. If all I'm doing is increasing numbers, yeah, I would like the biggest numbers, please. And in this case, it's like you pick Yai or you fuck yourself. And you pick a worse unit that is maybe you like them more. So like this was very heavily calculated. I think what's a better way I can kind of word this? They are going to be designing future content with Yai C1 in mind. So if you have a Yai, but you said, hey, I don't really care about Yai like that, and I don't really care for the value that Yai C1 brings my stellar teams, I'm gonna go for Diluc C4, because I really like Diluc. The content is going to be scaled as if you have C1 Yai, and you don't fucking have that. So maybe you might end up needing another piece. I shouldn't be doom posting this hard, because I feel like you'll be fine with a C0 Yai in the upcoming year. But I don't know. Maybe potentially they might design some content with C1 Yai in mind. Or maybe you just don't want to be pulling full premium teams. So say you just got Sandrone, and because you have Yai, you feel less of a need to get Odette. If you didn't get Odette and you didn't get Yai C1, maybe it becomes harder to clear some future content. Maybe they designed it around having either Yai C1 or Odette, and you don't have either. I'm looking at this and I'm just saying, it's cool, I guess, but it's optics. It's optics more than it's really giving the players meaningful value. It makes you feel good. Except for this. This is awesome. Let me end off that entire talking point when I'm talking about fucking constellations. I mean, I think it's a little bit different with the upcoming units that they've added, because I think the upcoming units do have, I don't know, something like Risley C2. I imagine a lot of Risley players have C1, and C2 is a really, really big increase. I don't know. But hey, that hasn't happened yet. And I am talking about the Constellation Selector for the past year of NOD KRAI, not about the Constellation Selector in the coming year. So I don't have to fucking worry about that. The past year, I think that the Constellation Selector was far more about optics and about making you feel good for logging in every day and about giving you a nice free thing for a unit that you might like, but not necessarily giving you a real piece of meaningful value. Except for this. I think that this is genuinely really fucking nice. Getting 60 additional resin a week on top of whatever, some random bullshit rewards, I don't really care. 60 additional resin a week is some real ass fucking value. That's good, man. That is good. I like that. It's not like crazy, but that's some extra shit. You can squeeze that out. 120 with teapot, 120 with teapot. I love it when they give me additional resin. When they added that shit in Imaginarium's a little bit less impactful because you only get that shit once a month. But fucking 60 additional resin a week. Oh, I guess actually it's not that different because you have to do your 8 weeks. So I think you only get like 4 of these over 2 patches. Which is, I guess, more like 60 additional resin every 2 weeks. Which I like. I like that. I like that a lot. Honestly, I think that this is the biggest value add that they've put on here. I think that a lot of these rewards are kind of meaningless. Particularly the unctions, the essences, the mora, the hero's wits, and the mystic ore. That's all pitiful. That is a pitiful amount of fucking resources for having to spend for taking a week to get them. A week for 20 ores. Wow. Yippee. Crown is, I guess, nice, but like I don't think many people will get much value out of the crown. I am one of the only players who actually feels the value from this crown because I crown a lot of shit. 60 resin isn't that much. I mean, it's not a crazy amount, but I feel like all this is less. I feel like this is all like fucking 40 resin. Yeah, 100k Mora is like 40 resin, a little bit less. 10 books is less than 40 resin. So this is just better than any of these rewards. Feather is fine. Elixir is fine. Crown of Insight is not very useful for most players, but it's alright for me. I appreciate the 100k Mora, but 10 Heroes Wits, it's nothing. You get 120k Mora from a 40 resin claim. You get 60k Mora from 20 resin. I'm negative crowns? Well, then you're a freak like me. Okay? We're not fucking normal, you and me, okay? We're not the average player base. Crowns are valuable to us. This is not true of most other people. I guess they have been making more units that want crowns more, like Lauma, like Durin, like, I guess, Columbina, which makes crowns a little bit more relevant. But I still don't think they're incredibly valuable, and most people have a lot of leftovers. It'd be nice if the temper event was permanent. Well, it is. It is permanent. It's going to end in 3 days, but then a new one starts after that. If you miss a few weeks, you get no con. I mean, yeah, I guess I see what you're saying there. If you miss a few weeks, you do miss the con. But I don't know. I think there's a lot of leeway there. I think they'd allow you a significant amount of leeway. It's like what? 4 weeks, maybe more. And it's technically worth 10 pulls. What is technically worth 10 pulls? Oh, this? No, it's not. That's fake. The crown is not worth 10 pulls. I am a crazy person, and I crown everything, and I think crowns are really valuable, and even I don't fucking bother. Even I don't bother buying the crown from the shop. 100 bands, 100 bands, I'll take the Mora. I mean, me too. I'm not fucking leaving the Mora there. This isn't a weapon skin. I'm not leaving the Mora there out of protest. But it's not a lot. Like, you get more from the 60 resin that you get from this than you get from this. What about upcoming free C1s like Emily? They're better. But I still think a lot of the units, I did just say, those aren't NOD KRAI. I don't have to include those in the NOD KRAI retrospective. But they are a little bit better. But again, power creep. So Emily C1 matters a lot less. My Emily's going to be real good after I get her C1. But that's because I give a lot of a fuck about my Emily. I invest in my Emily. She's got good artifacts. She's got her signature. So it's like still not, it's going to be fine. It's going to be usable. But within the context of Stellar, even within the context of Lunar, it's like, it's not great. It's competitive, but like, it's not unbelievable. They should let you get 2 of the same cons. I mean, I know why they don't. I know why they don't. I think they very explicitly designed a lot of cons to be, a lot of C2s to be bait. And they want you to have to pull for those C2s. Like Risley C2, like Albedo C2 is quite good. Like, that's all I can think of off the top of my head because I don't, I know it's true. But those are like 2 of the only characters that I like, and I'm interested in their C2s. What does C2 Ryo do? Yeah, it's fucking like 40% increase on his motion value. So that's just like a straight 40% increase to his damage. So yeah, I think it's nice, I guess, that we're getting these things. I'm happy to get some constellations on some units that I like. They give me some nice quality of life things, but they are not fantastic value in the grand scheme of things. They are just kind of feel nice things, which I guess I can't be too mad about. Better than nothing, but I want to be clear because I feel like people have been really hyped about, ooh, yay, I get a C1 on a unit that I like. And don't get me wrong, I also have been enjoying the C1s on the units that I like. I like that Nilu uptime. Delicious Nilu uptime. Where the fuck is she? Delicious uptime. So much fun. Sandra's weapon is just far better than his cons. Yes. They should also give us, they could consider giving us weapons. I think that is exactly why they don't do that. Maybe they could give us some weapons, I don't know. But the thing about weapons, I think the reason why they're comfortable giving away cons, because I actually did, what? I talked about, a little bit ago, I talked about if they were willing to give away free limited units instead of free standard units in the upcoming anniversary. I also did a quick secondary tier list on, maybe I still have it. Maybe I still have it. I also made some commentary on... No, alright, I lost that tier list. I also made some quick commentary on if they gave away free weapons, which one of those units' weapons would be more valuable. And I think I put like Ayato in D tier, and afterwards I realized, oh wait shit, I'm just stupid and wrong, because Ayato Sig is like a really good option for Skirk. So I think that's why they are comfortable giving away constellations and not necessarily weapons, because weapons can be used as an increase on multiple units. Like, hey, I think they'd be fine giving away a free Shanyun or giving away some Shanyun constellations, but if they give away Shanyun Sig, then that suddenly becomes a pretty fucking nice option on Nicole or on Prune. And I think they want you to try, I think they want you to fucking pull for those things. I think they want you to try to pull for those things. You can use weapons on different units, and especially a lot of older SIGs. A lot of older SIGs aren't very restrictive. Like Ayato Sig, it's sort of restrictive in the buff because it only buffs normal attack damage, but it just needs 2 other units on the team to do a skill. That's not a very hard condition to meet, so as long as you have a unit that does mostly normal attack damage, Ayato Sig real good on that. So real good on Skirk, real good on Chlorant. Skirk is obviously the more relevant unit. But But yeah. So I think I was a little bit wrong on some of those evaluations. And also, you know, shit like Missplitter. I think they'd be okay giving away a free Ayaka or a free Ayaka constellation. I don't know if they'd be as willing to give away a free Missplitter. Especially because, like, they have been giving away, they've been making really good craftable options recently. I don't know, maybe that makes it, maybe that gives more of a reason why they might be willing to give away some signatures. Because they have been making really good craftables, but also craftables, they require you to have billets, and that is not necessarily a guarantee. Billets can be kind of rare. Mizuki worth building? Of course Mizuki is worth building. I think she's worth building this patch, and she doesn't even do 1 gazillion damage yet. So yeah, I think those are my opinions on Stellar, on Temper Thyself. I don't think I have more to talk about beyond that. I'm happy that they're doing it, but it's really not crazy value. Especially because it's only units that you already have. I didn't even mention that part. You can't pick a new unit from it. It's only a constellation on a unit that you already have, and you can't get C2s. Like, they're heavily restricting it, so they make sure you don't get particularly good value out of it, and they still want you to be pulling for those units. Isn't she trash, though? No. Not at all. She's way better, even in this patch, without her stellar stuff, she is way better than she was. She is at least on the level of Aoife, if not better. And next patch, she is going to be one of the best DPSs in the game. I wonder why certain units aren't on it. Cough, cough, I'll hate them. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I could mention that. Weird exclusions. No, I'll hate them. No, I'll hate them. No Kazuha, no Yelan. I think they just think that they can make some more money off of them. That's so fucking weird, especially because they really do heavily restrict the value you can get from these. Because, again, it's not like it's a selector. You have to already have the unit. And you can't pick the same unit twice. So, like, fucking let them get on there, man. Kazuha C1 isn't even all that. Kazuha C1 is awful. All of Kazuha's constellations are kind of fucking awful. The same goes for Alhaitham. All of his constellations are kind of fucking awful. Yelan's constellations are alright, I guess. But, like, they're not that good. And why the fuck didn't they add them this year? I kind of get Kazuha and Yelan, but Haitham, I don't really get I maybe sort of get Yelan. I think maybe people do have inflated perceptions of Kazuha's constellations. I think people might have inflated perceptions of Kazuha's constellations. At least C2. I always get asked about fucking C2 Kazuha. No, it's not good. Stop talking about it. Oh, wow. C1 gives him sack. And it's not even sack. It's you have to use his burst. You have to go through a long-ass animation to actually get it. Yippee! Yippee! You get fucking sack Kazuha if you pull for C1. What great value. And then C2, you look at it and you're like, 200 EM on Kazuha? 200 EM on your on-fielder? That sounds so good, but you don't see the first part of the text box. The Autumn Whirlwind field created by Kazuha / confers those effects. And if we look at that... 8-second duration, man. Yippee! Single target EM buff for 8 seconds. After you use a long-ass fucking burst animation that makes everything impossible to see, and that makes you build energy recharge on your Kazuha, so you can burst every rotation and get the effect. If only there was another Animo unit that could give party-wide EM. And Sucrose was the one that got the buff. Don't make me fucking laugh. Don't make me laugh. Yeah, Kazuha C1 is like not good. You can use it if you already have it, but if you don't already have it... Even if you do already have it, Sucrose is probably better, but at least it lets you free up Sucrose. and use her in a different team. Yippee, what a great constellation. I don't even have to go into the others, they're also terrible. People didn't even like Kazuo when he came out? Yeah, because they said that he was a Sucrose side grade, and oh my god, they were right. Oh, they were wrong for a few years because damage bonus was more useful for EM for a good amount of time there. But EM was not bad. EM was still usable in a lot of different contexts. And oh boy, she has come back swinging. He isn't popular? I would disagree with that. I think Kazuha still is popular. A lot of people own... A lot of old players own Kazuha. I think a lot of new players probably aren't pulling much Kazuha. But I don't know how many new players we're getting. We don't get statistics like that anymore. Anyways, next point. Sucrose gives Kazuha his damage buff now. Fuck. God damn it. Is Kazuha the Lohen of Animo? No. Don't do him dirty like that. Don't do Lohen dirty like that. Lohen doesn't have good cons, but he doesn't have Kazuha cons. Dude, cons just used to suck. So many cons just used to fucking suck. It's so funny. Can't wait to get C2 Yai from Con Selector in 7.x. Can I get C2 Yai? Did you get C1 Yai from this cycle? If so, no. The selector is not resetting. You cannot pick the same unit 2 years in a row. You are limited to 1 constellation per unit forever. C4 Ito is straight up not it. See everything Ito straight up isn't it. C2 and C6 are like his only mildly useful constellations. Even his talent level cons. Because they didn't fucking bother giving characters normal attack constellations before Fontaine. He just got fucking saddled with levels on Ushi and levels on his burst. Wowee. Yippee, I get an extra like fucking 100 attack on my Arataki Ito. Yeah. And then all nearby, when his burst ends, you get 20% defense for 10 seconds. I forgot about that. Damn. It's terrible. C2 is good. That's why I said the only constellations that have any value on Ito are C2 and C6. They're alright. C2 is energy refund, which is nice. Makes his energy needs lower. You can build for more damage. Makes him able to rotate a little bit faster. But guess what? Fuck you. You're playing Goro and his 20-second fucking cooldown. You get fucked anyways. I guess you don't play Goro anymore, do you? No, I mean, I still, like, what? Albedo Goro Durin is a really, really good core for him. What do Ito teams even look like now? Whatever the newest fucking power creep Geo off-fielder is. It was Shilonen for a little bit. Then it was fucking... You could do Albedo Durin stuff for a little bit. And then Linnea came along. And now he's Lunar. And then C6 is actually kind of value. He can infinitely charge attack, and charge attack is the best use of his field time, and he gets 70% crit damage on it. Noel Moggs Ito still? Yorp? Unfortunately, that is the state of things. Goro doesn't really have a replacement yet. Most other options are too expensive. Yeah, I guess what? You still run, like, Columbina, Linneo, Goro, Ito, because a lot of current cores are 2-unit cores, and a lot of those cores have Geo units. Like, Hex can do Albedo stuff, and Lunar can do Linnea stuff. So you can still run Goro Ito, and Goro, like, there's not anybody that's given Ito more stats than Goro. Like, yeah, Goro doesn't give a bunch of stats, but it's not like there's anybody else who's buffing defense more. Slander Xiao next? Okay, Xiao's cons also suck. Anyways, I'm getting beyond this. We're getting stuck on talking about these constellations. I want to talk about... I made this as a whole section, but I feel like I don't have much to talk about regarding Millie Astra. I think DPS Dummy... do I have meaningful commentary on DPS Dummy? I feel like everybody who's talked about DPS Dummy has already talked about it 1,000 times. it gave people the opportunity to be a lot more stupid and be a lot more bold with their stupidity. Faking has never been easier. Turn into an Ito stream. True. The humble Kachina? Yeah, Kachina gives so many more stats than Goro. Does the dog even give more def than Kachina? Yes, the dog does give more defense than Kachina. Kachina gives a maximum of 20%, and it's constellation reliant, and it's reliant on having 4 enemies within her burst field, whereas Goro just gives 25%. Baseline. Full party. After using burst. What the fuck do I say about this? What the fuck do I say about this, guys? What's the Llama thing on chat? Obviously, Ely casually doing Llama nuke damage occasion. Obviously. Did the mannequins take 2 of the 17 yearly released characters? Yes. And we didn't get a Traveler. And Traveler usually doesn't count for our yearly 17. So usually we actually yearly get 18. But secretly one of them is a Traveler. And this year we didn't get a Traveler. And Mannequin and Mannequina took up a slot. So we only got 15 characters. Which I guess is a thing. I guess is a thing I could talk about. I don't know. That's just speculation. I don't know if Miliastra took away resources from the regular base game. It feels like Miliastra took away resources from the regular base game, but I can't say with any certainty. Though this patch did end early. I guess it did end early. Yeah, we usually get 8, but I mean, also there were instances like actually no. Sumera was the only region. I mean, in general, I think 3.8 was the only patch where we didn't get any new characters. Huh. Traveler buffs were there to supplement the lack of a new element. But were they really? I talked about Traveler buffs for like maybe 10 minutes. Because I think that they're nice, but like it's a lot of little numbers, and a lot of little numbers do add up. But it's even all those little numbers, it's kind of hard to feel it. I think it might come together when you get the extra 20% crit damage from Cryo Resonance, or resonating with Cryo. Attuning with Cryo, whatever the fuck it's called.
It cannot be changed, nor can it be reversed. It can only but be accepted.
I don't know. Less characters because one less patch? I doubt it is because Mannequin. I mean, I also think that there were resources taken away. This was a lot. They put a lot of stuff into Miliastra. Like, this was not a small addition. They do fucking new lobbies every single patch. They do a bunch of outfits that you have to gamble for. And I know that those are smaller pieces of content than, like, traditional Genshin content. Like, new outfits is not... They don't put the same amount of work into new outfits as they do entire new characters. Even Mannequin and Mannequina, they did not put nearly as much work into as they do normal characters. Mannequin and Mannequina have the most boring baseline fucking kits ever. It is deal elemental damage on field. Physical normals, and then they use skill and they get an infusion for a second. And burst is some like fucked up bullshit that's like you gotta leave and re-enter the field to deal damage. It's just like... I know some intern came up with these fucking kits in 10 minutes. But, like, it still is a lot of additional stuff that they didn't have in past years. So I think that they added... I think that they took resources away from the main game to put into Miliastra. But I don't know for sure. And there's something beautiful about it. Whatever you say, Aqua. Whatever you say. Get the shooting game in Shania because they want assets for Miliastra. I don't know what order. I don't know if they're adding the shooting game because they want Miliastra stuff. Or if they... Never mind. That definitely is exactly why they're doing that. I can't prove it, but that is probably exactly why they're doing that. Yeah, the fact that Mannequin and Mannequina can't be used in endgame is fucking evil. I at least understand why they can't be used in Imaginarium, because they want you pulling new units, and leveling up units for free just helps you meet the counts, and often, you know, you don't even need every single unit that you bring into Theater. So I understand restricting Mannequin and Mannequina there because it does go against the purpose of the mode. Even if I don't like the fact that Imaginarium is there to get you to pull more units, that's what it's there for, and to ignore that, it's kind of stupid. But, like, at least let us fucking play them in Abyss and Stygian, because, like, come on, they're not good, dude. They fucking suck. They're ass. Like, you'd have to wheelchair them so hard. I shouldn't say that word. You'd have to fucking carry them with other units so unbelievably hard. Like, a Lunar Charged Abyss is not going to be beat by a fucking goddamn Fischl and Hydro Mannequin. You're still probably gonna want an Effa. So, like, what the hell is the... Why are we restricting them from being in these other endgame modes? Maybe it's just consistency. Because if they were just not allowed in Imaginarium, that would be weird, but in my opinion, understandable. I don't know. Stygian was... Or Stygian. Milliastra was fucking weird. Best thing to come out of Milliastra was the free horse outfit. As for DPS dummy in particular, of course, I'm really, really happy that we have DPS dummy. I use DPS dummy a lot. It's a wonderful tool, but as are many tools. Like, it's a double-edged sword here. It's a double-edged sword here, as any tools are. Like, I think the training dummy provides basically the exact same value as, like, GC Sim, where it's really good that we have this tool, and if we need to use it, for any given reason, if we need to try some stuff out, you can do it. But also, it gives a lot of people who might not know as much about the game, or people who are trying to manipulate information a certain way, it gives them a much easier avenue to spread bad shit. Like, there's so much shit that you can fake in the fucking test dummy, because you can add stats, you can remove stats. Like, it's a useful tool because of those reasons, where you can simulate certain levels of investment, you can simulate future buffs and things like that with all the stats added and removed, but also it's a little bit fucking evil. Because you can add stats for free, and you can fake rotations, and you can say, look at this team, this does X damage. This does X, this does 180k damage. My Nouvelette team does 180k damage, because I did all my setup before I started the timer, and I ended the timer as soon as I was done rotating on Nouvelette. So I am massively inflating the numbers that I am getting from this showcase. Which, like, it's just a tool. It's a neutral thing. So that's just what's going to happen. I'm not mad that the test dummy exists. I am not mad that people are able to do that, because it also allows you to do good things. It also allows you to do proper rotation testing, which is really, really fucking nice. I think honestly, I mean, it's a net benefit. I don't think that is even up to question. I don't think that's ever even a question. I think it is absolutely a net benefit, because it takes power out of the hands of theory crafters and puts it more into the hands of people playing the game. And not that theory crafters are objectively wrong about everything ever. I just think it is better to have more people getting access to information and getting access to tools. And making it so that you can find the DPS for your teams without having to fucking learn the defense formula, without having to learn exactly how many particles all of your characters generate and how much all your energy needs are. I think that's great. Being able to test your teams and realize, oh, am I rotating wrong here? Is there a rotation that I could do that would be better? Are my energy needs met? X, Y, and Z. That's obviously really, really good. Lot of benefits with the dummy. I would not remove it for the world. I am very, very happy that it exists. And I mean, it also, in some ways, it makes it harder to fake things, because the information is more easily visible. Like, even though it does make it easier to fake some things with all these fucking parameters you can change, it also, like, if somebody shows you a fake test and says, my Nouvelette team is doing 180k at this investment, you can do a very similar test with proper rotations without faking stuff, and you can be like, oh no, you're being stupid, and you don't have to fucking learn how to calc it all. We can even simulate stats to decide if we want to grind for artifacts, and we can do that. It is a tool, and it provides all the benefits of a tool, and it provides all the drawbacks of a tool. But as far as things go, making tools that are this easily accessible, it comes with downsides, but the benefits far outweigh the downsides. And, you know, I'm not going to say that we need to get rid of the test dummy because there are a few people who are using it wrong. So, yeah. Obviously good. Obviously good. As for the rest of Miliastra, wow, I love playing other games, but worse. Because I didn't get enough of that through the fucking events. I also needed that to happen, but instead of being made by professional developers who are actually paid for their work, it's made by fucking children in a basement. That's what I really needed. Draw my thing. Draw my thing. You loved the Backrooms one at least? The Backrooms one was so much fun. But like it's Roblox, guys. There's a reason why the Miliastra channel in my Discord server is called Roblox mode. Because it's fucking Roblox, but it has less tools. So it's like what is the point? What is the point? Because there's still no meaningful combat content that you can use with these characters. Like the reason why I'm only talking about the fucking training dummy, the DPS dummy, is there's nothing else I can fucking do. Oh wow. You can simulate a 1.2 Abyss that has 12 Hilichurls. Great. I'm so happy that I can kill 12 Hilichurls in 3 seconds because all the teams do fucking 10 times more damage than they used to. Awesome. Roblox stock is down 70% this year because of Miliastra, obviously. Wasn't there a PvP in Miliastra? That is not meaningful content. The netcode was awful, and Genshin is very clearly not designed to be a PvP game. It was a fun distraction, but nobody fucking plays PvP anymore. And obviously PvP, it requires multiple players. So if nobody's playing PvP, then you're also not playing PvP. As badly as you may want to play it, you gotta have other people. People kept spamming cringe bullshit. Yeah, I think the meta was figured out pretty quickly, and people abandoned it pretty fast. It was just a novelty. I'm not saying it wasn't fun, but I'm saying that it wasn't meaningful content. It was not meaningful long-term content. In my opinion, this is the only fucking thing that Miliastra has added. This is the only meaningful long-term content that Miliastra has added, and it's got some problems. It's not perfect. So there's actual interesting combat scenarios. We just gotta wait for more, and we gotta wait to see if they add more enemies, but it seems like they are not set on doing that. Which, you know what? I mean, it makes sense. I'm not happy about it, but it makes sense. That they do not want to give us meaningful alternatives to the content, to the combat content that they provide. Because if they start giving us meaningful alternatives to the combat that they provide, then you're gonna feel the shill less. I mean, still, like, fucking... Obviously, their endgame modes provide rewards, and Miliastra's don't. And I imagine every fucking, you know, every day I get people in my chat talking about, oh, I don't want to do this event. Oh, I hate this event. This event was awful. I hated doing it. It's like, motherfuckers do things for rewards. Motherfuckers do things for rewards, and even if you provide a good alternative to the endgame content that you have in Miliastra, people will still be more inclined to do the content that you have designed because, number one, they will see it as more legitimate, and, like, especially, you know, theory crafters and things like that will see it as, you know, like, why would I fucking base my judgment of characters on a random mode that some dude made in his fucking basement when I could base my judgment on the content that the company making the game is making that actually gives rewards. And that's the second reason why people will play this content, is because it gives rewards. They will see it as more legitimate. It is easier to access, and it gives rewards, which people care about. Shizu Yoda is a notable DPS increase over Sucrose for my Flynn's team. Damn. Brilliant news. Is that... I guess that's no Columbina, right? Correct. Okay. Then why were people saying she was a side grade when Columbina didn't exist? This is mysterious. This is quite mysterious. Allows me to switch some pieces that gets my Flynn's a better build. That makes sense. That makes sense. External factors.
Outstanding items on today's to-do list.
Okay. So that's most of what I have to say about Miliastra. It is mostly a meaningless mode because all of the content being made for it, there are DPS dummies, which are useful tools but not meaningful content. And then there's a bunch of recreations of bad... there's a bunch of bad recreations of games that could be better in your fucking browser, dog. I would rather just play Genshingle in my browser than play Miliastra Genshingle. Like, I guess it's cool that it's there. I play it when they want me to play Miliastra because there's some fucking brain-dead event that wants me to play some Miliastra games. But I never play it otherwise. My Sucrose team is kind of rotating too fast and runs into time that we are waiting for cooldowns. Okay. I know too good. Okay. So, next. But we need the feet guessing game? Fine. We need the feet guessing game. Next point is about weapons. Weapons that came out in this year. I fucking hate the weapon archive, dude. I hate that it divides the weapon. Oh, actually, can I do order of release? No, it's just filter. I hate that it divides them all up into the different weapon categories. I really wish I could filter them by order of release, because I just want to see all the weapons that were released this year. Just bring up Nanoka or whatever. But the Nanoka also has... They sort their weapons like this, too. They don't fucking sort them by order of release. I think, right? Decided jumping in after not playing since 4.5 or so. Wonderful. Hello, welcome to chat. Artful Loa. I hope I got that right. At least they don't gatekeep the weapon behind owning it in the archive. Yeah, I hate that shit. Isn't that so great, guys? How I can't even see what the fucking weapon looks like if I don't own it. Isn't that the best? Isn't it the best how I can't even see what the fucking weapon does in the archive? Why would I want to see what the weapon does in the archive? Why would I want to do that? If I were to go into an archive, why would I ever want to see what something does? No other Hoyo game does this? Maybe I should put this in my next fucking, my next survey response. Fix the weapon archive. Let me look at weapons I don't own, and let me look at the weapon's effects, please. That's ridiculous. The fact that I can't even look at the effect. Look, artifacts. It's all there. It's all there. It is all there. Oh, but I can't do it with sets I haven't completed. But that's artifacts, man. You can just farm. You just farm a little bit. Actually, no, you need to own the artifacts. I know, like, I just found out, yeah, you need to own the artifacts, but, like, come on. Beef so for real. If you really want to know what Finalia Deep Galleries does that bad, you can go spend a fucking week in the domain. It's not that big of a deal. Or you can just look at the fucking domain. You can go, what does Finale of Deep Galleries do? Wonderful. I now know what Finale of Deep Galleries does. It is annoying that it's not in the archive. It's an archive. It's an archive. That is where information should be. So what are the weapons that released this year? I'm specifically talking about 4 stars. So craftables, event weapons, and any new gacha banner weapons.
Cleanup sequence in progress. Based
So
on data from past incidents, please avoid dropping small items such as
yeah, the moon weapons, there was
screws,
Sacrificer's Staff, there was
toys,
Moonweaver's
gummies,
Dawn,
snacks,
there
haircuts,
was...
socks,
Shut up,
and
Anefa, I'm
slippers.
sorry, I love you, but not right now. Moonweaver's Dawn, Sacrificer's Staff, Dawning Frost, is that it? Talk about Flameforged? No. Because Flameforged is not relevant on any units that came out this year. I don't fucking know. I don't know. Like, everybody talks about it as if that's fucking Aino's signature weapon. That thing is so ass on her, man. That thing is so ass. Just run Fav. Cut it out. What are you doing? Stop it. No Flameforged. Throw her on Fav. Be a real fucking human being. It did gain new effects this year. I guess it gained new effects this year. You know what? Fine. I'll talk about Flameforged. Let's talk about the weapons in series in order of release, and I guess we can talk about Flameforged instead. Yes, it's mostly Kave Sig. That is why it is on Kave right now. But I guess the effect that it gained this year, they added Crystallize or Lunar Crystallize as an effect. Initially, when it came out, it said Electrocharged, Lunar Charged, or Bloom. And they didn't say Lunar Bloom, but obviously Lunar Bloom got added right after with Lauma, and that wasn't really a big change because Lunar Bloom doesn't fucking do anything. But actually kind of a big thing was Crystallize or Lunar Crystallize. I'm thinking mostly for Nicole, Noelle. It is a wonderful option for Noelle. It is a lovely little option for Noelle. Doesn't really give any damaging stats, which kind of sucks, but it at least gives a lot of EM, which is something. It helps her spam some Lunar Crystallize reactions, which she is particularly good at doing. Her normals have no ICD. Am I getting that right? Don't make me spread misinformation. Her normals have no ICD, so she does actually get a decent amount of Lunar Crystallize procs. The EM still isn't good. I'm just trying to make a bit of a case for it. I wouldn't let you. Sure. I don't know if it's her normal attacks don't have any ICD or her charge attack doesn't have any ICD. Either it's one of the two, and it makes her particularly good at spamming Lunar Crystallize reactions, and she gets a little bit of value out of the EM, but it's mostly there for the energy. Because, good lord, this girl's energy needs, perfectly solved by this weapon. Perfectly solved. And it actually does give her a tiny bit of damaging stuff, unlike Fav, which is what I would usually run on her to solve her energy needs. It's both? Damn, it's both. Awesome. Cool. It is not particularly good on her because EM isn't that good on her. You get some good EM buffs in your Lunar Crystallized teams if you're running Serenade. If you're running Columbina, if you're bursting on her, you get Lunar Reaction Damage bonus, which is what EM gives. So you're stacking a lot of stats that do have some reduction in value, but it's something. I'll give it to her. It's something, and it lets her get her burst off cooldown, and it's a higher base attack, which isn't very important for Noelle at all because she is an attack scaler, but most of the attack that she gets is converted from her defense, which is in a flat conversion, which means she doesn't care about the base attack of her weapon. But I guess it's something. It gives a little bit more attack, can let her do a little bit more damage. It gives some EM. I think another interesting thing, I haven't found a use case for it, but I feel like I should mention it, is the fact that it's any Crystallize. Electrocharge and Bloom are specifically both Hydro reactions. Crystallize is not. You can trigger any Crystallize with this thing. I mean, Crystallize can only be triggered by a Geo unit, so it has to be equipped on a Geo unit. But, like, you can technically run this in any team. Is it useful? Not really, but you can. Defense and crit damage is better than this bit of ER the weapon gives. What were we talking about? You would not run that weapon. You would not run Flameforged Insight over Red Horn, no. You might run it over Fav. You probably wouldn't run it over over Red Horn. Craftables. Sucrose likes the EM. Yeah, just put it on Sucrose. Just equip it on Sucrose. Is Flameforge an event weapon? Yes. It came out for Easy Breeze. Easy Breeze. Craftables. Craftables, craftables, craftables.
Please rest assured that I will not blow the roof off again.
Craftables provided some nice options for our earlier units this year. That seems what they tend to do with craftables. They make craftables that are decent for the first few units that come out. Like for the first 1 to 3 patches, I'd say. And then after that, they're just like, whatever. The units that exist in like X.3 and beyond can get fucked. And this region, NOD KRAI, was not much different. Going through all of them. Goddamn. Serenity's Call. I guess it's nice that we get a free-to-play weapon or a free-to-play sword that gives some HP. It is not a gacha weapon. It is not a 5-star. I think all the other swords that give HP are. I don't even think there's a 3-star that gives HP. I think it's Dockhand's Assistant. I forgot the name for a second. Dockhand's Assistant. I always miss the good weapons. Flameforged Insight is cool, but I don't think it's really all that good. I guess it's good for Kaveh, which is sad for you. But yeah, it's clearly best on Kaveh. He can use the EM. He really likes the energy because he doesn't have an energy constellation. He can trigger its effects very easily. How much longer are you going to do this for today? That's a good question. I don't know. Serenity's Call is, I guess, cool for the fact that it gives some HP. There aren't many other sword options that can give HP, so it's nice that this is a craftable that does that, but its conditions are kind of restrictive. You need to trigger a reaction. Granted, you can do that off field, so it's a little bit more flexible, but you need to trigger a reaction to get the basic effect, and then you need to be an Ascendant Gleam for the enhanced effect, and there is not a fucking unit that you would play in Ascendant Moongleam like naturally in their best teams that could actually use this effect. Like all the units that you can use this effect on, you kind of have to force Ascendant Moongleam to get that additional effect, which sort of sucks. This weapon is the reason why I thought Columbina was going to be a sword unit, but no, I was fucking wrong. I'm trying to think like who are some fucking users. This thing sucks. This thing kind of sucks. Because I guess it's HP, but it's not a ton of HP unless you get a bunch of refines on it or you're in Ascendant Moongleam. And you kind of have to force those. Nilu and main DPS Bina, I guess. I fucking guess. I guess it's a Nilu option. There we go. There's the one team. Layla in a pinch. I would rather just run Fav. I guess it's a little bit of shield health, but I would rather just run Fav. If you really need it to stop her shield from breaking, I guess you could do that. Is there a Moonsign Sword unit? The only one I can think of is Tsibai, who is a defense scaler and doesn't really need that much energy recharge. This thing, yeah, I guess the stats that it gives are kind of cool and it has the potential to be interesting, but it just never played out in game. It just is too hard to make work, I think, that it really isn't very meaningful at all. I hate Fav on her. She runs Key or Harbinger in my teams. Damn, Key is like way worse. Because she doesn't get a lot of skill hits on field. Kirara in theory. I guess Kirara in theory. Whatever. Like that's what we're fucking talking about. Like it's okay on a few very niche units. And they have better options. Master Key, similarly, Kind of awful. Another weapon. Are they all Ascendant Moongleam locked? Not locked, but do they all have Ascendant Moongleam effects? Ascendant Moongleam effect. Where's the bow? Ascendant Moongleam. Damn. And the Catalyst, I think, is also Ascendant Moongleam. Damn, that sucks. I mean, at least for a few of them, it's alright. Never mind, I skipped over Snare Hook. Snare Hook is also awful. Snare Hook is also terminally cannot find a user. Fine base stats, I guess, but it's like, if you're gonna do shit like this, there's no unit that really wants energy recharge and EM. I'm using it on Yehoda right now on the alt, and that's just like probably because you don't have another Fav. Because my one Fav bow is taken. Wow, how did I predict that one? Any unit that you would want to use Snare Hook on, Fav is probably just better because none of them really use the EM. And I guess it gives a bunch of EM. Cole, like, what? I guess Cole can use the EM to do a little bit of extra damage. But also, you kind of need to force Ascendant Moongleam for her. And if you do that, you might not be getting aggravates. Because maybe you're running a fucking Nefer team. Maybe you're running her in a Nefer team. And I guess you could do, I don't know. No. Does Linnea use it? Slingshot too good. And she doesn't really need energy recharge like that. Doesn't Cole struggle with energy as well? Yeah, but she's got Sackbow. She's got Sackbow and she's got Fav. Why do people recommend Sackbow so much on Cole? I don't know why. I always hear that as a thing, but like I don't know what exactly makes Sackbow good on her. Is it just front-loaded damage? Maybe a Nilu team like Lauma, Nilu, Aino, Cole? Yeah, that's not... I don't know about a fresh 40k DPS. We can be a little bit nicer than that. But it's not going to be great. It's going to struggle into a lot of different stuff. Cole just straight up has better cheap weapon options than Stringless in the event weapon for energy. Exactly. If you want her to be dealing damage, she's got other options. She's got fucking Rainbow Serpents. If you missed that, yeah, she's got Stringless. If you want better options for energy, she's got Sack and Fav. Don't bother. And Linnea as well. It's just like it doesn't fully commit into either of them, and it makes it so that there are just better options for anybody who can use it, and a lot of them are very, very accessible. Linnea Farina is actually something. I fucking guess. I guess it's something. I guess it exists. But you probably still would just prefer to run the upcoming Snezhnaya craftable and build some energy recharge in the subs. Because this gives what? 60% energy recharge. I guess she needs around that much. It exists. That's the best thing we can say about it. Master Key. Yeah, these three were all just like so fucking confusing. They're all the same weapon. Low base attack, energy recharge substat. They give some fuck ass stat that doesn't matter to any unit that can use it. These were not good weapons. These were not good fucking weapons. And even Black Marrow, can we just skip over Key? Or do we want to find some harebrained uses for it? There have been worse bow craftables. I guess King Squire does exist. I was gonna defend Compound Bow on the front that it's funny. But I guess King Squire does exist. Huh. Bow on a scuffed Tick Nutty team? No. No. Cut it out. Use fucking Slingshot. I don't care. Use Slingshot. Use Slingshot, use Stringless. Cut it out. Stop trying to make Snare Hook work thing. What the fuck am I trying to say? Stop trying to make Snare Hook work, Gretchen. Snare Hook is never going to be a thing. How good is a NOD KRAI fishing weapon? Fuck it. Don't piss me off, aggro. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. God damn it. Oh, why did they remove fishing weapons? I was on the train yesterday when you went live and I woke up from my night and you're still here. Hello. Yeah, we're still here. Would the Fontaine craftables ever be power crept? I don't know. Fontaine craftables were really nice for how generic they were. New craftables just seem to be pretty specific in what they do. I mean, actually, I think Chainbreakers are a little bit better than Song of Stillness. I know I've got R2 of one and R5 of the other, but I think Chainbreaker's a really nice weapon. I like Chainbreaker a lot. Do you know how much lava fishing I did in Natlan? Because surely they were going to add one they just forgot. I also started to do some lava fishing. Probably not nearly as much as you, though. Pole armor's pretty bad. Yeah, we don't fucking talk about rightful reward. We don't talk about my R5 rightful reward. Sorry, I like weapons that do energy stuff. I think energy's funny. High base attack, HP substat. What the fuck are we doing? Yeah, so I'm not talking about Master Key. Black Mirror Lantern, I don't know. These two, like, they're nice, I guess. It's cool that we have free-to-play weapon options for the characters that we got. Cool Nefer weapon, neat Nefer weapon, not bad at all. And obviously good for Flints and Efa. But that's kind of most of what I have to say. These actually had a worse stat line than I remember. What the hell? Why do they fucking hate... Why do they hate, Flints and Efa? Why do they give Nefer minimum base or low base attack, high substat, and they gave Flints and Efa mid base attack, mid substat with attack percent? Come the fuck on, guys. Black Mirror Lantern is an option for Kokomi and Barbara in Nilu. Sure. I guess it is. If you manage to get away without sack frags on both of them, which sack frags gives the same amount of EM in sub, and I know that this gives some extra bloom damage bonus, but they both do really like to have sack frags. I guess you could craft a Black Marrow Lantern. I don't know. There's not really much notable that I have to say about them. I think it's cool that we got some good options for these early units. But the fact that I feel like I gaslit myself into thinking that there were more better options. Because we got 3 that's just like, what the hell are we doing, man? What in God's name are we doing? We have better options for pretty much all of these that are also very, very accessible. What is happening? But I guess Black Marrow is nice on Nefer. I think my opinions of weapons got inflated because of the early event weapons. Because, ooh, baby. Let's talk about that Aetherlight Spindaloot. Hello, Aetherlight Spindaloot. Ooh, baby. I do miss you. I do miss the original version of Aetherlight Spindaloot that was, what? Low base attack, high substat. That give 240 EM in the sub. It also started out with EM in the sub, but frankly, I was mad about that before it came out. But now that we have Lauma in our midst, now that we have been playing her for an entire year, thank fuck this thing has an ER substat. Thank the good Lord above this thing has an ER substat. And the only complaint I have is that it isn't low base attack. It isn't perfectly optimized. Spindaloot is a wonderful weapon. Obviously, it's really, really nice on Lauma. It's basically permanently kept on Lauma all the time. The only time I ever swap it out is when I want to be doing Pamber shit on her. Or sometimes I do funny haha DPS Lauma stuff with Widsith. I don't do DPS Lauma stuff. I do one hold skill off stream. I do a single hold skill that hits for 400k. I go hee hee, and then I never think about it ever again. It's no difference. We would have just used ER Sands on her. I think that her ER needs would have been a lot more achievable with EM main stats all the way down and just ER and substats with an extra 15 ER. Oh, you mean it's no difference between it being an EM and an ER substat. Yeah, we would have just used an ER Sands, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't really matter because they're both just stats that would be very important on her, and whichever substat it had, you would just use the other. I'm being funny here, okay? I'm being funny. I'm being entertaining. Because Jesus Christ, her energy needs are so fucking bad. So yay, yippee, it has energy recharge, and while this is pretty much locked to my Lauma on this account, what are some other units that can use it? There's gotta be some other that can use it, right? Maybe no, because the amount of EM being less than a sac frag substat. Mizuki? I guess Mizuki. Aoife doesn't really need the energy recharge. I think Aoife just prefers to have more EM. Mizuki in non-stellar teams, I guess, likes to have ER. Sucrose? No. Sucrose just use sax frags. Gives more EM. I used on Sucrose, but I don't know how good it is. I mean, sac frags is better. Maybe it really is just for Lauma. But I mean, it's usable on all those units. So I shouldn't be like striking these down. It's definitely usable on Mizuki. It's usable on Aoife. I think probably one of the good things about it, it's part of something that I really noticed on my alt account is the fact that it's in the passive and not in the substat. That means you don't have to level it up to get a bunch of EM. So that's a really, really nice thing to have, is even though you probably should be leveling up a sac frags for your Sucrose, you don't have to level up either like Spindaloot, because you just get that 200 EM always at level 1. Mona in an Elu team. I was thinking Kokomi in an Elu team, potentially. I think that's something, but again, yeah, Sac Frags just kind of whoops its ass. But again, Sac Frags is a gotcha weapon. It's only available on banners. So I guess it's not guaranteed that you'll have one. Elu teams just love all these weird weapons. It's just because we're looking for use cases for EM weapons. It's like, Nilu, I guess. EM matters to Nilu. Does the weapon work on Nahida? That's actually a decent call out. I mean, Prototype Amber probably is better, but like having she has energy needs. She is reliant on her burst at this stage in the game because it gives a buff based on the amount of EM of the highest EM in your entire party. So yeah, you know what? We'll say Nahida. Good Nahida option. And yeah, of course, if you don't have a sac frags, it's really, really nice to have. I think mainly, but the fact that it is such a competitive option on Lauma herself is very, very valuable. I think that's good to have. Even if it's not incredibly useful outside of Lauma, I think the strength on Lauma alone is really, really nice. Rainbow Serpent's Rainbow. Neat. Where's Auron? I want to look at it on Auron. He's in the team that I'm playing. This one I think definitely has a lot more compelling users. Obviously, Auron is one of them. Fischl is weird because you have to have equipping characters' attacks hit off field, and she snapshots, so you're not going to get it for your first rotation, but all subsequent rotations you will. Yehoda, it's a usable option. It's a high base attack, low substat, right? I wish the gold parts were silver. I believe they are before you ascend it. Are they? Am I making that up? I think it does look better before it's ascended, and I accidentally ascended it, and I feel like a dipshit. I use it almost every theater on someone. Yeah. You know what? I should stop hating. The reason I don't have it leveled, I think it's a really nice weapon. Stygian is far less impactful since first rotation is usually not full buffs. Yeah, that's also a good point. I definitely devalue it, and I haven't thought about it that much because look at my fucking bow lineup. I don't need this shit. I don't really need a 4-star weapon that, I mean, I guess it gives a nice mix of ER and attack. But, went to a whole ass concert and came back and Misa's still alive. Yes, hello. Long stream. Does Fischl snapshot again when you use her skill to reposition Oz? Yes. Does Venti scale attack? Yeah, actually, good call out. It's a good Venti weapon as well. He also, no, actually, that's the thing. He also snapshots, and he doesn't have great uptime, so you might run into some issues with Venti actually activating this passive. But obviously, Auron, good. It's a really nice option on Fischl. I think it's usable on Yohoda, but she generally likes Fav. This really only affects her healing. Diona! It's gonna be a good Diona option next patch, guys. Diona. I mean, Diona probably obviously better on Fav or Sack, depending on what energy needs you might have in a team. But if you don't have bad energy needs, are the artifact recommendations the game gives good? Sometimes. I wish I could tell you an actual answer. Yeah, they're usually all right, but sometimes we have situations like this where Codex is more recommended than Noblesse. Lohan on Disenchantment. Yelan, true, Yelan. So, who else? I don't know. And I think Auron is still a somewhat relevant unit, and like his damage isn't fantastic, but he doesn't have anything else in his fucking kit. You might as well build for damage because the multipliers are there, and what the fuck else is he gonna do? So I think that this does maintain some good relevance. It's nice on Fischl, it's nice on Auron, it's alright on Yehoda. It is usable on Diona, I guess. It can be functional on Venti. I don't know. Was that the last fucking event weapon ever? Oh my god, was it? I thought they had so many better weapons than this. That's crazy. I was really going to do my best to try to give them credit for the accessible weapon options this year. You know what? No, we got to include Moonweaver's Dawn because you got one free copy of that. You got to include Moonweaver's Dawn, and it's a good Durin weapon, I guess. It is a good Durin weapon, I guess. It's functional on Kuching, I guess. I mean, being a good Durin weapon, I think, is fine enough on its own. It's got good stats, got high base deck, low sub stat, gives you a little bit of damage bonus. Also, nice for Kaya. Yeah, that's a good point. As far as on Snapshot, no, that's actually a good one. Farazan as well. Farazan, I find hard to run off of Fav, but if you can do it, yeah, you could do some damaging stuff with you can do some damaging stuff with Farazan on Rainbow Serpent. So, yeah, I gotta give a little bit of credit to this. It's a nice Durin weapon. I think maybe it works on Skirk too, if you're doing Burst Skirk. If you're not doing fucking normal attacks on your Skirk. And also just use Finale of the Deep, man. Just use Finale of the Deep. Finale of the Deep too fucking good. Finale of the Deep too goddamn cracked, and it affects both of her play styles. Like, this shit, yeah, alright, it's fine, I guess, but it's R1. You don't get any more refines than that for free. It works on Skirk, but use Finale Deep, my guy. I played Burst Skirk this theater. There are situations, but just fucking play Finale Deep, man. You can get all 5 refines on that one without doing any gambling. It does look very nice on Layla. Let's take a look. It also looks nice on Layla. And if only Layla was an attack scaler and actually did some real damage with her burst. Could be nice. It's very pretty. I was going to give them a little bit more credit because I swear to God, I thought we had better weapon options than this. I thought we had better accessible weapon options than this. But after seriously taking a look at the fucking weapons that we got this year, we got 3 craftables that were a little bit miserable, that don't really do very much of anything. And then we got 2 craftables that are pretty alright. Two respectable craftables that you can take home to your parents. And they won't cause a fucking scene at dinner. They'll just eat they'll eat their dinner. They won't make a fuss. Even if they don't like the food, they'll clean their plate. Black Marrow Lantern is alright, and I wish it was a little bit more of a usable option on Llama, but whatever, fine, whatever, I'll take Etherlight. And it's nice that Prospector Shovel is an option on both of the Lunar Charge units, in Flynn's and in Neffa. It's not a perfect stat line, but you know what? Fine, whatever. We're working on it. Hold on, it was meant for Skirk. What was meant for Skirk? I don't know. Layla is a half attack scaler. I would say Layla is like maybe at best a fucking 20% attack scaler. This is miserable scaling. 28%. And she gets some fucking damage bonus based on her HP, which is similarly miserable. And her burst does not scale attack at all. And hi Wheelie, yes, we're still streaming. I don't know what to do with mine. I don't have Farina. With your what? Your Splendor? Oh, this? I don't run this on Layla. I think it's funny. You don't run this on Farina anyways. I do have Farina and you don't put this on Farina. The free sword, was that meant for Skirk? I think it was meant for Durin. I don't fucking know, man. I don't know who it's meant for. It's a weird sword. It doesn't really work on anybody perfectly. Kaya, I think, is the best use case for it. Yeah. So yeah, we got 2 pretty alright craftables, 2 quite respectable craftables, and then even the event weapons, I feel like. Flameforged Insight is cool. I really like it for what it is, but in retrospect, I feel like people kind of overrate it. Right? I feel like people kind of overrate it. The fact that it really is only like particularly good on Kave and it's like an option on Noel. Stop putting Flameforged Insights on your Inos. Cut it out. I guess if you don't have a Fav, you can use Flameforged Insight. But this fucking weapon is a year old at this point. You probably have a Fav. Dory Claymore? Oh shit, you're so right. My bad. Dory Claymore. My bad. It is a Dory Claymore. It's funny for Burgeon Diluc. Can he even trigger its effects? He can't trigger an Electrocharged, a Bloom, or a Crystallize. It says a Bloom specifically. If it was Bloom, Hyper Bloom, or Burgeon, it would say Bloom, Hyper Bloom, or Burgeon. He can. Does it mean Bloom, Hyper Bloom, and Burgeon? Because that changes my opinion of it, if it means Bloom, Hyper Bloom, or Burgeon. No time like the present. No time like the motherfucking present. Bam. Bam. Let's get Dory out here.
I've been waiting for you for ages.
That's Dory Sig as far as I'm concerned. Fucking Sack Greatsword. You can't rip that away from her. Let's take off instructors so we don't have any interfering stuff. Do I have Dendro Resonance? Do I have any resonance going? I don't have any resonance going. Wonderful. So Dory has 106. Oh, that's just the substat. Okay, cool. Why Sack? Just TF? Why not both? Hey, have you not watched the Dory 101? From fucking like a year and a half ago? I do say just do both. I made a Dory 101, guys. It does not. It does not trigger off of a Hyper Bloom. I still only have 165 EM. I imagine that means it also does not trigger off of a Burgeon. Just run Candace, guys. Honestly, that's kind of funny. Running Candace with Diluc and having Hydro Normals and then Pyro skills to trigger your Burgeons. Prune 101 whenever she fucking reruns. So basically whenever Varka / Nicole rerun. Why sack just TF? Maybe I did watch it. I have my specific way to build her though. EM crit build. I think that's also something that I talked about in that video. I love Dory. I think Dory's awesome. I haven't used her very much recently, but I'm a Dory fan. Don't get me. I'm a big Dory fan. I love Dory so much. She's so silly. She's my little treasure goblin. Does this look like Dory hate to you? You know what? The 6 and 6 talents aren't very good, but what the fuck do they do anyways? What do they do anyways? Characters that give infusions are so cool. I wish they didn't feel absolutely hard to play in any situation. I love how there is one character that feels good to play with infusions, and it's because he also does a million other things. It's Bennett. Can Diluc not trigger a Crystallize? No. If you are not a Geo unit, you cannot trigger a Crystallize. Yeah, so looking at the weapon options, it's kind of like, I like Flame Fortune Sight a lot, but it's not a very good weapon. It's a cool weapon. It's a very cool weapon. I'm a big fan of it, but it's not a particularly good one. The trigger conditions, I feel like, are a little bit more restrictive than you'd think when looking at it. So whatever. I think it's neat. I'm happy that we have it, but it's not a particularly good weapon. I'd say the other two, Spindaloot is actually a good weapon. Gives very generic stats on a very simple condition to meet. It is incredible on Lauma, and it is more than usable on a lot of other units. Very accessible. You know, it's really nice that you don't have to level this thing up to actually get the EM from its passive. I think this thing, probably the best of the 3 event weapons that we're talking about. And then, I don't know. Rainbow Serpents is also really, really compelling, because we do have a good amount of units. I think it just doesn't have as strong a use case as Spindaloot has on Lauma. So maybe I'm a little bit meaner to it. It's okay, it just has no good user speaking meta. Yeah, sort of. If you had a unit that actually cared about all the stats that it gave, it would be a lot better, but you don't. We don't. It's great on Lunar Charge Dory when you play her for... I actually do really like playing Dory with Flynn's. I think it's a lot of fun. I think it's so much fun. She gives an energy recharge buff, and she gives flat energy generation, and she lets you big burst a lot more often. I think it's fun. I think it's silly. Okay. I think the last thing that I'm going to talk about today is artifacts. And I think we can pick up tomorrow, probably at around the same time that we started today, either 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. Well, you'll find out. You'll find out. Will Sequence of Solitude ever find a use? I mean, it's fine on Siegeween. Like, it gives less HP than even Recurve Bow. Where the fuck is it? And Recurve Bow in the substat. But it does deal damage and it's passive, and you can definitely deal... You can build some crit on Siegeween. Want to play Dory with Stellar Cyno? That's fun. I never considered Dory for Stellar, because she does hit pretty frequently. She'll probably be okay at doing Stellar stuff. Yeah, so I said I had a thing where I was going to talk about feathers and elixirs, but I feel like I don't have anything meaningful to say about feathers and elixirs. They're fine. They're cool, I guess. She has bad ICD. I think it counts applications and regular hits. Like, I think it's not just application. I think it counts how much you apply and how much you hit. Application once every 5 seconds. No hit rule? They changed it a fucking again? How does this goddamn reaction work, guys? They kept changing it. Only applications as far as I know. That was one of the last... If you learned it from my videos, I think that I might have said that. Like, the last update that I gave was the fact that it only counts applications. They changed it back. I thought originally it only counted hits, and then they changed it to only counting applications, and then they changed it again to counting both. But they also, like, changed how many stacks you can gain from each one. Fix it, Feathers and Elixir Exchange, getting your 4th set piece meta. Like, yeah, I guess. That's all I can really say about it. I hope that wasn't horribly loud. Sorry if it was. That snuck up on me. Let's change it. What's its live to at this rate? I don't fucking know what it does. I don't know what the reaction tracks anymore. So fuck me, I guess. One way to find out. 5 second no hit rule is Dory Burst ICD. Same for Cole. Damn, same for Cole? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? She doesn't have a hit rule on her burst application? No way. No way. No fucking way. Gameplay notes. No, advanced properties. Liar. Oh, wait, no. It's 3 seconds. No hit rule. Jesus Christ. I never knew that. No hit rule. Is that why we use Sackbow on Cole? Because her skill has no ICD? Yeah, she hits like every 0.4 seconds, but has no Electro app. But also she has, what's it called? She has, is it C2? She has some fuck-ass constellation that gives her a few extra hits. Yeah, when you are in combat and the Ginny heals the character is connected to, it will fire a Ginny Toop. 50% of Dory's attack. I don't know if that has unique ICD. The Toop. I'm tooping. Fuck, I'm tooping. Oh, I just tooped all over the floor. Ginny Toop is 2.5 seconds or 3 hits, so it's basically 2.5 seconds. Because how often does her burst heal? Oh, 2 seconds. So never mind. It's every other hit. Which it lasts for 12 seconds? 12 seconds? 12 seconds? 12 seconds, yeah. So you get 3 applications, 3 additional applications from C2. Which isn't nothing. And it's 3 seconds. Okay. It's not 5 seconds, it's 3 seconds. Both of them are 3 seconds. And, oh, this is Electro to Self. Okay. Cool. So there's some application that you can get there. And if Stellar Conduct still counts hits, then she should be a little bit better. What section are we on now? Well, I was going to kind of skip over Feathers and Elixirs because I have nothing to say about them, and they technically came out last year. Cool. Awesome system. Awesome system. I'm glad they exist. They make it easier to farm. They're not so valuable as to feel bad if you don't get a particular one as a reward. But they're also not so bad to feel unrewarding. Whatever. Maybe I could talk more about them tomorrow, but I kind of want to get on to artifacts. Because this is the final section that I'm going to be talking about today. New artifact sets. I already went over it, but I talked about it a little bit when discussing character kits. I don't love these artifact sets. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that they're incredible. But if we're going to be doing restrictive artifact sets, which it seems like we are going to be, The first two artifact sets of Snezhnaya seem kind of restrictive and a little bit lame. If we are going to be doing restrictive artifact sets, let's do them like this. Let's fucking do them like this, okay? These are incredible. I fucking love the fact that they give such basic stats. On-field set gives you 30 crit rate. Off-field set gives you 120 elemental mastery, full party. And it does not matter. It does not fucking matter who you equip them on, as long as you have 2 NOD KRAI units in your team. The Night Sky is a little bit more restrictive because it actually does require you to trigger a lunar reaction. So that does mean you have to have a 5-star in the team, a lunar 5-star in the team, which is a little bit lame. But also, I feel like you aren't using these sets unless you have a lunar 5-star. Like I feel like they just lose a lot of value if you're not running a lunar 5-star. Basically because all the NOD KRAI 4-star cores, which is literally just Aino and Yehoda cores, because Itlua is the only other NOD KRAI 4-star, and boy, that guy fucking sucks and you never use him for anything except for Tsibai. For those cores, I mean, it's usable. But what the fuck am I trying to say? What the fuck am I trying to say? I guess it would be nice if you could use this. I guess it would be nice if you could use this with just Yehoda and Aino. But it still isn't, like, it's not a crazy set. It's 30% crit rate, 80 elemental mastery in the 2-piece, which a lot of units can't make particularly good use of, and then another 10% lunar reaction damage in the 4-piece, which is stats that a lot of units aren't going to get very good use out of. So most of the set's value is in the 30 crit rate, and often you are going to find sets that perform better. Like, if you're trying to play fucking Navia, if you're trying to enable this on Navia, I would say if you're not fucking running Linnea, or if you're not running Inefa or some shit like that, if you're not running Columbina, is it really that worth it? Because part of this set's value is in the fact that it does a full party lunar reaction damage buff. So you kind of do want some lunar reaction damage going on. And Navia has good other alternative sets. She has her own signature set, which is nice. It's just kind of a bad domain to farm. And if you have Farina, you can enable Marechaussee on her, which is just 6% more crit rate. It's a little bit harder to work with because it has some, ramp up stuff to it. It has harder conditions to meet. But it is just more stats for Navia herself. It gives some damage bonus in the passive. It's only to normals and charge attacks, which she doesn't do a bunch of normal attacks, but she does do some. So, like, that's my point about this, is that a lot of units do have better set options, and I feel like you aren't necessarily looking to enable this unless you have a 5-star NOD KRAI unit. So it's lame that this is only enabled. You can't use this with just Yehoda Aino cores, but it's also like you don't necessarily want to be enabling this if all you're doing is Yehoda Aino. But in any case, yeah, I like that it gives very generic stats and just crit rate. That is a decent amount of crit rate. There are sets that give better amounts of crit rate. There are sets that give more stat value, but it's really cool that you can, as long as you include 2 NOD KRAI units in your team, you can enable this slightly worse set that you might have spent more time farming, so maybe you have better substats, or maybe it just makes the character easier to fucking build. Like Navia's signature set, going back to Navia, I keep thinking about Navia. Navia's signature set is in a bad fucking domain, and maybe you just didn't want to be farming it, or maybe even if you did farm it, she is a nightmare to build, because when you don't crit on Navia, you feel like you just lost your house. You feel like you just got your fucking house stolen from under you. Because, oh my god, missing a crit on Navia. So this set, giving crit rate, it's just a really nice, comfortable stat. It is going to make your units a little bit easier to build. It is going to make it so that if you have worse individual substats on your artifacts, sets like this will perform a little bit better than sets that just give like damage bonus or attack. What else? I basically think that these two sets are designed in a very similar way. Not exactly, but I feel like they're designed in a similar way to the NOD KRAI off-fielders, where they obviously are best in slot on the NOD KRAI on-fielders themselves, on Sebai, Nefer, and Flints, because they can actually make use of all the stats. But you also can equip it on another unit who maybe doesn't have a good artifact set, or maybe you just haven't farmed their artifact set well enough, and it won't be as good as, you know, if you had a good farmed set of that unit's best in slot artifact set. But it is a nice stand-in, and it lets you farm a more efficient domain, which, granted, this domain is definitely going to become a lot less efficient once we go to Snezhnaya. Once we stop getting Moonsign units, this domain is going to become a lot less good. But it's been good for the last year. And I really like that it's usable on a lot of different units. See, stuff is up. Once stream is over, I'll give them a look. Creator, creator server stuff. Yeah, that's cool. Probably won't watch any of that. I think you can go to the archive. I haven't seen the artifacts on release order. Well, I don't have to because they're right here. Serenade as well. Yeah, I think is very, very similar. Honestly, oh wait, I didn't even fucking mention these 2 pieces. I love these 2 pieces. Yippee, more EM 2 pieces. We love EM, we love EM, we love EM. And more ER 2 pieces. Oh my god, those are the 2 best fucking stats in the game. And they made two new 2-piece sets, and those weren't even all of them. We got fucking 1 more of each. We also got 2-piece EM on Abaid. Yippee. And we got 2-piece ER on Celestial Gift. Hooray! We've had wonderful 2-piece options this year. I adore the 2-piece options that we've had this year. Literally the only other 2-piece option that I think is cooler than EM and ER is Scroll. And I don't want every set to have a 2-piece exactly like Scroll. I think Scroll is cool because it is unique to Scroll. If every 2-piece started being like Scroll, it would be a lot fucking worse. But it's cool because it's unique. 2 2-piece EM, 2 2-piece ER, 2 2-piece attack. Yippee. Those are awesome fucking stats that so many units can make really good use of. Thank God it's not fucking... I mean, I guess I shouldn't be too mad about... these are alright 2 pieces, I guess. But I like more general stats when it comes to 2 pieces. I think they're a lot more fun because I think that 2-piece options, like the great thing about 2-piece options is that they're so configurable. And having more specific bonuses is just kind of like, need 2 2-piece def as a sign of geo-resurgence. I mean, we technically do have 2 2-piece dev options. It's just that one of them is a 4-star artifact set. It's great for newer accounts as well. Yes. Big fucking fan. Serenade, you know, has, I think, pretty similar stuff to... Serenade is just better. Serenade is just better. It can be used on a wider variety of... Not really. It can't be used on a wider variety of units. I don't know why I said that. But I fucking love EM. I love full party EM buff. Full party EM buff so awesome. And also the energy recharge 2-piece is often very, very useful as opposed to the 2-piece EM bonus from Night Sky, which is often not very useful. And of course, they both give 10% lunar reaction damage, which is specific to lunar reaction damage teams. Specific to lunar reaction damage dealers, which is a little bit lame, but whatever. The vast majority of this set's worth is in its 120 EM and in the 2-piece, which are really generic option. They're really generic utilities, and it is easy to activate without directly power creeping instructors, which I kind of like. I kind of do like that this didn't directly power creep instructors. I do like that instructor still has a use. Even though I'm going to complain about instructors for the rest of my fucking life because I'm like, oh, I don't want to be building a 4-star set. I don't want to be using 4-star stats. I hate fucking downgrading my units to 4-star artifacts. I think it's cool. I complain about it, but hey, I love payoff. I love straight offs. I love restrictions. I love configuring my shit. And I think that the fact that Instructors is a very, very powerful option for a 4-star set that is still very relevant to this day, and it has not been made irrelevant by Serenade, is swag. Awesome. I think both of these sets will become considerably less cool in the coming year, though, which is sad. But thankfully, this isn't a Snezhnaya retrospective. This is a NOD KRAI retrospective. Maybe I should talk about this a little bit more. I was really, really excited to see more Natlan unit designs because looking at these two sets, yes, the Natlan sets are really, really heavily restrictive, but especially Scroll. I was excited to see if we got any Natlan units this year and we got to see any new Scroll users, because Scroll is such a fucking cool set, and I would love to see some more Scroll users. But the fact that NOD KRAI units require Ascendant Moongleam, like these artifact sets require Ascendant Moongleam, it's going to be a lot less, it's probably going to be a lot less common and a lot more difficult to actually make meaningful NOD KRAI supports that contribute to other teams outside of NOD KRAI teams. Because NOD KRAI teams are generally so insular. It's all fucking lunar damage buffs. It's all, you need to have moon sign stuff. So, like, it's going to be easy. Like, I was kind of theory crafting about a potential Natlan aggravate buffer. A Natlan aggravate buffer would be really fucking cool because, they could do they could do a bunch of quill buffs and shit like that for aggravate and for quicken. I guess I should just say quicken. For aggravate and spread. They could do all sorts of quill buffs and things like that. And of course, damage bonus is very, very useful for that. Damage bonus is very, very useful for quicken and aggravate. So they would just be able to fucking throw on Scroll, and then boom, you're set for life. Whereas you would have to have two different NOD KRAI units. You'd have to have, or another NOD KRAI unit that works particularly well with an existing NOD KRAI unit to boost up any sort of new interesting team. And also the fact that part of these sets' power is in the fact that they give lunar reaction damage bonus, makes it so that it might have to be a lunar reaction team, which I think is just a lot less likely to happen. The Natlan set Scroll gives much more generic things, whereas this, it is sort of more restrictive, but for the year, I thought that these sets were so much fun. Going into the next year, they're going to be a lot less relevant, but I had so much fun playing around with both of these sets for this year, and I'm really, really happy that they were designed in the way that they were. Anyways, Albeid fucking sucks. Albeid is ass. Because Albeid says, hey, you know that thing that you really liked? You know that thing that you really liked? Where these two sets, they had the downside of requiring Ascendant Moongleam, but they gave you really generic stats in return? What if we just fucking didn't do that anymore? What if we just gave them lunar reaction damage bonus? What if we said fuck yourself? Albeid is literally kind of one character set. It's 3. Let's be a little bit nicer, okay? It's 3. It's at least 3. It's Columbina, it is Linnea, it is Inefa. And oftentimes, Columbina ends up being the Serenade equipper. So really, it's kind of 2. It's like 2.5. We'll give her 2.5. Columbina, you can half use fucking Albeid on her. But often, Serenade is like, it's best to be doing Serenade on her. I think the only team where she runs Albeid in the optimally calc teams is what? Depending on your 4th slot in Lunar Bloom, I think she can run Albeid, but Albeid is not good in Lunar Bloom because it gives a bunch of lunar reaction damage bonus, and that isn't affected, or that doesn't affect Llama's quills, and so much of Columbina's damage is Llama's quills. So you just end up running her on Serenade anyways because it's not a big damage loss. In Lunar Crystallize, you already have Eatluon's Serenade, so you can run her on Albeid there. But in Lunar Charged, you have your Animo unit on VV. You have Inefa on Albeid because Inefa does more damage than Columbina does. And then she ends up getting Serenaded. So yeah. We'll give it 2.5. I hate it because you use Inefa and Linnea as a single Nod Cry? Yes. That is also... I mean, no, I don't have a massive problem with that, actually. I think that that's fine. I talked about it before. That was one of the earliest things I talked about. I think it's really, really cool that, I mean, it's a little bit lame, I guess. But I personally am a fan of restrictions, and this is a sort of restriction that I like, where it's not like there's anything inherent in Linnea or in Effa's kits that say, "Hey, please give me Ascendant Moongleam, or I will shit myself and die." It's in their artifact sets instead. So they can still do they're still capable of doing all of the things that they can do outside of Ascendant Moongleam, but they have access to a less good artifact set. I think that's cool. I think that is a nice configurable, like that's a nice way you can configure their damage against each other. Husky's a thing too for Linnea. I guess, yeah, that makes it like, but that's like, if we're saying Husky's a thing for Linnea, we can say like Tenacity is a thing for an Effa. It's not exactly accurate because Husk gives Linnea more personal damage than Tenacity gives an Effa, but it's a sort of similar idea where you're sacrificing personal damage on a more optimal set to instead go for a lower damage set that provides some more buffing utility, which is something. Could also just throw Tenacity on Linnea. But yeah, I mean, the restriction I think is okay, and it plays well enough with Ineffa and Linnea. I think it plays a little bit... I don't know. I don't know what I feel about Columbina. You never play as Columbina in Nascent Moongleam. You just don't fucking do that. In any case, like it's weird because I'm saying I hated the set and now I'm defending it. I'm defending it within the context of Ineffa and Linnea. On its own, this set is fucking horrendous. The fact that it can't be used on anybody except for these 3 fucking units is horrendous, is disgusting, is abhorrent. It can't be used on any one of these 3 units, and it has a restriction to Ascendant Moongleam. It's just like, what the fuck are we doing, man? We are being restrictive about the stats that it gives, and we are being restrictive about when it gives those stats. And I kind of fucking hate that. I can appreciate how that dynamic plays out on Linnea and Ineffa, but I would like this set a lot better if I could use it on more units. I don't know, if it just gave like a fuckload of EM instead, I'd be way more inclined to liking this set. I don't know, because that's effectively what it does give. That's what lunar reaction fucking damage is. Given that, you know, Lauma, the EM scaler, doesn't really do significant lunar reaction damage. I do like that it doesn't go away immediately, so you can do Linnea's big scale if you want. I mean, sure. Yeah, I like that it doesn't go away immediately, but like the same thing is true of Golden Troop, and Golden Troop is... This is just shitty Golden Troop. This is just, hey, what if we took Golden Troop and made it awful? What if we took Golden Troop and said, fuck you, only 3 units can use it, and they can only use it in very specific contexts? Golden Troop if it was ass. I think Golden Troop is a lot more of an interesting set because it enables, like, oh yeah, you can use Nuke Skill Linnea, but guess what? Golden Troop works on fucking Beto. I'm just remembering the Golden Troop. Like, it's not a good thing you should do. You shouldn't do Golden Troop Beto, but I did see a Golden Troop Beto build that I was very, very, I was a big fan of. Anyways, this set is awesome. In stark contrast to Albeid, Wins is fucking awesome. Because, oh my god, guess what? This 4-piece effect finally beats out 2-piece attack. On characters where you want to min-max their attack, you actually finally have a better option than just going 2-piece attack. And 2-piece attack is still valuable because, like I said before, 2-piece is good because of the flexibility that it offers. So if your 2-piece options have better substats than your win sets, then 2-piece is still optimal because this only gives fucking 7% more attack than going 2-piece, which is not a lot of stats. It's not going to take a lot for your 2Ps to be better than wins. But if you care like that and you want to giga invest in, I don't know, a fucking Shenhe or a Shanyun or someone like that, if you have a unit that you just want to throw as much attack as you can on them, you can grind this set. That's really awesome. And the second cool thing about this is, well, actually another pattern that I really, really do like. I should have mentioned it with Night Sky, but I like the fact that the crit sets are now giving less crit and more other valuable stats, because it makes it not as easy to overcap. There were a lot of overcap issues in Natlan with Obsidian Codex. There were a lot of issues with overcap in Fontaine with, what's it called? With Marechaussee. And we're still getting those sometimes. But like that's an issue of like Lauma also giving crit rate on top of the set giving crit rate. That's an issue of Columbina getting so much natural crit rate on top of like this set giving more crit rate. But for a character like Flint's, it's pretty rare that you see a Flint's overcap. It's pretty rare that you see that's it, because Flint's is the only fucking one who doesn't get a crit buffer in his premium team, and I guess you could also use Yehoda. But yeah, I do really like that the artifact sets are giving more other meaningful stats and less crit, because that makes them a little bit easier to build. You don't suffer overcapping as much. And also, the really cool thing about this set is, unlike this set, it does not require you to be in double hex. So, if you got a unit like Durin, if you got a unit like Varka, if you got a unit like Lohen, who can still be perfectly functional outside of double hex, they still get to use this set. It's mostly for Durin, I would say. It is pretty much mostly for Durin. He is kind of the only one that I play significantly outside of double hex anymore, but it's there if you need it. Oh, also fucking Fischl. I mean, I just play Fischl on Golden Troop, so it's not really a factor for me, but Fischl. I miss when artifact sets could be used by anyone, like Noblesse. I mean, Noblesse is still there. Noblesse is still good. I'm fine with them doing more restrictive set designs as long as they don't fucking power creep Noblesse with it. Like, I mean, like I said, I really like Serenade because Serenade is very numerically powerful and is similar to Instructors without directly power creeping Instructors. Which I guess actually, wait, yeah. I don't know, you can still use Instructors. Instructors still good. Next powered DPS best in slot should be Crimson Witch for the old times. We're gomming ignorers in chat, I see. We fucking hate gomming, it seems. It's rare that newer units use older sets, but it happens. I guess it doesn't really happen anymore though. That was a weird edge case, gomming. So yeah, suck ass fuck ass set that I hate, awesome swag ass set that I love, because it even has a significant effect off of hex units. It can be used to min-max attack on non-hex units, and it doesn't need double hex to work. Now, final two artifact sets are the worst ones so far, easily. Because you know what I just fucking said about wins? Well, Celestial Gift, they said, fuck it, we're going in the opposite direction. It is really, really difficult to use outside of double hex. It does have an effect in single hex. It needs to be equipped on a hex character or else it has no effect at all. And it's a really, really boring set design. It's an incredibly boring set design. It gives bonuses in very boring ways. The reason I like Scroll so much, well, number one, Scroll is usable on non-Natlan units. It gives you at least 12% damage bonus at a baseline, no matter who the fuck you are, as long as you trigger an elemental reaction. And that is number two of the point why I like Scroll, is that it requires you to trigger an elemental reaction. It requires you to think about the setup of your team. It requires you to fucking think for once in your life. The Hex set is none of that. The Hex set says, fuck you, shut up, put me on a hex unit. I will not work. I will do absolutely nothing if you do not put me on a hex unit. And also, I will be incredibly weak if you do not put me in a double hex team. You get 20% damage bonus of the equipper's element in single hex, which I get, single hex because it has to be on a hex unit, so it has to be single hex. And then for the double hex, you get 40% damage bonus of the equipper's element, and also 40% damage bonus of your on-fielder's element, which is the most boring fucking way to confer damage bonus of all time. I don't have to think about my rotation. I cannot alter my rotation in any way to get a specific type of buff. Fuck you, shut up, stop thinking. You get elemental damage bonus to your on-fielder. I hate this motherfucking set. At least it has 2-piece energy recharge, I guess. I hate you. I hate everything you stand for. And of course, the basic, it only requires you to use your elemental skill and then it lasts for 20 seconds. Because they're like, fuck it. We can't be bothered. Nicole, like it's kind of a side effect of Nicole being the unit that she is. Because she can't trigger any reactions in Varka Premium. She often doesn't use her burst at all, so you would just have to say, hey, yeah, using the skill. I'm glad that they didn't make it restrictive to like, oh, if you create a shield, you get this damage bonus buff. I guess I'm happy that like that's such a simple effect at a baseline, so at least all the hex units can make use of it. It's kind of interesting to configure sometimes, I guess. It can be interesting to be in like weirder hex teams. I'm trying to think of like, I don't know. What's a good one? What's a good one? I was doing like Durin Fischl. I played a team like this. I'm gonna go Emily Sino. I think it was a different team, but I'm just gonna say it was Durin Fischl, Emily Sino. Like there's some sort of interesting stuff going on where it's like, oh yeah, technically Durin is dealing more damage in this team, but if I put, again, this is kind of a meaningless optimization. I feel like this doesn't fucking matter. But if I put Fischl on the Hex supportive set, then that means I'm only buffing Electro damage bonus. Whereas if I put Durin on the set, then I am getting Pyro and I'm getting Electro damage bonus. Because Sino is my on-fielder. Which, like, it's just, I don't know. I feel like I'm trying to get blood from a stone here. Because it's kind of a wash either way, because you have to put them on this set, and that means that you're taking them off of a damaging set. So I don't fucking know. It's like never interesting to think about. The best thing about it is the units it can be put on. There you go. There you fucking go. I like Hexarai units, and I like having this set on all of my Hexarai units. But I hate the fucking set itself. Nicole Mona set. Actually, there it is. That's a kind of interesting one. What was the fucking team? It was Durin, Mona, and then some other. Oh, it was the fucking DPS Yehoda team. It was the DPS Yehoda team. Now I fucking remember. That's why I was like, I swear to God, there was a team that I've talked about recently that you had to configure it weirdly to actually get some value out of this hex set. Because Mona, Inefa, Durin, Yehoda, if you put the set, you might want to put the set on Mona, but Mona was the on-fielder in that scenario. So if you put the set on Mona, you'd only be getting a Hydra damage bonus buff, which like Mona didn't do 0 damage in the team, but she's pretty reliant on having her C6 to deal meaningful damage, and you wouldn't be getting any damage bonus to Yehoda. Whereas if you do it on Durin instead, then you can get Pyro damage bonus, which is what Yehoda wants, because she's absorbing Pyro and she's getting vapes. So it's like, I guess that's kind of interesting to think about there. That's like the best I can do. That's the best I can fucking do. Yeah, the two good things that I can say about this set are that it has an energy recharge 2-piece and that I like the units that you put it on. Mona on SMS. Mona was on Noblesse. Probably could have done fine on SMS. No, Yehoda, or not Yehoda, fucking Inefa was on SMS. I mean, you can configure the artifacts in a lot of different ways. You could do like Tenacity, Tenacity Inefa, and then SMS Mona. You can tell I've been streaming for 9 hours. I'm losing my mind. No Dendro Hex, so Emily only gets buffed with Dendro on fielder. I should probably stop pretending that that's like 10% of the reason that I hate the set. That is like 10% of the reason that I hate the set. Because it's really fucking hard to get the effect on Emily. I mean, it's not just Emily. It's the fact that there are a lot of teams where I'd want damage bonus on my off-fielders that I can't do. I thought stream just started? Damn. Thought stream just started. No, check the VOD. You're on YouTube. You can check the VOD length. I mean, you can on Twitch too. I don't know why I was saying that like you can on Twitch. And then this set. I guess it's better than Albade. I guess. It's nice that because of the way that it's worded, it works on off-fielders. That's a nice thing. Gives 16% crit rate. So, like I said, I really like that these sets are giving less crit rate and more other more of other impactful stats. This one gives 40% damage bonus. But it is specifically superconduct reaction damage and stellar conduct reaction damage. So it's fucking worthless on anybody who doesn't do stellar conduct damage. Which sucks. And I don't like that. And that is the direction that they are going in with the other Snezhnaya sets, and I really don't fucking like that. But like, I guess at least it works off field and it doesn't give a million crit. I guess at least that much. Genuinely don't think I'll use that set on anyone that isn't stellar conduct damage only. You don't. You don't. You shouldn't. You are doing the correct thing. The buff teams can use more universal sets. Like, fucking right. Like, I've been farming the shit out of this domain, and I'd be getting shit from a butt. So, like, my Gilded, that's still useful on Cyno and Stellar Conduct. My fucking Marchaussee, that's still useful on Risley and Stellar Conduct. I don't like this set very much. I don't like this set very much, and I don't like the upcoming sets even more. Because the new supportive set, oh, yippee. Thank God. You know what? I hated it when sets gave things like a damage bonus. Ew, stinky, gross. Or like EM. Gross, disgusting. I don't want universal stats. Why would I want universal stats? You know what I want? You know what I want? Team-wide stellar reaction damage bonus buff. Ooh, I can't wait to get all this stellar reaction damage bonus on my fucking, I don't know, on my Rosaria. She's gonna put it to such good use. Why are we doing this, man? Why don't we give stats that can be useful in a more generic context? Sorry. I fucking hate, what is it called? Scarlet Proof? No, that's the swirl set. I hate that one too. Heart of the Furnace. Yeah, and this one is the Vesna only set. I mean, it's usable on Mizuki. It makes building her a little bit easier. Regional gimmicks? I don't even fucking mind regional gimmicks. I feel like I'm much more accepting of regional gimmicks than most people. But it's when they say, no, fuck you, you can't do anything except the regional gimmick, is what I hate. Because, like, I was very open to Lunar. I think I was much higher on Lunar than a lot of other people. Because I saw these sets, and I was like, awesome. I get to give full party EM buffs, and I get to fucking put this thing on my. I get to put Night Sky on my Sethos. That's why I was happy. I saw this. I said, I get to put Night Sky on my Sethos. Yippee! This is all I ever wanted. And then with Stellar, they say, no, fuck you. Why would you give good universal stats like damage bonus or like EM or like crit rate when you could be giving Stellar Glimmer reaction damage? If you aren't doing Stellar Glimmer reaction damage, we fucking hate you. And then the first Stellar Glimmer, or this first Stellar reaction that they introduce, doesn't fucking deal reaction damage. So you can't even cope and say like, well, you know what? At least my Beto is triggering Stellar Conduct, and she gets a little bit of use out of that Stellar Glimmer reaction damage bonus. You can't say that. You can't fucking say that. You just say, fuck Beto, eat shit. I hate it, man. I hate it. This is miserable. Let me do silly things. Why don't you let me do silly things? I mean, I guess this time around, because the restriction with NOD KRAI was double moon sign, it was Ascendant Moongleam, and because they're not doing that this time around, thank God. I guess, you know what, if I have to choose between the artifact suffering or the kit suffering, I guess I choose the artifact suffering, but I'm still not fucking happy about it. I'm still not happy about it. Anyways, I think that's it for today's stream. It's 1:30 a.m. We've been streaming for 9.5 fucking hours. Thank you guys so much for coming. I had a lot of fun here. Let's end off on YouTube and raid out on Twitch. That's our death set. What are some alternatives? I'm sorry, I'm not answering that question right now. Gilded Dreams. There's no dead alternative. Okay, bye YouTube. Bye YouTube. Bye.